Rise and shine, Dota fans, Twitch chatters, everyone involved as we get on to another day on the road to the International, and it's the last day for the Chinese regional qualifiers. Would you believe it? We've already had tons of action, a lot of surprises. We'll look into that in a little bit. Dan Augers, absolutely exceptional Dota being played on this road to the International, and on a new patch as well. It's the most a Dota fan could ever dream of, isn't it?
Exactly. And, a lot of things do change, like the new players that we see coming through, right? We get Team Zero already having qualified in the China region, taking down the juggernauts in Azure Ray. You've also got in the NA region, for those that aren't aware, Nouns was able to sweep Shopify 3-0 in the grand final over there. So, a lot of players, Copy, Yuma, it's going to be their first TI. So very, very exciting for them. And Fly, he just keeps on ticking. He's kind of honestly approaching almost puppy status in terms of his longevity. I think this is now 11 TIs in a row ever since TI3 for him.
Yeah, keeping that streak going. So I'm tweeting earlier, like 10 or 11 in a row, just keeping it going. As you can see there, one slot remains for China, as we already have Extreme Gaming and, of course, Team Zero, like you say, going through that upper bracket, making the long run all the way past G2IG, past Azure Ray. They went the distance in those best of threes, 2-1 in every single one of them. But, of course, today, Dano, we're focusing on that lower bracket, that second chance, the little safety net for some of these teams like Azure Ray and G2IG, but they've got to go up against Team Turtle potentially.
Who never had that safety net, by the way. They started in the lower bracket. The only loss that they've had as a team on this patch was in the open qualifiers up against Kev in the semifinals, I believe, which meant that they ended up qualifying in third, meant that they didn't start in the upper bracket, and it means that they've just been constantly on edge, but they haven't dropped a game, Gary. They haven't even, it feels like, been challenged at all. It's been really, really dominant performances coming out all throughout. I really like the way that they're playing around Somnus, and it's really, I want to see that matchup between Somnus and Nothing to Say. It's like the old LGD versus the new LGD, but they're not on LGD anymore, and LGD's not at TI. So it's like, how is this going to come down? We saw Nothing to Say yesterday break out his first Tinker game since last International. That's the first time it's been picked. It's really, a lot of people don't rate the hero at all, but he's still got like an 8-minute Blink Dagger, a 14-minute Aghanim Scepter, and he just looked completely dominant, despite the fact that he was actually up against a couple of pretty hard counters to it, like the Doom, for example, and he just always, his positioning was so on point, and he is the best Tinker player in the world, so maybe, just maybe, it'll come out in this series.
The potential is there for sure, and I think Copy on Nouns also banged it out, so Tinker is a hero to look out for, especially on these specialist signature players that do have a history of playing it in the past. They've still got that mechanical skill ingrained in their body, right, to kind of cycle through the Soul Ring bottle rearm rockets over and over again. Definitely excited to see that mid lane matchup, because you mentioned Nothing to Say and his hero pool going up against Somnus, who has been prioritized quite heavily from the side of Team Turtle in terms of drafts, right?
Yeah, pretty much always picking him like an uncounterable hero, basically, right? If they have last pick overall, he's the last pick of the entire draft. If they've got first pick overall, they have him choose the last pick of the second phase of the draft, so they immediately get the bans to follow. So I don't know how this is going to, go down. Are they just going to say, like, all right, well, we'll pick something like the Tinker that just feels incredibly strong in Nothing to Say's hands, and it's up to you to try and beat it rather than risk Somnus being countered, if that makes sense. Now you need to try and counter Nothing to Say instead. So just these little brain games that are going to be working, and I think the big difference as well is that Team Turtle, they're just using everything that's in here. No coach, and, no analyst, nothing high-tech or anything like that. It's all them.
Yeah, pretty insane, honestly. Now, I do worry, with that kind of state of the draft in terms of getting towards the Tinker pick, because I think there's a lot of first picks here from Team Turtle.
Oh, yeah.
None of them being shown here, because they're kind of sub-picks. The Storm Spirit we saw first up. Clockwork, of course, is going to be out there as well. Potential heroes that can kind of be like, don't you dare pick Tinker. Hell, even the Tusk and the DK can cause some problems, as well as the Centaur, as we see those most played heroes coming out. It's just like Tinker, it feels like, has for the longest time just been countered by meta heroes. Think about the Zeus, the Clockwork, just these blink stun, tanky strength heroes who get up in your face. It can offer a bit of a hurdle to get over, but we'll see if Nothing to Say is going to bang it out. Hell, just imagine if Somnus picks the Tinker and shows Nothing to Say what he's made of.
Well, you never know. You never know. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised to see a little bit of cheese come out from him as well, right? He picked up the Huskar earlier in these qualifiers, but we see they're going down the well of the gyrocopter a little bit, and that Hoodwink, who I still think is a really strong hero, but for whatever reason, people just aren't seeming to connect with their mid laner whenever it gets picked up, right? Like, it's not like a Dark Willow where you really just need to be joined together with the boys. Maybe that just means that that person is being a little bit too passive, they're staying in lane for a little bit too long, they're wanting to secure the off laner rather than, enable their mid even further. I don't know, but I certainly know that Bobica is very, very solid on the Hoodwink, and hopefully for G2IG's sake, it's going to be a good performance coming out from him and JT, because they're the real playmakers, I would say, for this team. It's such a luxury when you've got them and nothing to say to be able to play around with, but I feel like when Bobica and JT have a good day, G2IG are almost unstoppable.
Yeah, I mean, that is something to be said about that mid lane matchup, right? Is the kind of vast difference in the styles of these two teams, where we've talked about Somnus being the primary carry, being drafted around, being picked for, whereas Nothing to Say has felt like sometimes, with kind of Kunkka, sometimes with Zeus, he's been given a hero that's, meant to just be out on an island, and it's like, okay, you're going to be a playmaker, we're not putting emphasis on you, and they very rarely, it feels like, rotate mid to help him out. They rely on Nothing to Say just to be a rock and make the moves out of that mid lane once the active runes come up, whereas Somnus gets, the 4v4 mid treatment, the off laner and both supports are coming into mid to help him out.
Yeah, they're more than happy to do that because they know that if he is indeed the true position one on that team, right, the true carry, you got to enable him so much because it's just going to give so much time for Chalice and Yang to be able to get their farm as well. So what I want to see them prioritizing, I feel like teams have tried different things against Team Turtle in these drafts, right? They've tried getting rid of the really strong laners for Chalice, like the Chaos Knight and the Weaver, a little bit less so. I still want to see the Weaver go, just because I feel like, again, it can work 1, 4, or 5. I want to see the Clockwork go. I feel like it provides a ton, both in the 4 or 5. Just anything that has flex. Even Razor, honestly, is worth a first phase ban in my eyes, because we've seen both Chalice and Yang play it. So anything that's just going to not enable them to just switch things up, use their great experience, and just win at least 2 lanes is going to be a big win for G2IG.
Yeah, and then there's the other way of going about it in the draft that LG and Xiao8 tried. That was giving Team Turtle all of their heroes and seeing if you can beat them, which did not work out. Like, looking at that first draft and remembering that game against LGD where Team Turtle were handed a Dark Willow, who is 80% win rate, Clockwork 70% win rate, Centaur, Shadowfiend, Razor we already saw there as their the kind of most picked best heroes. You just cannot, I don't think you cannot allow that kind of thing as super here, as a G2IG drafter, to give Team Turtle everything they want. You might think you have a game plan that's going to work out for you, but I think you really have to think quite hard about this Team Turtle side, because they're not mucking around. We joked a little bit about this Grim Reaper in the lower bracket, knocking on doors and taking names. It's like, okay, Old Warrior, haha, kind of a mixed stack there with some old names. Spiky Gaming, yeah, they got him. LGD, wait, hang on. And G2IG up next, you start to get into this situation where you're thinking these guys are seriously, steps away from qualifying to TI.
Yeah, for sure, and it's scary, right? I mean, if they end up knocking over G2IG, they're going to need to go through Azure to be able to qualify as well, right? So if they do qualify, you cannot possibly say that they didn't deserve it, right? They've gone through every single obstacle that they could have possibly asked to. The other old boys, the other meme stack, the young up-and-comers, and then 2 really solid teams of the now as well. But it's going to be a rough journey for them to be able to get through it. Oh, they've got a little mascot in the background as well. Is that a cat? I think it's a cat.
Yeah.
I think dogs shake like that. So, some good luck, perhaps, coming through. Not a black cat, at least, so no bad luck there. No one's walking under step ladders or anything like that.
These superstitions.
Do you have any superstitions, Gary?
Not really.
Just get good.
Just don't believe in the fake news, I don't know. I guess as a young boy growing up, I never understood the whole walking under a ladder or smashing a mirror or salt being
over
dropped on the floor or whatever. Spilling milk. I just never got it. It's like, how is this going to affect my life later down the line? So the one that I did believe in for a little while until I was maybe early teenager, I like making funny faces, right? Funny noises, funny faces. That's kind of my whole gig. And as a child, you know, my parents were like, "Don't make funny faces because if the wind changes direction, you'll get stuck like that."
Yep.
And that freaked me out. It's like, oh my god, sticking my tongue out, poking my tongue out, and doing little funny faces at people. Like, no, you're gonna get stuck like that forever. I'm like, no, please. Right.
And you didn't learn anything because you're still doing it.
I'm still doing it.
Yeah.
I just grew out of the superstitions, you know. Hey, right, here we go. We are a little hiccup to the lobby starting, but we are underway here. As Team Turtle take on G2IG. Best of 3, lower bracket, elimination time. A couple of series away from TI qualification. So super important here to really lock in to the draft here, lock into the game. And we'll see exactly what we're dealing with those most banned heroes up at the top there. We're seeing TA, Phoenix, Shadow Fiend, Lifestealer, Clockwork being most popular. But a fair number of those have been left in.
Witch Doctor hasn't, though. He's just really respecting the power of that. I guess the Venge kind of fits the justification that I was talking about in terms of flex, but it's Team Turtle that are looking to get rid of it, right? You don't want Monet to be able to pick it up. You don't want to give JT the option to be able to have it. Although, when I think JT, I don't think Venge, to be honest, right? Like, I think a much more in-your-face style of hero, one that's out there trying to make the plays, whether it be the Mars, the Meepo, all those sorts of heroes that can do that, even the Centaur, right? Like, those are where I really feel JT is able to shine. So I think maybe that's going to be a little passive, and okay, this to me is a block pick, right? This gives them flexibility with being able to just chuck it wherever they want. It means that maybe Team Turtle were banking on keeping it for themselves, but what did you say? 80-70% win rate? What's the Willow's win rate at this point in time?
It was just up on the screen a second ago, and it's blanked. I think it's 76.53 if my number recognition is... Oh no, 81.2. There we go. Oof. It's popping off.
Yeah. So I wonder if this, is this enough to not want to play Weaver as a 1? You know, all that control that you're going to have. Basically, Weaver doesn't want to be forced to buy a really early BKB. You know that you're a huge damage source, right? As obviously the win rate not quite as good. I still think it's a really good hero, right? Just because you're incredibly strong at level 2 in lane. You've got good tower taking potential. I actually wonder, they've picked the Willow, but I was wondering, could they potentially go for the Rubik? Because we saw Ponlo pop off with his Rubik yesterday against the Weaver. As soon as you steal that Shikuchi, it's just way too strong of a spell to be able to use consistently in a lot of these team fights.
Yeah, I did wonder, and I guess that's maybe a little easier if you have a clear idea where the Weaver's going, what he's up to. But yeah, Dark Willow just a much higher priority pick here for them.
For sure, for sure. And again, it really does feel like they're targeting the cores on G2IG, right? We saw LGD try that yesterday somewhat. They're banning a little bit more of the meta stuff as well, which I do like to see, particularly the Storm, Clockwork, and DK. Shadow Fiend feels very, very Somnus targeted coming through here, as does the CK for Chalice. So basically just saying, well, we've picked your Weaver, we've gotten rid of the CK, and if you try and Razor us, we've got a Weaver, so we're just going to be able to run away from the static link, so we really don't care that much. So I like this opening from G2IG. It's clear that they've done their homework. They don't want to get surprised like LGD did.
Yeah, and I'm just thinking about this kind of Rubik versus Willow idea as well, and I guess the way we've seen Team Turtle kind of set themselves up and play forward has been from the lanes, right? So having Dark Willow with a Centaur, yeah, exactly. This kind of lane is like, right, we win our off lane. Good luck picking something into this that's actually going to be able to fight back. You're probably going to draw and go even at best in the best case scenario. So then G2IG have to start thinking about, how do we get victories in our mid lane, in our off lane potentially here, because this is such a powerful pairing.
It is. One thing we saw Picho actually play in that series yesterday was the Ogre Magi to be able to pair together with, I believe it was a Weaver, maybe I'm wrong, but basically it was just able to crush the lane. Obviously you're that big frontline tanky presence, and again, I keep talking about this level 2 timing. Weaver, Ogre, when you go the learning curve, is so busted, right? 2 points in Ignite. You've got the ability to hit like a truck. You've got a stun. You've got the Swarm. You've got the Geminate attack. And you've got the Shikuchi. For someone like a Centaur, who might be very, very tanky, he doesn't have a lot of armor to be able to play around, so that could cause you a bit of issues. You got to say the Enchantress does a pretty similar sort of thing, and you could potentially buy a Blightstone as well if you're really just wanting to harass out in this lane.
And the potential's definitely there. Enchantress, incredible laner. We're going to have that cool, classic, battle over the sentries of the camps and stuff as well. in that top lane, if that is their duo. And Tiny going to come out here, a hero that has very often been banned in that second phase. But as we saw that Tinker get banned, leaving the little Pebble Man left in the pool. And
gives them so much flex, doesn't it? Like,
Yeah.
we don't know where the Weaver is. It could be 4, it could be 1. Tiny could be 1, 2, or 4. Like, you're really just leaving Team Turtle guessing here. You don't want to be, you know, leaning a little bit too far into any one of these lanes. You would have to say G2IG, their next pick is going to be their offlaner. So Team Turtle, I'm just thinking what their mentality is going to be, not giving away too much about their safe lane. This feels like the sort of game where you leave Chalice's hero until very last, just so that, you know, you can be able to counter something, at least, that G2IG are throwing at you.
what is that go-to pick, though? Like, if you're not flexing the Centaur, picking up, like, you know, the Slardar or something no longer has that flex threat between mid and off lane. There's no Shadow Fiend. Like, picking Razor here, you don't know what you're matching up into, and against a Weaver feels bad, so that's kind of out the window.
Even just being tossed away, right? Early on, you don't. If someone else gets gone on. So again, this is why I was really praising these first two phases of bans from G2IG. They've done it very well.
Is it TA time? Like, that's a hero that's left in the pool, but we haven't. Like, she's been perma-banned or she's lost. She's not seen any real success. Well, 2 games that LGD got crushed playing the TA against Team Turtle. And we're dipping into this reserve time pretty deep.
Yeah, TA.
Oh, it's the OD.
All right, sure. Somnus has made that work as well. I still would have rated the TA, right? Because it means that Tiny really, you don't want to play it mid against the TA. You obviously are doing, like, hitting like a truck, but into refraction, you don't really care all that much, right? So that would have removed that as an option. I feel like you've got the burst damage as well to be able to take out these targets like the Weaver and the Enchantress. Instead, opting for the OD, it'll still do just fine for the lane, right? You can, if you ever find the Weaver, you know that you've got great ways to be able to set up for the follow-up, right? Like, straight into a Stomp, into a Bedlam, into a Brambles. Like, how is Weaver supposed to get away from that?
And this
More control. Just,
Yeah,
this feels like
draft-
great setup, doesn't it?
Well, not just setup, but also kind of distractions in fights, where you're able to, you know, drag a fight to a certain area or distract a hero, control them on one side, you know, turn the fight into a little scrap further away. You nightmare someone, astral another, and then the third hero is the one getting stomped and bedlammed, you know?
Yeah. I still feel like it's been the case ever since, like, TI13. Tundra were the ones that did it best back then, but just pick drafts that are hard to kill, and I feel like both of these drafts are pretty hard to kill, right? Like, Tiny gets very beefy, Weaver has the time lapse and the Shikuchi, Enchantress untouchable and probably going to go like the overprotective Wisps, and then, like you mentioned, you've got all these different saving possibilities: Stampede, Terrorize, Astral, Defensive Nightmare, not just for offensive purposes but defensive as well. So this is really just going to be, I wouldn't be surprised, I'm probably going to be completely wrong, if, like, we get the most passive game of all time, because neither team wants to be the one to make the mistake of who to, like, initiate onto, because they know the turnaround potential is there.
Like, until the blinks are up. Centaur's blink comes quite late now as well, with his triple bracer into blade mail build. Brewmaster is going to bring even more chaos into this team fight. Another hard-to-kill hero that's going to be cycloning people and running rampant in the team fights. Man, well, the thing is, this is what I was saying, right? This is going to be a situation where the team fights are not centralized. They are decentralized team fights spread all across the freaking map, where you've got, like, a 1v1 here, a 2v2 there, a 3v3 over here. Just people casting spells on each other and then no one dying, everyone running away.
Yeah. I do like that G2IG kind of followed what I was talking about before, right? Team Turtle, where now you are going to know what the position 1 is that Chalice is going to be playing, right? Like, you had to pick this Brewmaster now if you wanted to maintain that semblance of flex. And we know that JT is very capable of playing it. I guess Weaver as a position 4 feels quite nice at being able to pop the Cinder Brew. You can also go into an Urn on Weaver 4 and it doesn't feel all that bad. It's not going to be too bad either, you know, to be able to do things like break a Nightmare without actually having to attack, have some damage that's going into the Dark Willow when she's in the Shadow Realm. Of course, if you go into a Vessel as well against the Centaur, it doesn't feel too bad. So, yeah, I don't mind this, but I don't know, I look at this Team Turtle draft and I'm like, oof, how are they meant to do this, and this, you know?
Well, it's like, I guess with the Brew pick, it's unlikely to be Tiny 4, which means it's Tiny mid, right?
Yes.
Correct. There's Tiny mid, Brewmaster offlane, Enchantress 5, and then Weaver is the one that's flexing between 1 and 4. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm just saying it out loud to make sure that I I understand it.
Maybe they're like, with these picks, they're just like, look, they've already got so much stuff that's hard to kill. It might actually be a tiny one. That's also a
Oh, that's
possibility,
true.
right? Whatever they pick in their off lane, we don't want it to be hard to kill. So Bristleback, gone. What else could there be as an offlaner? Maybe... probably not an
safe
Enigma,
laner?
although it would... no, I'm talking Team Turtles... Oh, actually, no, yeah, you're right. Safe laner, hard to kill, so...
Oh, they are both off-lane play. Like, they've both been playing these kind of off-lane heroes,
Yeah,
like
yeah.
Razor and Darkseer and stuff like that.
Exactly.
It's like Entity at
Troll?
the Arlington Major, where they were playing 3 off-laners.
We've seen a lot of troll picks come out, so
Yeah,
maybe
troll's
that's
not
something
bad.
that they're going to consider.
Is Ursa still out there? Because that's been popping off.
It is.
Lifestealer, another one that munches away at people, and they are the ones to pick the Razor.
Still haven't given away the lanes, exactly.
Yeah,
right?
where's it all going?
They're really just keeping them guessing, huh? All right,
I feel like I feel like it's nothing to say, Tiny. Oh, an anti-mage. Okay.
So how are they going to maneuver this now? So JT is still playing.
Monet is so happy. Monet's like, they picked AM. Let's go. We won. Look at him.
He's feeling pretty satisfied. Nothing to say really isn't going to be able to do anything against Chalice, though, right? He's really relying on Bobica to have a good start to this game. And it does mean that you're going to have that the Brew Tiny lane, which we thought maybe it's not going to be that amazing, right? Like, yeah, double melee into an anti-mage with a Bane, also looking to provide a decent amount of harass. You know, if Tiny's trying to harass you back the other way, maybe you put an early point in the Enfeeble just to reduce some of that attack damage as well. I don't know. I really don't know how to feel about this draft carry. It just feels like Monet and X-Nova are going to look to try and get really aggressive onto Yang and Planet. I think it'll be a race for level 2 on those sides because both of them have really strong timings around that point. It's going to be around positioning as well on the opposite safe lane with Chalice and Picho, just trying to, you know, find ways to get little bits of chip damage done against JT and Bobica. And then that mid lane, probably just going to be pretty trade heavy, right? Like you're never going to be in a position to level up too many points in the static link here. You're going up against an Astral, a Stampede, and an Anti-Mage with Blink. So I feel like you have to put at least a point in it, but Plasma Field is going to be a priority there for nothing to say.
Man, we've been going down memory lane so much with these qualifiers. It reminds me of the old days of the Razor versus OD. I mean, before Sniper was a pick that was considered against the Outworld Destroyer or Devourer or Defecator, whatever his name is now.
Outhouse Demolisher.
Demolisher, yeah. It was always about this Razor with a passive, right? Because you Astral him, you get damaged, you get slowed and purged and stuff like that. I mean, yeah, Razor passive now, not quite in the same boat, but maybe a lane that Nothing to Say could actually win. A ton of slows coming out of that Razor.
A little bit of damage, right? But it's certainly not as devastating as it used to be.
But now it's like a chance to do it right, rather than the guaranteed.
I think always when you're targeted with a spell, you get hit by it, and it's a chance when you're attacked. So if you're getting Astral, always going to go off.
Okie dokie. Well, away we go. Game 1, BO3 here in the lower bracket. We'll start off this series in the elimination zone between Team Turtle and G2IG to see who gets that chance to, you know, make a little step forward towards that lower bracket final against Azure Ray. As it looks like we're going to get ourselves across the map, all smoked up G2IG, and no smoke from Team Turtle, interestingly enough. I don't understand the reasoning for this sometimes, because throughout this entire qualifier, it's like 5v5 smoke, get out to get your wards. Why have Team Turtle not smoked?
Maybe they just feel like their level 1 team fight isn't quite as strong as G2IG's. You know, you're going up against an Enchantress, a Weaver, a Plasma Field. I don't think he's put a point in Cinderbrew just yet, but I'm expecting that from JT to come through. And you're just going up against like a Willow, not that strong. OD, not that strong. AM, really not strong, level 1. And you're not wanting to put a point into Blink, level 1 either. So they're just playing around these cliffs, right? Constantly moving, making sure that if there is a smoke that does break, they're going to be able to back off.
Right, what's this AM got? Mana Thirst. Oh, yes.
And now they go for their smoke. So this is another one of those things where you can just wait it out as well, right? And then know that you've got a little bit of that extra, perhaps vision advantage. Somnus looks like if he does move forward, it's going to pop the smoke for JT. And JT doesn't want to take that extra step. Although...
Yang, taking a ton of damage in a 1v4 where he's just been surrounded and killed. G2IG, kick it off with a kill on that Centaur.
That's huge, actually. Like, I know First Blood means it's good. It's not the be-all and end-all. But First Blood in this lane, even if it's only, 25 XP that Xnova and Monet get from that, it's still a little bit of a lead that you're going to have going up against this Centaur who doesn't have any armor purchased up. He's going straight into those braces. So Xnova didn't go the Blightstone, but if Monet is able to hit up onto that level 2, Yang is really going to be in danger.
Well, like you said, that race to level 2, and also the little bit of extra money going to Baboka, right? Getting faster into the boots. Always nice to have on that position for Tiny to kind of accelerate you towards the Blink Dagger that little bit quicker. Yeah, I'm busy over here reading tooltips, Danog. You know, Anti-Mage, not a hero that we've seen. He's going to come out and play here with Mana Thirst, increasing attack damage when an enemy hero's mana falls below 60%. And if enemy's mana falls below 15%, Anti-Mage gains the maximum amount of damage as well as vision and true sight of that hero. That's a lot of words there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it feels pretty good, but it does... it's linked with the Mana Void, right? I don't think you actually get it base, so you're not going to have it for the laning stage, which I think would make AM a much, much more usable pick. Because then, well, you just can't have it like... You can't pick any sort of hero that needs to use mana to be able to get last hits if that's the case, right? Like, if you're falling below 60% mana, that's still, you know, pretty high mana, and if you're falling just below that, it's like, well, okay, you're going to lose out on trades by 20 damage now. You know, it feels kind of insane.
So that's within a 2,500 range. I was like, is this global? Is this like Bloodseeker Thirst? No, it's basically within a lane's reach of you. And so far, just zapping away at JT's Brewmaster down there. He's got himself his first bracer, but he's being dragged back into this Chalice. AM, Blood Grenade, trying to cinder brew and clap himself away with the help of the Avalanche. They turn onto Picho here, and this Bane, he's dead. 2 kills in this early portion of the game for G2IG, and Chalice, they're just being harassed out of lane by Baboka's Tiny.
I love people that, like, obviously the First Blood has enabled him to do this, but this Null Talisman is going to give Baboka so much value, right? Like, just constantly having that mana regeneration, especially against an anti-mage lane, just for a lot of stats. Of course, you're going to be eventually building into stuff like that Blink Dagger to be able to, you know, just frequently have that Avatos combo, not have to spend a little bit more money on stuff like Clarities and that sort of stuff. And eventually, of course, it's going to scale as well beyond that 25-minute mark, so it feels quite nice.
Yeah, it's a cool pickup with that First Blood money. He gets handed his allowance, immediately invests it. I'm still trying to chip away at this Brewmaster. JT getting blinked on here, completely out of mana now, but he's pretty speedy, waddling himself back to the Lotus Pool. And Avalanche gonna do a lot of damage to Chalice here with that tree grab as well. Yeah, this double melee lane actually proving to be quite powerful, you know, with that First Blood, now with the aggression coming out, and Picho's got his work cut out for him on this Bane.
It's a great equalizer, isn't it? The First Blood to be able to fix that up. I think they know that without Baboka having too much mana, they're not really in the best position to be able to go for these frequent trades. And I saw him, you know, get a few hits onto Picho before. Doesn't feel that great, right? He's got 2 points in the brain sap. All of those right clicks are just going to be nullified by a single one of those. So yeah, I want to see even more emphasis be put onto Chalice, who looks like he's feeling like he needs to brawl pretty soon as well. He's got an Orb of Venom queued up just to be able to go for these consistent chases. And I think it was... Oh, hold on, Monet. Top side should be able to get away. I think it was Team Turtle that we saw do this previously as well. The Bane Willow combination with the Sleepwalk to basically guarantee that you're going to move from one Bramble into another.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. I saw the Observer there looking at the crash landing and the level 2 Avalanche. No point in toss yet for the Tiny. I'll get there later on, obviously, as Planet steps up to try and kill off the Harpy, but Xnova is going to be able to micro that back behind tower. A wave dragged under the tier 1 as well, so safe farm here for Monet.
I haven't really been talking about mid too much, but nothing to say he's doing a really good job. Again, he does have 2 point static link, basically forcing the Astral Imprisonment to be used a little bit more, I guess, for defensive purposes. Yeah, you see, like, you want to have that Astral to be able to use to enable yourself to get denies and last hits, more importantly, onto those range creeps, right? But if you do that, then it means Nothing to Say can just walk on forward, get a big static link onto you, and then provide a bit more harass going back the other way.
Oh, a TP back all the way to Fountain there from Yang. Planet looking to body block up that small camp. Has a sentry down from Xnova as well, so he's going to be a little confused about that whole situation. Well, down at bottom, Chalice He's going into his treads. Orb of Venom's still queued up, but he's not buying it up just yet. We'll
Now,
see if he can... Okay,
sorry,
go for it.
I'm just having a look at... we know Brewmasters like going the Radiance. Do you think Rapier is the first quickfire that JT really wants to go this game?
I think that was a little misclick. Just a little misclick.
Maybe he just typed in RA in his search bar, you know, and that's what came up.
Let's click the first thing. I don't know how he's done that. Just looking for another relic item. Quick Shadow Realm out of the Willow. Get out of that Empather's shot from the Enchantress. I mean, coming up to 6 minutes, now thinking about what we were saying in the draft, Team Turtle have put a lot of emphasis into helping Somnus in that mid lane, but currently they're kind of embroiled in these side lane shenanigans where Bane has to stay down here. So it's just the one support to move mid. Planet goes across on that Dark Willow to try and secure the rune, but X-Nova's Enchantress is up top guarding the top rune, and it's going to be an arcane that the Razor can pick up.
Yeah, I really like this as well. You know, we mentioned in the draft that this isn't really the style that G2IG like to play around too much, right? It's much more about enabling the side lanes a little bit more, leaving nothing to say on a bit of an island for himself, who he does have quite low mana right now. So I was thinking, are you in a position to be able to go for that Sanity's Eclipse? But Somnus, he didn't have too much mana himself. He's hit up onto his level 6 prior to the Razor, but he's suffering a little bit, at least, in terms of his net worth. Just looking to see if there's any stacks, but maybe it's going to be a full-on move around to contest the Wisdom Rune even? Look at this move from Razor.
Look at him go. Yeah, sprinting all the way across the map. 7 minutes coming up in 10 seconds, and probably going to get a kill on Yang as well. So many victories here from G2IG. Planet has come in with Somnus, though, to battle around the Wisdom Rune. Impetus shots and the Centaur Stomp. Wisdom Rune denied by X-Nova. Nothing to say he's going to die here to Somnus, but not before they've claimed 2 lives, denied the Wisdom Rune, as X-Nova... He's trying to slip away here with the TP scroll ready, but Somnus quick on his tail, coming around the tree line, has to astral, does get stomped up, and the damage from his Centaur is pretty freaking incredible. Finally, it expires, and X-Nova will TP out, but Somnus, it felt like he should have had a freebie there and gets turned around on by that little Enchantress.
Yeah, the raindrops really helping there, right? Just nullifying a lot of the damage coming through from the Astral Imprisonment. I really like that rotation through from Somnus. Obviously, he needed to be able to try and protect the Wisdom Rune. Didn't pay off, and we know how important those ultimate timings are for both of these supports. Picho, he's still having a pretty fine time, right? Level 4 3/4. Only just hitting up onto almost level 4 right now on Planet, though, and he is the one that you need to be making a lot of plays around him and the Centaur, right? Their level 6s are going to be so vital for Team Turtle to get out on the map and make anything happen. Not exactly the strongest tower pushes on any of their heroes either.
And they're just going to get run out in this top lane now. And a Planet level 4 Observer Ward basically placed on his head as a Warpine Raider Enchantress comes across, pushes into tier 1. And should have a D-Ward on that Obs, but Planet's probably going to die before he gets a chance to do it. But Boka's arrived with a Razor. Surround them and kill them.
And just the fact that they made that movement when Monet is just hitting into the tower, you've got the Siege Creep wave alive, and of course X-Nova just able to convert one of those melee creeps and let that tank up a lot of the damage. This is... IG are on point. They are feeling themselves today, and I like this. I like this start to the draft. I feel like they've countered exactly what Team Turtle were trying to do to them with their own version of it. Just something that's a little bit more early game oriented.
Yeah, going up against the Grim Reaper, you've got your invisibility cloak on, trying to hide away from him. So far, it's working out. 5-1 with a 2k lead, farming an enemy triangle already. Enchantress just sets up base camp here with Baboka. And now pivot into mid. Now you've cleared out top, plenty of space there for the Weaver to farm through. Now your 2 supports can kind of rotate and roam around where they so desire. And it feels like JT's Brewmaster, he's been left alone for a little bit here against an AM and a Bane. And yes, you are free farming on the Anti-Mage, but the Brewmaster is top of the net worth right now.
He's feeling pretty good as he works his way towards the Rapier first item. I mean, it's all about the value for him, right? He even, purchased up a Wraith Band for himself, realizing that, he's going to need that a little bit more just for more easy trading in this lane. He might actually be looking to go for another kill here.
Well, there's Sanity's Eclipse dropped on them with the Astral and the damage out of the OD. Clearing out X-Nova, turning onto Baboka. Somnus dishing it out, but they've got a Primal Split and a Monet Weaver arriving on the scene of the crime to kill the OD off now. Turn onto Planet with a Shadow Realm TP, though. Away she goes back to safety. There's nothing to say. It looks over Chalice's Anti-Mage, who has now nothing to do but migrate away from that bottom lane. A refugee from his own land having to head up to top.
I think IG are going to be pretty happy with that, right? Like, you lose 2 supports, sure. There was a kill that Somnus was able to get on Bobica, sure. But Monet gets the kill, they get involved, and all the while there was a creep wave underneath that bottom tower that was just dying and taking the tower itself. So it's another little bit of map objective that they've been able to open up for themselves. It means that this slower-paced, greedier draft that Team Turtle have gone for is going to be a little bit more susceptible to being punished. At least they were able to clear out that siege creep in the mid lane, so they're not going to immediately be able to make any sorts of moves around there, but you're getting into the point where Tiny's almost level 6. He's going to have a little bit more of that that damage amp buff coming from the toss, and of course with a crash landing, as they're looking to just find on more, and they're going to find Yang.
He's a tanky boy, but yeah, when you've got 3 heroes on you, 2 of them cores, all your HP just disappears. Yeah, it's a long time for this anti-mage to be ready to fight. This is, like you're saying, very much a greedy, mid to late game draft from Team Turtle. Lanes were meant to go much better than this for them, right? To kind of get themselves into a good spot once you get into 20 minutes.
I'd say bot lane in particular, right? That's the one that they were really looking to get a few more kills out there. Sure, you died once on Bobica down there, I believe, and that's going to hurt a little bit, but he's still got the first blood. He's still scaling very nicely. They're leaving space for him to even start progressing into his own Blink Dagger.
Radiant are scanning.
Get some defensive wards down here from Bane. Yeah,
he knows that the aggression is, just going to keep coming. Basically, the only thing they're holding out for is, I don't know. Oh, okay, he's finally switched into Radiance instead, and he'll be able to get away with the Stampede this time, I think.
They're chasing him.
Tower.
The swarm's on him. It's a lot of damage from this Weaver, and another Shikuchi forward's going to net them the kill. Yang dead yet again.
Very clever by Xnova. He's just using his illusion rune to be able to, get a little bit of vision up there, steal away some of this experience that Chalice is going for.
You're trying to farm your Battle Fury anti-mage, huh? Well, what if I delay that by a couple of minutes?
Even taking away the Kobold as well.
Oh, rude.
We don't even need a siege creep. We're just able to hit into these towers with our boys, and there we go, the skeletons coming through. Yep, they're rallying up, and they're looking to try and take away even more of this map.
And look at Baboka's positioning here. They'll see that Dark Willow launch a projectile out. Not able to get in on top of her, but good idea there from Baboka as they actually smoke up with the 3 of them now. Charge down towards this bottom lane. Yang, so Yang's got Blink, but like, who is Yang playing with right now? Just the Willow?
Willow, yeah, that's it. That's all you can look to play with. Maybe if they do try and counter-initiate. That's the thing, though. The downside of losing all of your Tier 1 towers is that your team can't exactly quickly join in if IG look to respond to whatever you're doing, right? If in any Tier 1 tower was up, then I feel like they would have had that potential.
Go for it, Pichu. Do it. 30 seconds.
While he's doing that, they're making plays elsewhere on the map, just trying to find, with Yang, Planet, and Somnus, making this rotation through its...
Dragonlance, 1 raindrop charge. Oh, and the Shikuchi. Did he feel that coming? He's going to go right in on top of Chalice. Hello, Anti-Mage. What are you doing here? But he's got just enough mana to Shikuchi away, but they do get on top of him. Monet dead, thanks to Somnus with that Sanity's Eclipse. And meanwhile, Bane.
Yoink.
the purple panther sneaking and slinking around.
He's going to TP back and get his own? Or maybe he's just going to leave that for Chalice as well. You never know. Who, by the way, has pretty much got his Battle Fury finished. So not the fastest, but certainly not slow by any means.
It's honestly kind of incredible the way this game has been going and like feeling the pace of it from G2IG. Incredible that Team Turtle haven't bled out more. Like the way that they lost first blood, Yang's died a couple of times, Tier 1 towers have all dropped. It's only a 2k lead when it feels like it should be 5.
I think that's kind of by design, though, right? Like, IG, sure, they could have taken another fight. They've had split up for a little bit. But right now, Xnova's basically just walking around like this roaming observer ward, giving a little bit of extra space for the rest of his cores to farm, right? Like, we saw Monet farming in a fairly aggressive spot previously there, but JT, it's still going to be... Well, he's pretty much got his Radiance, actually, so I feel like it could be very shortly that they're about to start to make things happen. Maybe just wait for Nothing to Say to finish his BKB, because he's almost got his level 12 as well. So So I feel like that's the time for everything to start popping off here as X-Nova, again, roaming ward, just protecting the the bounty rune, just giving Nothing to Say every little bit of efficiency that he needs so that they're not missing this big timing that they have.
Yeah, it should be a really nice confluence of timings, right? Deso Weaver, BKB Razor, Radiance Brewmaster, Blink Tiny.
Blink Dagger Tiny.
You got all 4 of them lined up like perfectly. Now, something we've been talking about, the big difference between your top teams and your contenders very often is that synchronization of timings, making sure that you're all on the same page, kind of ready strategy-wise to play together when you need to. And it's all fair and good having, one player have an excellent time and get a very fast BKB, but if they're the ones, rushing in and your other players, your other heroes don't have their first item ready, you're just not going to be winning these fights.
It's just so understated. They're looking to try and find more, right? But
Planet
actually making a movement of their own.
Queuing the Hand of Midas.
Ooh.
All right.
Reed.
That's the way this game's going, huh?
Yeah. They looked to try and find out Monet as well on this top side, but they weren't successful in finding him. He was very conservative, playing around that rune. And there we go. They've got these big timings and a haste rune on the Razor as well.
Ooh, Blink Stomp. Have they got him? With the grip, in comes Baboka. Maybe saving the day, turning back on the PTO and Chalice as the Stampede will get them a bit of distance now. They've got the turn and run and hide. The move in from that Tiny is Chalice barely surviving on that TP home. And they do spend Stampede and Grip and Bedlam, but G2IG spending the split and time-lapse as well. A bit of back and forth there, and pretty much exactly what we said, right? Everything gets used, one hero dies.
Yeah, and I feel like Team Turtle should be very happy with that exchange, right? To only lose a Bane. Yes, you use a decent amount of stuff yourself, but I guess the fact that they didn't use the BKB on the Razor also leaves you feeling like, okay, well, at least we've still got this. We've still got the potential to be able to make plays. I mean, it's a support Tiny, right? All he needs is mana. And we were talking about the fact that he's got the Null Talisman. He's got the Royal Jelly as well, which is also just going to provide him with a little bit of that constant mana regeneration around the map. So that's really what I'm expecting to see. Just more groups up around Bobica, try and make plays with him. X-Nova, now it's his turn. He made a lot of the space previously, being that roaming ward, letting 3 heroes get into their items without losing anyone other than Monet that one time. If he can get into an Eternal Shroud, once again, it'll swing back the other way, right? X-Nova will once again be that ward. It'll be incredibly hard to kill him. And then where are Team Turtle supposed to farm?
What a world we live in where a position 5 Enchantress is rushing an Eternal Shroud. And Baboka is going to catch the Bane here as Picho stepped up in this northern jungle. Just under 2,000 net worth for the Bane. Half of the Enchantress's net worth really down in the dumps. Feeling quite sad for himself, but that's the life of a Bane here when you have OD anti-mage as your 2 cores. Nowhere really to play other than forward behind enemy lines to give that information.
I'm also just wondering as well, like, when are G2IG going to flick the switch and say, okay, well, actually, we want to try and take away Roshan. They don't have a tier 1 tower top to be able to bring reinforcements. We've still got the positional advantage of it being top side for the next minute and a half. And we've got a Weaver with Swarm and Desolator. Like, that is a lot of damage potential into Roche. Especially after they just picked off a hero and Willow was forced to TP back to base. But it seems like they just want to get into their next item first, feeling like, you know what, we've got the strength to be able to take fights now, but it's going to be on our terms as they're probably going to find Picho once again. Yeah.
Oh, the Terrorize. Finish them up. Oh, they saved the Bane.
The mid-air fear.
Oh, very nice. Keep the Bane alive. Let him get that passive income. Get him to 3k net worth, boys. Now, Danog, when do we have this conversation about AM? Because it's a good anti-mage game, right?
Yeah. It's a really good anti-mage game, just to be able to break away from a lot of this stuff. I do feel like he needs that BKB for himself, though, right? Like, everything that he's building right now is just to enable himself to farm, and of course a little bit of that, blink in, pop the Manta, burst damage potential with the Mana Void. Remember, he's still got that Mana Thirst as well that he's looking to play around with, so it's not much, but it's a little bit of synergy together with the Astral Imprisonment, right? The Mana Steal that they're able to do every single time that's being popped on the OD, so I'm interested to see when he feels like he's got the capability of joining. I feel like Manta is just going to put a little bit of extra pressure onto G2IG to maybe respond to some split push action that he might be looking to make for his own. But in terms of like, okay, I actually want to take a fight, that's going to wait until his next item after that.
The Bane.
I didn't know.
He really is. He really is like in my head, the Pink Panther slinking around. I've got the music playing in my head. And Chalice doing a similar thing up here, like kind of Benny Hill music for him. It's just sneaking and running, trying to hide in the trees. They are making G2IG really sweat and work for this net worth lead. Again, it's like a 5k lead. You're feeling good as G2IG. You're hitting your item timings, and you said it right. When are they going to flick that switch and go get Roshan, go get tier 2s? And it's kind of hard when you're being wave cut, split pushed. You look at this map, right? And you see Dire tier 1s are all alive. Radiant tier 1s all dead. Surely this map control and flow of the game should be G2IG all the way. It's just anti-mage things. Like, I think Bane's last couple of deaths in behind enemy lines have also set up nicely for it. But here we go. It's a slow Roshan, but they are going to take it, and this should give G2IG a good, firm grasp on the game now.
I mean, he was playing what I was talking about with the X-Nova role, right? Like, just roaming ward. That's all you need to be. Try and live for as long as possible. Give as much information as you can. Because despite the fact that, there were those 3 towers down, they were, a little bit behind in net worth on every single one of their cores. The net worth lead wasn't increasing for G2IG, right? It was basically staying the same. And yeah, they finally take the Roshan. It took a while for them to be able to do it, but they get it at the end of the day. And remember, this is with them taking 3 towers. So basically, it feels like that entire net worth lead is all in towers, right? If Team Turtle are able to keep this the same, and well, I mean, now you've even got like a Hurricane Pike for Somnus, so even more potential to be able to play against someone like a Razor or a Weaver in a lot of these engagements. Maybe now you can look to turn it around. I mean, I'm sure they probably don't want to try and fight into this Aegis. It's probably going to be another 4.5 minutes of, again, sorry, Picho, you're going to die again. You need to go out aggressively. You need to make sure that you're making space for the rest of the boys.
The hunt for the anti-mage. Trying to catch him, send Chalice away from this top lane as he's been a little pest.
To me, the most impressive thing that Chalice is doing is that he's doing this sort of stuff while also farming at the same time, right? Like JT, who might have found him, by the way.
But what's the order of operations here? Avalanche toss. Have they got the damage with the Centaur stomp? The follow through? Oh, just perfectly done there. G2IG catch the AM finally, grab him by the scruff of the neck and drag him out as down to bottom Picho.
Good, that
he's
damage.
Gonna nightmare up this Weaver. Grip him up. Monet looks like he's dead once at least. Then there's no more stuns. So they've got to leave. Cannot stick around.
But I mean, they're pushing 2 towers at that same time, right? Mid and top are both being addressed. So, you give up the Aegis. Doesn't feel that great, but you lose your core. You're getting the glyph popped. You're having 2 towers potentially pushed into. Even nothing to say holding off from straight up nuking the wave so that tower multi-shot wasn't going to be taking it out.
Yeah, and I guess thinking about the net worth,
like this could still go both ways, couldn't it, Gary?
Oh, for sure. Yeah, I mean, thinking about the net worth difference, it kind of feels, or a couple of minutes ago when it was that 3k, it felt like the difference was just the Centaur deficit rather than a G2IG lead. Now, Yang is still trying to kind of recover and has done in the last couple of minutes to get himself to around 10k, while G2IG, they're eyeing up this top lane again. And Baboko with nothing to say on that right-hand side, thinking about their entry, but not wanting to dive tier 2. They'll just farm through the Ancients here with JT, of course, having this Radiance Aghanim Scepter, the Aghanim Shard queued up next, and he's got the little buddy, the little friend, the pet to roam around, push waves, cause be a bit of a nuisance, we've seen this previously from him.
Yeah, and he's so understanding of what exactly needs to be done at every stage of the game, right? Teamfight about to break out, use the Storm Panda. Or if you just need to scout people out, need to shove lanes, Fire Panda. Need to hit towers, use the Earth Panda. But right now they feel like they've got the capability to fight.
Well, nothing to say, it has to BKB just to try and dodge a bit of that damage coming out of the OD.
Seems like they do feel like they really need that BKB to be able to play around with as well. Otherwise, they could have just rotated up top, maybe force another glyph out of them. You've got to be very careful in this day and age to pop that second glyph right after a tier 2 tower has gone down, because that gives you no high ground threat. And you know that it's not exactly the worst draft that they have to be able to go high ground themselves. We've mentioned the Aghanim Scepter on the brew, right? You can just use that Earth Panda to be able to do it. What are we chuckling about, Gary?
That's just this freaking Storm Panda, man. Like, AM's hitting a wave and JT cyclones him, so denies a creep, can't do it. Oh, Tormentor, man. A little close there for Planet. It's all good, all good. Bane gets the Aghanim Shard as this little Storm Brewling is scouting and cycloning people mid-farm. It's also like kind
Slows
of...
them down.
It slows them down, but it's kind of scary as well. Like, does someone else here say, hey, guys, I'm being gone on? You know, you don't know where the enemies are. Feasibly, if JT cyclones you, there's a, I don't know, 50-50 chance you're being run at.
Yeah, and I wonder, like, you got to make a decision as well on Team Turtle, right? Do you go for a play of your own, like they are right now with this smoke, or do you just put Picho behind Somnus, have him there as, like, that backup, that save, if he does indeed get initiated onto, as they might actually find Bobica here.
Poor Tiny.
Back away in time.
All out in the open. He wasn't expecting all four there. You know, you see the anti-mage, you think he's probably alone. I can stand and fight against him. Backed up by the rest of the crew. Oh, Chalice, 500 away from the Aghanim Scepter now. And the longer this game drags out, it feels the better the chances for Team Turtle are with these two very heavy scaling cores, with the OD and the Anti-Mage being, you know, supreme late-game heroes in this kind of match. And Planet's going to TP away from JT and X-Nova down bottom. Nothing really there to stop it from happening.
It's actually kind of nuts how much burst damage Bobica has now that he's finished up this Phylactery as well, by the way. And he's going into the Kanda. This is a position 4 Tiny, by the way. So, considering he's level 12, he's got the 250 toss bonus damage. He's also got the bonus landing damage from the crash landing, and he's got the 150 damage from the Phylactery whenever he's using it. And then he's going to be hitting with the tree grab and having avalanche and throwing the tree all at the same time. So, you have the potential to burst people for at least like 1200 damage in a lot of these fights. Having a look at the support's health. 1200's about all they got. One thing that is nice, though, about getting that Aghanim Shard for Picho means that when this Primal Split is being dropped in the fights, you have obviously a lot more targets to be able to get that Brain Sap off onto, so it does give you a little bit of extra safety net for yourself. Maybe you survive an extra couple seconds, can get an Enfeeble out. Honestly, Enfeeble on the Razor wouldn't be the worst, right? Both, if you're able to wait out the BKB timing, then you have much less length on the static link, you've got much less damage that you're able to deal pretty regularly. Feels quite nice.
That could be super handy. I'm just very impressed with Planet scaling here. You know, hand of Midas into the Philosopher's Stone. Might get caught out, though, with the Storm Panda
I don't think
on
they
his
saw
tail.
Chalice.
Chalice going to be safe on that left side. Does blink away. Avalanche toss combo going to kill off Planet as the static link will come out. Stampede, but into the Cyclone of JT. They've got blink here on the AM just to get back into base, though, so not a massive deal for Chalice to get away safely. A lot of damage gathered up by nothing to say there, though, so maybe a bit of a push on this tier 2 to finish it off.
Good positioning by Planet, though, right? He read the fact that, you know what, they're in the lead, they've got this advantage, they've got all their item timings, we haven't yet. And it's around the 28-minute mark where they're going to be trying to steal away a Wisdom Rune. So, may as well just look to play behind my Anti-Mage, and that ended up being what saved Chalice there. Didn't even get the other Wisdom Rune in exchange, right?
Oh, Yang. Where are you off to? The little Storm Panda not fast enough to get there.
Just trying to think when it's go time for Team Turtle, right? Like, what are they actually looking to wait for? Because
Minute 40.
Minute 40. It feels that way, honestly. Like, do they have even some tier 3 items for themselves? Okay, they've been able to pick up 4 of them.
This feels like a turbo game that's kind of been slowed down.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone is buying carry items. Everyone is scaling. Everyone is being given a lot of room, except for the Bane. Poor Bane down on the bottom.
There's always one that kind of has to be there. You're like, hey.
But, I'll buy a Glimmer Cape, I guess. I'll buy the Sentries. Yeah.
Get some D-wards, chop chop.
That's the job. How was that? A minute 30 until Roshan's back up. And could be up right now, though, so team's going to be vying for control around the pit pretty shortly. And it's about to turn daytime as well. So bottom right corner going to be a pretty marked war zone, as we do get a smoke out of Team Turtle coinciding with this.
D-warded. That bottom lane's really pushed in, though, so I feel like this might be given away. You know, if no one's defending that bottom lane, it's for a reason. It's because they're going for something, and they instantly go for a smoke on G2IG because of it. Maybe just sticking X-Nova in this lane, maybe as a little bit of bait, knowing how hard it is to be able to kill him.
Oh, the BKB straight up. Picho, 3 hits and he's dead. In comes the Tiny, sent skywards, but does toss around the Centaur. The OD, some tremendous damage. Slays Baboka as these impetus shots being launched out. Rainbow damage onto Somnus and Yang, backing themselves away. We've had the Tiny for the Bane trade, the buyback on Bane now, but it looks like JT's just going to cyclone the OD and run away with the rest of his team. Now 30 seconds until Roshan.
Yeah. JT still hadn't altered, though. That's the big thing, right? They've maintained this. They wanted to not give away too much of their team fight before a potential Roshan. Like you said, it's going to be 15 seconds until it's up. So maybe they can use this timing where you don't have BKB on Monet to be able to go into it. Now you just feel a lot more vulnerable in a lot of these engagements. They're going to be praying that Roshan comes up very shortly, as actually X-Nova may have gone a little bit too far forward.
Yang is in.
He got the natures off.
He's very tanky with a lot of healing. I mean, 1 hit from the OD is quite a bit of damage, but with the untouchable, you can't keep that going. Yang's going to break the swarm off of him. It's nothing to say. Steps up here, and in the back lines, JT has split. Trying to contend with the little Brewlings, stopping them and doing quite a bit of damage onto them. The Brewlings are dropping low, but Yang, he's dying inside the pit, trying to TP out, and it looks like he's successfully back in the fountain while they've got the grip on the Brewmaster here. Chalice trying to go to work on him. No mana left. The Mana Void will clear him out. Somnus will die, traded out for the kill on nothing to say, while Monet is still alive, fighting in with Baboka arriving onto Planet's Dark Willow to take her down. Chalice is now trying to fight basically 1 versus the world. Monet's running back with no mana remaining. Backed up by Baboka and X-Nova, and a 3v3 still here around the Roche pit, available for Team Turtle to maybe make their move again.
Maybe. I mean, Chalice has got the Aghanim Scepter, right? So he can just toss those Blink fragments out on the front line, keep burning Monet's mana. I think that was the big thing, right? He didn't have that BKB. He couldn't truly commit into the team fight along with the rest of the boys, and it just meant that they were able to get a little bit too much damage out on Somnus. He was really dishing it out, doing 4.5k in that fight, the most of anyone, and it just shows how quickly they were able to actually melt down JT's Brewmaster. He isn't quite yet into that level 20 talent. I assume he's going to go the Brewling's health as well. And of course, he's eventually working into that AC for himself as well, just to be able to survive a little bit longer against the Anti-Mage, because he was just getting cleaved down with all those Brewlings. And once again, Picho, the king of support positioning, is just able to get that Fiend's Grip off to enable them to get that kill.
Yeah, and Somnus with that Aghanim Scepter as well, just staying alive that little bit longer, thanks to this kind of tanky barrier that comes out of the Essence Flux now. Yeah, holding that high ground, using the terrain to their advantage, Team Turtle. Getting up to that Twin Gate spot and just launching Hellfire down on their opponents. Still, you kill the OD, you lose your Razor and your Brew. Bit of back and forth still, but this game being dragged out longer and longer. Team fights proving to be quite challenging for both sides, like we predicted in the draft, where, look at this. Yeah, win probability dead even pretty much in the middle there. 32 minutes into this game. I just don't know what it comes down to. We're going to get into a situation where AM is still continually split pushing. Roshan is still on the menu. Everyone has now respawned, but G2IG are the first ones to make the move back into the pit.
Yeah, I mean, clearly feeling like they've got the damage to be able to take it out. The one that I think might be the difference maker in these engagements is Baboka. Like, he is getting real scary for mine. He's level 15, he's got the Kanda and the Nemesis Curse as well, so having an extra 8% damage coming from that. And it's 75% of his attack damage that Kanda is being buffed up by. And this is a Tiny. When he's holding onto the tree, he's got what? Quick mass, 370 damage? That's a lot of damage that you're able to deal out in a burst fashion, and he's only just going to continue growing as well. Imagine once he hits into that, level 20, even just level 18 for the extra point in the grow.
He's becoming massive. But so's Planet. The 2 position 4s got 11,000 net worth on a Dark Willow, who is currently being hunted by the Brewling. But equally, JT being eyed up by an Anti-Mage with a double damage rune, blink fragments, a couple of illusions sent his way.
Yeah. Making it a little challenging, but someone's going to need to address with this bottom lane pushing in as well. It's going to be Somnus for now, who's working on his own BKB, so actually buys it up all at once. So not going to be a surprise reveal coming through here, but certainly one that might be required when you consider the risks of defending a high ground against a Tiny who can just blink in onto the back lines, get that toss back into the rest of the team. So annoying, isn't it?
Just freaking die.
Mm-hmm.
Did you not get any money from those? Or did he resummon one?
Not sure. Didn't see. He was busy just keeping his eye on the lane, but he's also got his level 20 and he's got his AC now. So I feel like JT is going to be feeling a lot more confident in being able to go out onto the map, as Chalice is actually going for a little bit of a hunt. He blinked aggressively himself.
Oh.
They don't have any lockdown for themselves, though.
He's just so tanky. Close to 3,000, well, pretty much 3,000 HP with strength treads. Can swap neutral items around here.
I don't know. I feel like if Tiny was there, Chalice just dies. It's just that they literally have nothing on the Razor, Enchantress, and Weaver to be able to lock him down. Not even a Glipnir. But they're not going to be able to move around that Wisdom Rune at the 35-minute mark. They will be under a little bit of danger of losing this bottom tower, especially as they go for the Tormentor for themselves. Just trying to increase your net worth a little bit. Very nice item for Chalice to be able to pick up, just become even tankier in the middle of these team fights. I was casting a game a couple of weeks ago with, I believe, Faith Beyond, and he got up to 10k HP on Centaur at like 40 minutes.
Yeah, you can get freaking monstrous from that hero. Still trying to defend this tier 3 against the familiar, the summons, the Brewlings. All coming in onto this tier 3 to bring it down. The glyph.
Oh, it's a late glyph.
A late one, a mistake there potentially.
Look at all the rally. Plus 6. 18 extra damage for JT's Brewling.
A blink stomp. Yang is in, and Enchantress and Weaver caught up by it. The damage trying to come through from the OD, but not enough. They'll clear out all the summons and the skeletons, but they've lost their lane of barracks now. Astral Imprisonment used up. Monet's going to get out of there with a Shikuchi. Baboka might be left stranded as they do BKB up on the OD and blink in with Yang again. The backline's Chalice. He's aiming for nothing to say. Monet, the time lapse, back away. BKB'd up now as they cyclone the anti-mage. But Chalice, he's on the chase. Charging in with a bash, catching out the Razor. Monet's going to come out of the Shikuchi in a second. Another cyclone here. Buying time for G2IG to try and disengage. A bit of a static link out of nothing to say, but the damage is too much from this OD and AM to kill him off. You've got a lane of barracks. You lose your Razor and your Tiny, but you do get Monet's Weaver out of there.
You do, and importantly, it's the real carry of this game, Insomnus. I know it sounds weird to say when you've got an anti-mage that you're playing around, a level 24 anti-mage, by the way, but look at just the damage numbers. They don't lie. Kneeling dealing 7,000 damage on Somnus's OD. Picks himself up both of those kills as well, so he's going to have a Parasma now. Even more damage to be able to potentially lay out. What I want to see from him after that is just go straight into the Scythe of Vice. They need a little bit more control.
22.2k damage out of this OD. Pretty monstrous stuff from Somnus.
But you just see how easy it is for them to, like, siege high ground, right? You've got the AC, you've got potentially these rally skeletons, you've got the Earth Panda, not just the one from the Aghanims, but from the Primal Split as well. That's all JT was worried about, is just keep that hero hitting into the tower, because it's also got that permanent debuff immunity, right? So you can't actually look to stun it all that effectively.
Yeah, I wouldn't even call it a siege, honestly. It's just a blitz, you know? You just run up, you kill the buildings, you're in and out. There's nothing to stop it.
And anyone that does try and respond is going to be targeted by Bobica as well. Oh man, ooh, they're not going to miss this DD rune, are they?
They walk straight past
look
it.
at the difference.
Baboka's leading out. JT X Nova right behind them. Chalice. Oh, Yang. Centaur's the one to get caught. Tosta, he's got the Stampede a bit of distance now as they turn back with Yang and Chalice to try and kill off Baboka. The damage is coming and the Tiny will die as Yang survives, at least for now. X Nova going to turn here, able to tank through the AM's damage while Monet clears out the Centaur at long last. Team Turtle, though,
is gone.
They've got their OD all cycloned up here. Can they save Somnus? Pebbles being thrown at him. He's being dragged back by the Void Spirit, but it looks like G2IG are the ones who are actually afraid of this. Both teams were scared there to fight.
This is what I was talking about in the draft, right? It's just like you're wanting to bait out all of these spells. Hopefully you can, like, one bad BKB usage can honestly turn around these team fights. Even potentially that double damage rune, right? Could that have influenced things? Could they have been able to blow up Yang before he's able to get too far away with the Stampede, and while they've got their own BKB still running, actually turn in onto this OD, this anti-mage? Even just the fact that they found out the Centaur instead of the anti-mage first is such a big deal.
Oh, a mind breaker for Chalice. That's not too bad. Level 25 anti-mage. He's currently holding his Vampire Fangs, a tier 2 neutral item. What's it? Life Steal and Vision?
For the night vision. Yeah.
To see when people are coming.
Minute or so.
So you can blink away or throw a fragment on them.
Very clever.
Well, now he swaps it out. The Satanic is queued up next. I mean, he is top of the net worth, 27k. Like we were saying, a pretty nice anti-mage game as he is 1-1 and 7.
Bro, he sent it back and he's instantly bringing it back to himself on the courier. I think he
On the
realizes that
vampire
it's still
fangs?
nighttime. Yeah. But by the time it gets there, maybe only useful for another 10 or so seconds. It's not like he needs the bag space.
Like he had a pretty good tier. Yeah, he had Elven Tunic as his tier 3 item because we noticed that when he was swapping it out, opting just to keep the Vampire Fangs over them for the majority of the night time. Yang now going for his Eternal Shroud. A blink up for the OD. Just layer on layer of itemization here from both teams as we see a Scythe of Vice finished up by the Brewmaster and being delivered to JT. Team fight winning items coming out. Refresher all being worked on by Nothing to Say. Monet.
And it's going for Octarine as well. I think he had a Scythe of Ice queued up for quite a long time, but I don't mind the Octarine either. You know, just to much more frequently cause a lot of issues with these Bramble Mazes in team fights. Have Bedlam up every, well, it won't be 30 seconds, it'll be like, what, 25, 22, something like that? But I just do feel like both teams probably lack just a little bit of that control. If you can just get that tiny bit extra, it could be the difference maker, especially now that these BKBs are starting to wear a little bit low.
God, we're going back.
Somnus is still at 8 seconds. Is pretty huge, Gary.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he can cause a lot of problems. They're smoked up here.
Oh, they're going in.
Playing right into Chalice, who starts things off on X-Nova. A Blink Stomp from Yang will set up a kill on the Enchantress, who's now dead for 60 seconds. And Chalice playing the entire game basically like alone.
But he had the boys straight after him to be able to back up, even using Stampede, I feel like, for the first time offensively this entire game as well. So, to me, the meter has swung a little bit more in Team Turtle's favor now.
It's minute 40, Danog. What did I tell you?
True.
It's their time to play.
Be a little careful here, but too many boys have backed off. Chalice has gone back to be able to deal with this 40-minute creep wave with the double siege. He needs to make sure that he's clearing it up very quickly, though, if he does want to join the rest of his team down on the bottom side of the map, because Roshan's coming up in a minute 20. It will spawn on the bottom side, and both teams know it. So this is where things like JT with his Earth Panda, he would rather it be the Fire Panda just to be able to push it out, but if no one addresses this, he will siege the high ground. And that's the issue that they have, right? You probably don't want to pop a glyph for it, but you're going to be forced to.
Just no commitment. A little Earth Panda getting out there and getting the job done. Go on, my son.
Nova just wants to... He wants to convert any creep and just send it into the Roche pit. They just need a little bit of information.
Here we go. Smoke breaks. Blink Stomp. 2-3. Call down. Enchantress about to die. Babok is tied, nearly dead as well. Somnus pops BKB. Look at the grip on the Razor. That's the big one. Left-hand side of the fight. They're going to blow up. Nothing to say. A double kill for Somnus, turning on these Brewlings. Monet has to run. Babok is bailing out of there. And JT, is that the last one left? He'll pop out of it now, but dead nonetheless. A triple kill for Somnus. Massive for Team Turtle. They got Baboki. What's he doing? He's trying to pretend to be the ice cap on top of Mount Everest, but he's been melted and thawed by Somnus with the Ultra Kill.
Ultra Kill indeed, and once again, tips being given to the man himself, the one that is making all of this happen. Brings himself up to level 25 as well, so you were worried about his damage previously. Now he's even got more of that mana pool to damage from the Arcane Orb. And also, JT, he brought his Brewling back, so it's not like they were able to even make something happen around that top lane of Rax. They weren't able to push into it all that aggressively. Really nice initiation again onto the Enchantress, right? It's all just about finding that quick burst onto her before you're able to get too many stacks of that Eternal Shroud building up.
Yang having 39 minutes of pain and suffering, and now, 42 minutes into the game, makes that massive jump with a 3-man stomp. Beautifully done. Chalice now straight back into split pushing. Map control, the name of the game now, as they've got Aegis in the hands of the OD with a Refresher Shard.
The needle has swung, Gary. Look at that win probability. It has been sitting, 50-50, slightly favored towards G2IG for the majority of the game, but it's up to like 74-75%. Crazy. What you can do if you just don't get punished effectively enough. They did a really good job, once again, to clear out all the tier 1 towers really early on. They got into those key items for themselves, but it just felt like there wasn't that solid progression after that. I feel like they had the recipe for it, but it just didn't all come together.
Oh, it's this age-old anti-mage problem, right? You've killed him once, yeah, but you didn't really stop him from farming, weren't able to stop him effectively when he was split pushing. You know, Tiny, your only real catch and kill hero there. A severe lack of disable coming out of G2IG has made this the perfect anti-mage game. You know, we saw it coming at the end of the draft. We knew what was going to happen with these scrappy back and forth fights, and the clock that G2IG are, you know, kind of on here. Once we have another, 10 minutes of this game, it feels like a foregone conclusion, basically, with this OD and anti-mage. Swinging points, potentially, these kind of sides of Vice coming up for G2IG, that additional layer of lockdown so you can actually unload Monet's damage. Monet's had a good game, I want to say. 7-1-2. He's itemized nicely. He's up there in terms of net worth. But in team fights, he hasn't felt like a hero that's, nothing to say as well. Both of these ranged cores have really struggled to stick on the AM, to find the OD, because they've got Blink, they've got Hurricane Pike, they've got Stampede.
Yes, and when's the last time they actually found an initiation onto anyone but Yang, I think, is the other thing that's also a factor, right? He is by far the tankiest person on that team. Even just holding onto a rattle cage, right? Not even just for the armor, but for a little bit of slow that you're able to dish out. You know, you set up the team fight a little easier for the rest of the team, and then just auras on auras on auras on tankiness, even with the double-edged shard as well, right? To be able to give himself that little bit of an extra barrier. Somnus, he went and bought himself an Arcane Blink. He's just trying to stack intelligence at this point. You know, the little bit of extra mana and health that you get every time you blink and the lower cooldown, it's nice, but he just knows that he's chunking down a lot of these heroes. That's
Incredible
role in
damage.
this game. It does feel like G2IG, as you would be, are a little bit rattled, right? Like Bobika, he's got an Assault Cuirass built, queued up for himself. JT's already got one. There's no need for you to be able to go into this next. You know, they just need another way to be able to, find more reliable initiation. Maybe it's an Aghanim Scepter for the Tiny, right? Maybe you need to play around trees a little bit more.
Monet, he's dead. No, he's not. Time-lapse BKB will get him out. I thought the Centaur was coming faster, but Monet has managed. Oh, hang on. The hits out of the Shard. Oh, no. They've griefed him. The Shard has griefed the Weaver. Gives away his position. Still going to try and get away from this, but Chalice and Yang are on his tail. Sansed up, stunned, and killed, and Monet's dead. 100 seconds, but with buyback available, all under that Planet Observer ward.
I'm just having a look at the vision that G2IG have to play around with right now. Map is dark, and dark is an understatement. They've just been able to take control of this entire side. There's nowhere that he can go, and perhaps just going a little bit too far forward underneath a pretty obvious cliff.
I'm sorry, we've Aghanim Shard. I didn't mean to flame you. It was the Observer Ward. As they do blink in with a tiny toss back onto Somnus. The OD caught. He's tanky with that barrier up, and he does have the Aegis, of course, with a second life here. Nothing to say, though. Almost just dying to the anti-mage as he tries to stand his ground. And now Somnus blinks away. High ground push halted, at least for now, but a new wave is arriving with the Roshan's banner. They're all glyphed up and making their way towards the barracks. As G2IG, 5 alive, buybacks ready on Tiny and Enchantress. It feels like they've got to make a move here. They're glyphing up and buying a little bit of time for themselves. Where is Baboka? He's in that top tree line, trying to find his angle, but Yang's the one to make the first move onto X-Nova.
The BKB.
Blowing up the Enchantress. She's dead. With buyback, can return to the fight. Baboka still smoked up and looking for his angle of entry here, but Chalice is so strong. Stands there, punches a couple of times, then blinks away. Loses his courier in the foray, but an anti-mage cyclone, but then what? He's got 3,000 HP. His magic resistance is like, 70% or something through the roof. This tanky hero is just so difficult to contend with.
I was thinking maybe they could, once again blink Avatos back into the base, into probably a Brewmaster stun. He still had the Primal Split going at that time. He's got a Scythe of Vice as well on JT, so I feel like they've got the potential to be able to lock down Chalice if they find him, but they just didn't want to take that risk. They know that they're one bad team fight from just losing it all. Even 3 bounty runes for them to be able to claim. They haven't been playing on their side of the map. That's always an indication of like the status of the game, right? Like, where are the bounty runes? If the aggressive team just has about 50 on their side of the map, it just means that the lane has been pushed so aggressively constantly that you're always able to control the equilibrium, are able to control a lot of this map control as well, as they finally look to put down a few of these observer wards at least, so they can now leave their base on G2IG. It's that Roshan that they're going to be fighting for, but again, I just feel like they've delayed a few of these big timings for themselves. Not getting into Scythe of Ice a little bit earlier. Brewmaster only now just about to finish up a BKB for himself. Feels like it perhaps could have come a little bit while ago.
I wonder if Monet's smiling now. Because he had a good old chuckle when that Anti-Mage was picked, you know? We could kind of feel the vibe of, oh, they picked Anti-Mage, we're going to outpace them. This AM's not going to do much. And Chalice, 2-1-11. Not many kills, but his impact has been tremendous. Well, he's 6 slotted now. Like, what does he do next? Buy a shard? He's going to swap MKB in for his Moon Shard, I guess?
I guess so. And they're just not protecting themselves from getting gone on here. TP forced back from JT. He wanted to be just still pushing in on that top lane, just to try and force any sort of defensive movement to be able to come out, and very nicely done. Just that power of the Enfeeble, it's got such a long cast range, especially when you've got the Aether Lens to play around with. He pops the Lincolns on Nothing to Say, so they can't even consider joining these team fights.
It's a classic spot for Radiant to play from as well. Pivot from mid to bot, push 2 lanes at the same time, and of course, ideal that they have already taken top lane barracks. Yes, the Dire Wave is near the Radiant base, but that's naturally going to push all the way back out again. And you're defending the lane of barracks that G2IG have already taken. It's just the perfect spot here for Team Turtle to play from, smoke from. And yeah, there's the lot. I was just going to say, the opportunity here for the kind of wraparound into the enemy base. They've drawn the arrow to go in through that top lane and try and get in behind G2IG. Because if you can catch some of these heroes like the Weaver who bought back, that's game over. If Monet dies before he can get his BKB off, Throne just dies. And they might just have it here. If they can find him, if they can see him, the smoke breaks. Oh, Monet, the Blink Stomp, Yang's in, the Sanity Eclipse drops, the damage, it comes in. Monet's dead for 2 minutes time now. The race is going to fall on Team Turtle. I think they've just about bloody done it. G2IG getting slapped around in their own base. Maboka's going to fall here, and a double kill for Chalice into GG. 51 minutes. It took them a while, but Team Turtle with a greedy scaling draft absolutely handled G2IG in the long run.
They made it work. They made it work in a big way. Somnus is the one that's going to take a lot of the credit, but I think Chalice as well. He was so good at being able to not only keep up in farm, not only finish with top net worth on his entire team, but he was stopping JT from doing anything as well. You know, we've seen how annoying that Brewmaster can be if you're able to, just leave him alone a little bit, allow him to split push. They felt like they knew they were on a timer, right? They knew they needed to address this anti-mage, but he was getting away, farming, stopping the Brewmaster from doing anything. I think Chalice is the one that really won this game for them. Him, Picho, and Somnus, really a trio of effectiveness coming through from them.
Yeah, and this Dark Willow hero, we've got to we've got to have an intervention, I think, because what is it now? 17 picks. I mean, it was 81.25% win rate. My math is not very good, so I don't know how that.
Let's say 84.
Like 80, 83, yeah, 82 and a half, something like that. It's just absolutely incredible. Planet showing a bit of a different item build here with that Midas into Yule's Octarine core, scaling and greeding it out. But just watching back some of these fights, G2IG and Turtle. We knew it at the end of the draft how kind of scrappy and back and forth it was going to be. But once it got later and later, we didn't have that mess. We had the very clean Blink Stomp initiations, the kind of dangling and baiting of the anti-mage, and Team Turtle with the perfect game plan to force G2IG to make missteps.
I was asking it around that 45-minute mark, right? When was the last time that IG were able to get onto anyone but the Centaur at the start of these fights? And that was when they were making aggressive moves. Everything else, it felt like it was Team Turtle, the ones to be able to make that jump because they could find those big explosions of damage onto Monet, like you just saw there, deleting him with the dieback. I think this is completely different game if they're able to find Picho, if they're able to initiate onto him, because he's the one that has the lockdown for the Razor in particular. Razor just felt like a non-factor once it got past, I would say, around 30 minutes, right?
Yeah.
Because he was never able to get that static link onto people, and you had multiple avenues to be able to escape when, even when he was able to try and get on there. And I don't know, it just felt like it's one that they've let slip away. G2IG were in the driver's seat to be able to take that one out, but it's just the experience coming to the front of multiple-time TI finalists.
They snatched defeat from the jaws of victory kind of deal, where they were the ones leading out. Again, going back to Monet, who was like 7-1-1 for the majority of that, towards the end of that game. Then 2 of those deaths towards the very end, it kind of led to him faltering. Had a good game, but was just never allowed to convert his net worth into damage and impact. Now, of course, we see the big man himself, Somnus, the middle lane, Outworld Devourer, an early picked hero as well. It was like third picked, right? Something that Team Turtle have been putting a lot of priority on is this Somnus carry from mid. And I think, thinking back to the bans, who did they focus on? They focused on Chalice, right?
They focused on Chalice. Yeah, there was CK. There was Anti-Mage, Shadow Fiend as well. I think maybe Clockwork was banned on top of that. So a lot of respect being given. Maybe the Chen was another one that got removed there. But
Turtle banned the Chen.
Turtle banned the Chen, yeah. So a lot of stuff coming through there. But it just seems like you can't focus onto anyone in particular on this team. Like, we haven't seen an anti-mage at all. And I feel like Chalice, who, he became known as an offlaner. Like, that was his main role. Of course, very capable on position 1, as we saw here. But you've got so many different heroes who are so proficient in a multitude of roles, as well as their core position, that how are you supposed to deal with this? Yesterday, it was Planet. That was, taking a little bit of vengeance against LGD. Not necessarily vengeance for this series, but I feel like Team Turtle, they really want to set themselves up for that date against Azure.
Oh, they absolutely do, and they're a step away from doing it now. Game 1, a victory for Team Turtles. We'll take a quick break and come back with game number 2.
The official headset of PGL tournaments. Now, with a wireless version. Experience unparalleled speed and reliability with the latest wireless technology, advanced hybrid ANC, and built-in EQ for your favorite game. Designed with elegance and durability, and extreme noise-canceling microphone. Always stay one step ahead with Aspire Wireless.
Welcome back, folks, as we return to the road to the international here with the Chinese regional qualifiers. Game 1. An absolutely beautiful display of Dota 2 there with an anti-mage last pick and Team Turtle making it work. Somnus, Danog, the carry from the mid lane, perfectly played by the supports. And G2IG, I feel like this is one of those morale-busting moments where you think, we're in the driving seat, our draft can work, and then it literally gets to minute 40 and lights out.
Lights out, and I feel like there's a knock at the door. The Grim Reaper is coming for G2IG. They're still lossless at the moment on Team Turtle right now. They've been able to, go through a few of the meme stacks, few of the tier 2 teams, and then, like we were saying before, they took out LGD, and is G2IG next on the hit list? We will have to wait and see, because, you talk about a morale loss coming through from G2IG. How confidence boosting would that be? Not just for this series, but if they're able to take it out, to be able to say, hey, we were in no chance of being able to win that game 30 minutes in, and we were still able to just delay it out, and hit our timings. We've got a good understanding of the map. We've got a good understanding of how each other like to play the map so that we can hit these later things. And just to touch on your point as well about Somnus, the carry from the mid lane, yes, he can play the Shadow Fiend, the TA, the OD, like we've seen. But what I love best is those mid laners that don't have just one style that they can play. We've seen him go absolutely bonkers on the Puck, on the Storm Spirit, on the Ember
DK.
On a DK. Like, what are you supposed to do against this man? I don't think you can ban for him. You need to ban for the matchup in particular. Yeah, and if that means, like, leaving your pick as, the one that comes after his, so be it. Like, that kind of is what they tried to do this game, right? It was a Razor after the OD, but it just wasn't enough.
I genuinely think that both teams here in this game are going to ban like 6 supports between them, right? Like Chen, Venge, Witch Doctor, Phoenix, Clockwork, Dark Willow. That's 6 already. And maybe add in a couple more there as well, because these support heroes, they have been so meta-defining so far in these Chinese qualifiers. You might get left with, Pugna, Ancient Apparition, Jakiro as 3 kind of fruity picks, with Tiny Enchantress, for Team Turtle, Tiny Enchantress and Disruptor as the 3 going the other way. But yeah, support heroes have just been such a dictating force in the draft in particular. Dark Willow and Clockwork, I think in particular, have looked so good. Yeah.
And I just love the way Picho plays 5, man. I told it to you during the break, but it's just like, when you don't have net worth of your own, as we see him wearing these Asta jersey, by the way, ex-teammate of Bobica. So I think that's just a little bit of, friendly ribbing. There's not the same sort of, vitriol, I guess is the best way that you could put it, between like Poyoyo and FY. There was a lot of arguments back on Vici Gaming. That's why, there was a little bit of question marks coming out when Team Zero were able to take down Azure yesterday. This is just, it's a couple of years in the past. I think they left on pretty reasonable terms. As we have a look through some of the other jerseys as well, we see Somnus. I think he's, like we've been saying, he's wanting that Azure matchup, right? They obviously bringing them to some really good results over the past couple of years, but he's wearing their jersey. He's ready to be able to say, you know what, I might not be on this, funded roster anymore. I might just be stacking with the boys, but I've still got it. Something about those cat ears headphones users, Gary, that just makes them want to wear another jersey.
I'm just trying to think. It's like some kind of parallel with Yato and his haircut. I think JT had a haircut last night as well, because he's looking very fresh and clean. Get yourself prepared for this series. Look at them there, nice fade down the side, as we do get ourselves the Dark Willow ban and a Witch Doctor first pick for Team Turtle.
Very much a different style, right? Like, you're going to be more exposed in a lot of these team fights, especially if you're going into this like Voodoo Restoration style. Voodoo Festoration, I think is what it's called when you go the facet for it. So clearly Team Turtle feel like it's a really strong hero to be able to play around. It's a lot of that AoE damage that you're going to need to build stuff like a pipe into. It means that you need to pick like a support that's able to stay super far at range and capable of trading with it. But I just don't know if there is too many that can actually do it while also not griefing your position 1, just keeping them in the range of getting punched. So we'll have to see what they choose to go for. Clockwork, sure, why not? Maybe just burning the Witch Doctor's mana is the way that Super feels is the best way to be able to deal with it.
And looking back, G2IG have only played Clockwork once in these playoffs, because it's been banned pretty much every other time, and it was a victory against Team Zero, so at least they've got that going for themselves. I was wondering how much of a drastic change Super is thinking about making here. Seeing which Doctor picked up, knowing how game one went. You don't want to go back to the drawing board and say we're going to completely change everything. You've got to have trust in your system and your draft and stuff, right? But maybe there's a pocket strat they've got prepared they can pull out.
Maybe. I mean, again, what I like about the clock is that versatility, right? Like, you really do restrict the types of laners that you can pick. You don't want anyone that's too mana reliant, and you're not locking it into a position 4 or a position 5. It could still be either. That's one thing that I really did like about their draft previously, right? They were in solid control of the game for the first 30 minutes. It's just that they weren't able to progress into that next timing that they really needed. And I think it just comes down to the avenue of initiation. It's what was the undoing of LGD when they came up against Team Turtle, just having only one way to enter these team fights. I feel like if they had something like a Clockwork instead of an Enchantress, for example. Ench did provide a lot, so it's nothing against what Xnova did, but imagine if they were able to use the Rocket to find the Bane in that previous fight, and they actually lock him down, prevent the Fiend's Grip onto the BKB Razor before any of the cores on Team Turtle were truly ready to fight, I feel like that's something that initiation just helps you win games, especially if it's not predictable initiation.
Yeah, just guaranteed entry into the fights. Clockwork brings you a hell of a lot of that. Well, this next round of bans. Lifestealer, Kotl. One more to go for G2IG. And yeah, most contested heroes here. So Clockwork a pick. TA
100%.
ignored.
Clockwork's the only 100% hero then, right?
Yeah, I guess so. It's either banned or it is picked. It's never ignored, right?
Mm-hmm. Good. This hero was little brother to Tusk for way too long, in my opinion. I love Clockwork. It's just so many capabilities for these big flashy plays. You saw me pop off when PYW got that Aegis steal yesterday. It wasn't enough for LGD to take the W, but you're still able to make that sort of thing happen if you've got the individual skill for it.
Yeah, he was one of the first heroes that kind of created the whole flex transition kind of stage of Dota, where Clockwork was always a position 3. Like back in the day, early days of Dota 2, he was pos 3, and that was
the TI13.
No questions about it. Your cog blocking, your dire side cog blocking the wave to trap them in the trees. If anyone remembers that old strategy, Bone 7 and the boys doing that kind of thing, and then just initiation hero. But then that realization that all you need is level 6, all you need is a few levels and a boot, and your Clockwork is fine. And that kind of move away to a support hero showed that you can do it with a lot of other heroes as well. And now we've got Kotl who plays mid or support, Gyrocopter 5, that kind of stuff.
Weaver.
Yep.
Tiny, legit core support flex. So they're going to go the hero that is capable of trading quite well with the Witch Doctor, right? That's what they wanted. They just don't want to get up into melee range for it. Also, it does mean that you're probably going to not hit this huge mass of timings. You're going to at least need 1 point in the paralyzing cask to be able to deal with the Enchantress and whatever creep Xnova feels like is needed. I mean, a mana burn creep obviously would be ideal for him to be able to lane up into this. And we get a DK. So again, another one of these heroes that I feel like Team Turtle could just put into any one of their lanes because you have the capability to carry from the mid lane. Somnus, of course, is very comfortable with it. And Yang, he's played a little bit more of a sacrificial, just tank up beefy style. And this Muerta kind of keeps them guessing as well, right? You don't know where exactly it's going to be. Maybe just denying it away from the from G2IG. I mean, we've seen Muerta Clockwork be a really nice combination together.
Yeah, it's been a good pairing. Then you've got that kind of magic damage, right, coming into a DK who could suffer from it. I'd probably argue this is their off lane with DK and Muerta together, just because, yes, Somnus can play Dragon Knight, but I would much rather this be either Chalice DK or Yang DK. And now the Muerta's picked, it's DK Muerta seems pretty good with the stuns and the damage they've got from that off lane. But like you're saying, everything's flexible as we get ourselves the nothing to say Tinker coming out. So what, he's playing into DK with the Blink stun, but so far nothing that really deals with the Tinker.
Yeah, I mean, well, the calling is kind of weird, right? Maybe that is actually going to be a pretty significant deal to be able to address him. I mean, the big change to him, of course, is that you don't have Rocket anymore. It's just all about the March of the Machines. It's all about, playing a little bit more about getting into the early Shrink Ray, for example. And even just the 40% status resist, God, what's it even called? The temporal field or something like that? There's something about translocator that Tinker has these days. I am not a Tinker player myself.
I used to be,
the
but
defense matrix and the translocator. It just feels really nice. Basically, you prevent yourself from getting chain lockdown, right? Like if Centaur gets onto you, uses double edge, and then stuns, you're just going to blink forward, not be stunned, and potentially just his positioning is so solid that if he's in that sort of position, he's going to, for example, try and force himself up a cliff, for example, just to try and get away from the aggression that's coming in onto him.
Yeah, I mean, it can be one of these spots where, you know, picking a Tinker like this in game 2 when you're game down, it can be a little bit of pressure on nothing to say, right? This is a do or die moment. This is your time to shine. You pick the Tinker for you. You've got to really show off on it.
Gary, is this a Faceless Void game for Team Turtle? I feel like it would be a pretty good one to be able to bring out here. I mean, you lock down the Tinker, you can have all the defense matrices in the world that you want. If you're inside that chronosphere, it's rough. If you're getting even the time dilation, that's the one I'm looking for on a Tinker, really devastating for that.
I mean, I think you ban Void and AM here as G2IG. Right?
Yep. Could certainly see it.
Don't let them have anti-mage again.
No. It's even just, it's such a good combination together with the Witch Doctor and the Leshrac and the Muerta, right? You can really rain down the damage inside of that chronosphere.
Yeah, it's like this time, yeah, you got Centaur to add a bit of extra stun on top of the clockwork, but yeah, you're dealing with Tinker and Enchantress, who are pretty easy heroes to play around.
I mean, if you're not straight up killing the Void in the lane, you can just time walk away, right? Who cares about the cogs? You just get out of it pretty easily.
They're expecting here carry DK with the Witch Doctor, and this Muerta is actually going to be paired up with a different offlane hero, looks like, with a Doom ban.
I think they're just trying to address what could cause issues for the Tinker. And, you know, I think they actually had a Doom when they were playing yesterday against it, but it still just wasn't enough to be able to deal with him. Night Stalker as well kind of fits that same sort of role, right? Just that consistent silence is going to be the thing that causes the issue. And I'd probably say Night Stalker is the bigger issue because status resistance or not, you're silenced, you know, if you're underneath it. So that's kind of the same sort of mentality that I have with Faceless Void. You can have all the status resistance and barriers and blah, blah, blah in the world. If you're in Chrono, you're in Chrono. There's nothing that's going to be able to save with these supports. Even the Stampede, right, isn't going to be able to create that safety net.
They go with a Razor. Still keeping things...
Wanting to pick up the tempo a bit more.
And very, very open as well, just keeping things quite flexible, depending on this last pick from G2IG. We're looking for Monet's hero. Laning with an Enchantress into, you know, a DK Muerta lane, a Razor Muerta lane. You're not quite sure who you're playing against. So, like, picking a lifesteal is banned, but picking, like, a melee hero into the potential Razor lane is very sad. But then picking a ranged hero into a DK Muerta lane is also kind of spooky.
I mean, is it a Bloodseeker going up against a Lesh Razor? It feels a little greedy. Well, I guess Tinker doesn't really need that much time to be able to come online, especially with how good Nothing to Say is on this hero, but he's certainly going to be relying on that individual skill to be able to create that little bit of a buffer. Like, it needs to be something that either stops people from moving or is able to get that break, be able to disengage from fights. I don't think you can just rely on the Centaur and, you know, maybe the cogs to help you out there.
Oh, there's the Wind Ranger.
Disengage.
Okay, nice. Yeah, I was looking at, like, Monet's played Weaver, like, 4 games in a row now. I was like, oh yeah, Weaver would have been pretty nice, but Wind Ranger going to come in here. A potential there to play back and forth away from the Razor, away from the Leshrac. An additional stun as well to help out your Tinker. That's something you're always looking for. So now you've got 4 stuns, you know, with an Enchantress creep, of course, helping out.
Position 1 DK as well. So, I mean, it's a lot of ways to be able to keep people locked down inside of that Maledict with the Voodoo Festeration as well. So could really be in danger on Bobica here in the laning stage as well. Like, if he tries to go too far forward and if he gets a stun or two, he can really start to cop a lot of this damage coming back the other way. Even JT probably isn't going to be able to save him. All eyes for me is just going to be on this mid lane. Like, it really feels like a matter of pride coming through from both of these guys, right? Somnus, I thought, he was struggling, certainly, in that first game at the very beginning. Nothing to Say was just bodying him. He was at the bottom of the net worth by quite some way, but the supports. It was a real team performance to be able to allow him to get a little bit more of that farm for himself. I think he only died like once, maybe twice the entire game. And I feel like that was just an understanding of what every single person needed in game number one. For Team Turtle, it was to delay the game out. This time, it's a little bit different in my eyes, right? Like, you've got the tools to be able to go early, but honestly, even going late, not looking like a bad draft for Team Turtle relative to what G2IG have.
Yeah, you have a real solid tricore, right, with scaling. And this is kind of leading me into my question to you now. You know, second pick versus first pick. We had that swap around where, of course, G2IG with the last pick now. Did the Wind Ranger prove to be like a bit of a gotcha pick? Is this Wind Ranger, you know, remedying a draft that was already faltering? How do you feel about that whole situation playing out?
I mean, I'm not as far as Slack's level, but I'm not a fan of the Wind Ranger 1 at all. I just feel like it's a little bit too narrow-minded. I think there are certain situations where it can be good when you're going up against something like a Viper, for example, that can really just crush it, both in the lane as well as in the early parts of the game. But it's just one of those heroes that there's such a small window for error, basically, right? Like, if you screw up a couple of these ganks and you fall behind, you don't have that same farming potential as a Razor, as a Leshrac, even a DK, right? If he's looking to start to take away a bunch of your towers, you're going to have very little parts of the map to be able to farm around.
At least Death War doesn't have True Strike anymore, so Wind Ranger's going to be all right with that.
Small miracles.
Yeah, little victories. Looks like we're going to have a delayed smoke from both teams, though, this time. Neither of them smoking out their base. Enchantress holding one over on G2IG side, and Picho holding the other one over on the other. Holding on that Dire Ancient's high ground area, coming down out of the map as Clockworks. What is that? Eternal Machine Head, Immortal Clockwork items? Yeah, he's gorgeous, isn't he? But they're going to crash into each other as these smokes meet. Chalice on the far right-hand side, breaking it there, but not getting scouted. Ping's coming out, and they're going to avoid each other, it looks like.
I mean, imagine if they placed a ward up on the high ground. He was dead. He was far away from the rest of the team. Obviously, very tanky hero, but at this stage of the game, 5 on 1, it's always going to result in the kill to the 5. Really feels like there's just... Oh, dodge one.
And another.
Yeah.
Gets the bounty rune, though.
There's no question as to which is the best spell now, in my opinion, to start off with a Clockwork. Battery Assault used to be the one. You had to build a little bit more for the movement speed. You still do, kind of, just because having the Windlace means that you can get into position to be able to punch the cogs forward and get that mana burn probably twice onto these targets that you want, whereas without the Windlace, you're just a little bit slow. Sometimes the cog doesn't reach its desired position quite as easily. But yeah, I just want to see him spamming this out. Particularly onto the Witch Doctor, right? Like, you need to try and drain him away before he can get this Voodoo Festeration going against you.
God, I can't help but think of Jenkins whenever you say that. The festering Voodoo Festeration. Fester was one of his favorite words for a long time. Well, yeah, definitely eyes on that mid lane as we do see Nothing to Say Tinker, the specialty hero brought out for the signature player. And he's undergone a few changes like you were talking about in the draft there, as we do have that return of the March of the Machines. Everyone's favorite, bringing us back to the old days when we used to have universal damage, ancient farming with a Tinker, as we do lose JT to that Witch Doctor. Man, that's a lot of damage out of Maledict and just the hits from him and Chalice.
I mean, if you're afraid to move on forward, that means that... I mean, Maledict was always kind of the answer to a lot of these beefy heroes, right? Anything that's just based off of a percentage of the damage that you've done is going to be really good against these heroes that have a lot of HP as well. And because he wasn't being pressured all that much, Chalice had the freedom to be able to go the Dragon Tail at level 1. Probably just going to look to try and get a little bit of action going onto Bobica as well. This is without even a Blood Grenade, and I would have to imagine after a little bit more regen from Picho, he's just going to go into more stuff that's just going to be enabling them to pick up a lot of this net worth for themselves and get some consistent kills in lane.
A bit of pinball down the bottom lane as Chalice gets bounced around in the cogs. Always funny to watch. But yeah, also, you're talking about different strategies and different styles from players and teams, and definitely a much different game here emerging, of course, as Team Turtle... laning stage probably going to go much better for them across the board compared to game 1, which was a delay tactics game to get the anti-mage and OD off the ground. This one definitely more fast-paced for them, as already G2IG having to do some wave cutting and dragging shenanigans there with the Clockwork just to try and remedy things in that bottom lane, which
Yeah.
Picho and Chalice are really doing a lot of damage to them.
That's what they tried to do last time, and Chalice doesn't want to let them do that. You know, you want to make sure that JT is always in a position where he's going to be punished. Him or Bobica, either one should be fine. But it just means that DK, just with his inherent tankiness, can tank up the creep wave. He's got more armor, he's got more... hold on, I was just wondering if Bobica was going to be okay. Yes, he will. But he's got more regen as well, so he means that this creep wave is going to be able to connect together again. And the creep wave is just going to be in such a dangerous spot for G2IG to be able to play the lane. Once again, dodging out more of these cogs.
That one looked like it scraped past his backside, but we'll let it fly. And Baboka and JT just trying to mess things around as much as they can with Team Turtle down there. As up at top, we've had an Ogre Frost Mage giving armor over to X-Nova and Monet, trying to protect against the double ranged, of course, in this top lane, equally from Team Turtle. It feels like it's very rare we see double ranged against double ranged.
I mean, if that's the case, then both are going to be fairly happy about that situation moving forward. I'm just thinking, like, are they ever going to be in a position to go for a kill on G2IG, right? Because, and when can you actually leave the lane as well to be able to help out these mid lanes? That's another thing that we've seen pretty consistently across this series in particular. You know, nothing to say he had a little bit more priority in game one versus what he normally does. Normally they just leave him to do his thing, just say, you know what, you've got it. But anytime that he's got these heroes that need to play around the bottle, I'm going to be expecting some rotations coming through from probably X-Nova in particular, just because I don't think JT is going to be able to farm at all if Bobica leaves him on the clockwork on this bottom lane.
No, there's no way. Yeah, if JT steps up alone, he's dead.
I wonder what Nothing to Say is annoyed about, just with that all chat. Oh, I guess
Bit of lag,
JT
probably.
is DC'd as well. That also is a factor.
What's the item build on this Tinker now with the changes? We're still going for...
You're asking me, bro. I think it's a couple
have a
null
look.
tallies into the Blink Dagger, into the Aghanim Scepter is what he did last time that he played it. It was like an 8-minute Blink Dagger and a 14-minute Ags, and then you're able to just... I think you still need to play around your level 12 as much as possible, because that's when the rearm really doesn't take an eternity to be able to channel on through, and you can obviously get that laser going a whole lot more frequently in a lot of these fights.
And then what, Kaya, BKB, Lincolns, so I guess defensive items depending on the mood and the vibe of the game.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, Kaya can be pretty handy
He does
as
need
well.
to build pretty heavily into just intelligence purely. It's kind of like what we saw coming through from Somnus with his OD last game, right? The Arcane Orb, it's going to be based on all of that. And for the Tinker, his Eureka innate ability is the only thing that provides that item cooldown reduction these days. Of course, the Rearm not doing as much of that, so you're not just going to be able to blink around, you know, laser, rocket doesn't exist anymore, so
Yeah.
it's all that sort of stuff just combining together.
Time for Meteor Hammer Tinker. Let's give him give him all the intelligence and mana regen that he can possibly desire. Well, down at bottom, Baboka cogsing up Picho here as the bounty rune was kind of ready to be taken there, but he doesn't want to go risking his life for it. Just trying to walk away and waddle out of that bottom lane spot. And 4 minutes about to hit as well, so he can maybe guard a water rune, but yeah, this Witch Doctor is just gunning for this clockwork, chasing him all the way across the map.
Mm-hmm. Doesn't have the most mana to be able to make these sorts of plays, though. Making that even more challenging. Nicely done by him. Does mean that no one's there to be able to assist. Nothing to say on the top side, though. So Somnus is going to be the one getting the water rune pickup for himself.
Yeah, I mean, overall victory there for the mid lane of Team Turtle, right? Mm-hmm. Well done by the Witch Doctor, just causing that bit of a problem. And immediately Picho is back down at bottom, looking to try and drag this wave back, as it has pushed quite heavily into that dire tier 1.
Yeah, this isn't what you want, right? You don't want JT to be able to get a lot of these levels solo. Yeah, he's one of those heroes that, again, you're playing up against... Oh, hold on. Next to the tower.
Oh, the Maledict.
The tower's actually doing the work.
Chalice, he's tanky with 7 stick charges, though. A lot of damage went onto Baboka. He pops his stick on Chalice to survive. Not enough to kill through the Maledict here onto JT or Baboka, but it looks like the staying power of Team Turtle will keep them in the lane with the regen they've got. Tango's handed over, level 2 Dragon Blood. Everything's fine and dandy for them up there. Or down there. While up here, in the top lane, X-Nova looking a little worse for wear, trying to stack the camps. Monet currently sat 25 and 12, though, So getting a good leg up over on the Razor in this lane.
It's to be expected, right? There really isn't too much of that gank potential going up against the Wind Ranger early on. I still feel like, again, it's just a little bit of a narrow hero, if that makes sense. Like, if you're choosing to take a tower with Focus Fire, it means that you can't have it for the team fight. Whereas I feel like something like Eye of the Storm even, yeah, it doesn't deal damage to towers early on, but at least you're able to take a team fight, shove the wave at the exact same time, and mean that people can't really walk into you when you use, for example, some stolen static link damage as JT's dead.
Yeah, just has the kitchen sink thrown at him there. Everything under the sun to kill that Centaur off. Dead for 20 seconds, so a free lane here for Team Turtle to play in. And yeah, I guess on the Wind Ranger point, she feels like a committal hero with non-committal skill set. You know, Focus Fire is very like hard committal, and everything else is, you know, guerrilla tactics, poke and prod. So you kind of have to toe that line between committing with your ulti and then playing that back and forth for the rest of your skill set. And of course, being quite a dainty hero as well.
Might be trying to make a play onto Yang here. They'll probably only catch Planet. Although very nice spell casting, making sure to play around that calling to try and prevent himself from getting caught inside the cogs. He basically stands inside of the calling rather than trying to run away, knowing that there was no way for him to be able to get away from that. And once again, Somnus enabled. You know, you go for a kill, sure, you get it onto a support, but what's more valuable? Somnus having an Arcane Rune on his level 6 Leshrac, or getting a kill onto a support?
Well, here we go. The battle of the lane pushing. Pulse Nova versus March of the Machines. Fight. Down at bottom lane, Dragonite and Witch Doctor right on the tail of the Centaur yet again. Stomp there trying to hold them back, but it looks like the damage is already done. Ooh, hang on. Maledict wears off. Tinker has come in. JT from the high ground turns back to kill off Picho.
Too. Oh,
very
no.
nicely done. Oh, the neutral
got him.
Oh, no.
JT.
Oh,
I was going to say, like,
Cogs? He's going to get the kill on the Enchantress here for sure. Plasma Field, no mana and no cooldown. While 7 minutes hits, JT grabs the Wisdom Rune as Somnus tried to contest it, but he's still going to get the kill on this Centaur, who is having some serious struggles in that bottom lane.
I mean, that's basically as good as the Wisdom Rune, right? To be able to get the kill, you basically get as much solo XP from that as getting the Wisdom Rune would have done. And then, of course, just to be able to go back, get a nice bottle refill from the rest of the team. With the Arcane Rune, this is what I'm talking about, you know, the power of just being able to rotate across the map with a hero like the Leshrac. And, you know, Team Turtle don't have the same issues as IG does, right? They really have no tower taking potential outside of X-Nova on this Enchantress, and they don't necessarily have great team fight either without the Stampede. So the fact that they've put this much pressure onto JT means that everything's just going to be delayed so much, and even more so.
This is huge. They saw nothing to say. He's dead to a neutral, though. The Granite Golem comes to punch him down. Picho is going to try and turn around on JT, who stomps and double edges the Leshrac, but now stunned up, caught by the Maledict. Don't land the Split Earth, though, so no follow through there as Chalice was a little late to the party. In comes Baboka with X-Nova and Monet rotating. Trying to catch up to Somnus here. The Leshrac getting slowed down. Damage is coming. Cogs will trap him. Somnus absolutely dead, trapped in the cage. IG bringing the numbers down bottom to defend their Tinker, who died to an Ancient Creep.
I was begging for the Dark Troll Summoner there to turn around and hit him, get the third neutral kill in a row. At the moment, neutrals are level with G2IG in terms of their kill score right now, but I mean, everything that's happening is just without Yang, without Planet. You know, they were just able to get a little bit more of this farm for themselves, a little bit more solo experience, shove the lane into the tower. It's just, again, such a heavy committal just to be able to get one kill in return. So I'm a little worried for G2IG, if I'm being perfectly honest, just for what they're going to be able to do in the early parts of this game. It really just is all around nothing to say, isn't it? He's so close to that blink.
Radiant Ward sees them all. And they'll get the stun. Immediately start things off on Baboka. They've seen this coming, but Chalice is still getting dived under tier 1 tower. A Centaur stomp from the neutral and the hero, but Chalice is still alive. Now finally dies. In comes Yang, though, with a Razor, trying to turn back onto Monet, but the Wind Ranger slipped away with the Wind Run. And they lose the Clockwork, but they kill the DK. Even undivisioned there, G2IG making it work.
This hero, man, it's way too good. I think he took, like, trying to add them together, like 2100 damage, and he has less than 1400 health. So, like, that's the amount that you're able to regen. And, of course, he would have had a magic wand. And he's got, you know, the bracer to be able to provide him everything else on top of that. It just takes so much time to be able to kill just this one hero.
This much of the machines getting very annoying as Planet is just going to straight up die to it. The Tinker comes in, spams some spells, and Muerta dies.
Didn't get the 10-minute power rune. Somnus did, and it's a haste rune on a Leshrac. They will see him, at least coming through with this Observer Ward on the top side of the map. Means that JT, he's running scared, again, for his life. He's just trying to get the hell away from any sort of aggression. And he's going to walk into Yang, actually. Oh, stop him.
They're fighting over the twin gate. Yang. There's no getting out of this one now. With the Wind Ranger arriving. Focus
Roshan?
fire. Maybe Roshan, a denial inside the pit. Oh, he's going to get it as well. 3
Neutrals
so
are up
far.
to 3.
3 so far on the neutral count. I don't know what neutral was the first one, because we had a Granite Golem and a Roshan as the second and third.
Whatever was in the hard camp at the time. I think it was a regular troll.
Okay, a little troll trapper or whatever it is. Tower push now going to come into effect from G2IG. And just trying to trade out as they've already lost their top tier one there. Of course, to the Leshrac with a haste rune who just sped up to top and take down the objective.
Man, you take your eyes off Nothing to Say for 1 second, and he has just exploded on net worth to the top of this charts, right? Like, he is farming out lanes. Again, he's trying to hit that level 12 timing and the Aghanims. That's really what he's looking to go for. So if they can try and retain as many of their tier 1 towers as they can while he does this, then, well, they're all gone now, so obviously that's not going to be the case, but you just need map control to be able to more easily, not just for him to join in, because you can just use Keen Convergence once it's level 2, but for the rest of the team to be able to join in onto him, because Nothing to Say, he's the one, I think, that's going to be communicating constantly this game. He is the one that is going to be your playmaker, your late game carry, your everything for G2IG. Hopefully, for his sake, he's going to be able to get his first power rune of the entire game.
I mean, he's the Avengers. He's Batman. You send up that flare, that light into the sky, right? And you're like, are you coming? Are you ready, Tinker? You're going to come and save me? And he'll answer when the call is made. It's down at bottom. They make another play onto Yang. Monet, being drained of all of his damage, though, has to back away. And with Pucho arriving, not something they can keep on fighting for. As we see the level there on the Witch Doctor is still level 5, 12 minutes in. Clockwork has basically just cracked level 6 alongside the Enchantress. These supports are struggling to get their levels in this game.
At least they have those ultimates, right, to be able to play around outside of Pichu. You know, obviously it's going to be very important for him to be able to get into that. He wants to make sure that he's, you know, in position to be able to join into, honestly, pretty good lockdown, right? Like, you've got Deadshot, you've got a Yule Scepter from Somnus, who's going to catch out poor JT once again for his 4th death of the game. And the amp damage certainly just makes it even easier. Feels like this Blade Mail is like, I guess they do have a reasonable amount of, like, unavoidable damage coming through from Team Turtle, but it feels a little bit more like a farming item to me, you know, just enabling him to be the one that takes a few more of these Ancients. I feel like when Nothing to Say is, like, ready to go in about 800 gold, it's going to be to make space for JT to be able to get into any sort of farm for himself, because he's still a good 2,100 gold away from his Blink Dagger.
Yeah, he needs a ton of time. I guess, at least he got that blade now just before dying. Yeah, give him the Ancients, let him farm away, get to that Blink as quickly as you can, because you need that second layer, along with the Clockwork Hookshot, to have that Stampede Blink stun, to be able to catch out heroes like this Lesh and Razor before they get their payload out. Yeah, this is where the map starts to get interesting, right? You've been saying with this Tinker, you know, lanes get pushed out quite easily, he's able to split push and just be that old, irritating Tinker that we all used to know and love back in the day. He's farming multiple camps at the same time and just outstripping everyone in terms of acceleration in that farm department.
Love? I don't know about love. I know there are a lot of people that were pretty big exponents of this hero, honestly, even being removed from the entire game, let alone nerfed, so...
I don't know what your problem is, honestly. A hook shot up top.
Hook shot.
Dragonite caught out by Baboka. Monet's here with that freshly purchased Maelstrom. And Nothing to Say, yeah, the back signal was put into the sky, so the Tinker, of course, will oblige. Oh, the dead shot. Tries to catch up to Baboka there, but Clockwork with Vitality Booster. Raindrops, Wand, pretty freaking tanky. Looks like he's going for that Vanguard and I guess Crimson Guard build again.
All right, so I'm having a quick look at some of this itemization. Oh, by the way, when is Witch Doctor going to use Grigri? That's always the question on our minds.
Oh my god.
Still got it available. 325 gold saved up there.
It's either like minute 37 or never. You know, like end of the game, he's still got Grigri in his inventory.
Maybe just for a big power spike around the time that they want to, you know, go for that Roshan, go for that high ground push. It honestly might not be all the way until 37 minutes. Maybe like 30, 31 when he looks to try and get into an item that's going to give him like a bit of a catapult in net worth there.
What
So
are we
the
now?
thing that I was...
Yeah, go on.
Sorry, go ahead.
Nah.
So I was looking at the itemization coming through from Team Turtle, right? And I don't see any 4-stars. And I think that's actually going to be really important whenever you're going up against a Centaur to try and run away. But the clockwork is the one, right? Like, you want to try and get out of those cogs as quickly as possible. And with nothing to say, with this laser, 100% miss rate on that laser. So if you're catching multiple people inside the cogs, there is nowhere for them to run while everything else is going on. So I think, like, I saw that briefly with that attempt that they were making onto Chalice, just because he joined in and got the blind onto the DK. He wasn't actually able to hit himself out of the cogs. You actually need a way to force yourself out of there, or just pop the BKB.
Yeah, there's 4 staffs, and there's also this kind of BKB waiting room, right? Looking at all 3 cores of Team Turtle, trying to get into their BKBs as quickly as they possibly can. I guess DK Blink Dagger first, probably, so that might be a bit delayed. And Razor definitely trying to rush into it.
You're not going to have that luxury, right? So before you get to that point, it's almost like, okay, well, we need to get Ogre Seal Totem.
Baboka's in.
Go.
Yeah,
You can't get out.
Stuck in the cogs, does turn and kill Baboka, at least trading for his life. And now with the march, look at this, March of the Machines placed, the calling is down, this control of areas of the map, which is very difficult to bypass.
And they've left, so it means that JT just
Somnus.
stuck around a little bit too long.
And comes in with Chalice, blows him up. X-Nova is now lurking in the shadows away. And nothing to say, TP'd out and just leaves G2IG stranded out here. As I think, well, they pinged him out. Picho has caught a glimpse of this Enchantress. They've scanned.
Is under attack.
It looks like he's in the scan. It's not turning red, though.
Spidey senses are tingling, though.
Radiant are
You plan it? Doesn't seem like it. Alright, so despite everything that's
Did
happening...
he just dodge both of the scans?
Oh, yeah.
Is that another Radiant scan? It's 2 Radiant scans, and he's in between both of them. Does Enchantress have an innate ability that says scans do not turn red when placed on it? No. No. X-Nova, just too good.
I think Enchantress needs more buffs, to be honest. I think it's a pretty good hero right now, but yeah, I mean, that's another thing that I feel like X-Nova's done a fairly good job at as well. He was the one that enabled them to take their only tower thus far on the map, right? Playing around that 10-minute mark, getting the bottom tower. Even if it did mean JT died on the top side, they just needed something to be able to open up the map a little bit, as, good God, Yang has a lot of stacks to be able to farm for himself. Get him into that nice little BKB timing, and I'm sure it's going to be around that 20-minute mark where Team Turtle just say, all right, we got our items, we're going to be pretty close to Bloodstone at that point, let's take Roshan, and let's start threatening going high ground.
It's just putting the onus onto G2IG here in terms of initiation. But it kind of feels like Team Turtle want to be the ones to get gone on.
Hold on. Hold on.
And Picho, he will get gone on. All 3 of them there. Blow him up.
They'll be able to follow up. They
join in
got
as well.
Rocket. Ooh, hook shot. Hook shot.
They didn't see him, right?
Random one. Rocket Flare was just off the mark. Probably, honestly, not wanting to do it as well, at least until Tinker's level 18, just so that you're able to keen conveyance onto the actual heroes as opposed to any sorts of creeps. I don't think they had any like little kobolds out that he could TP onto as well. Even just the little bit of less time to be able to rearm is such a key factor as they find Chalice.
Yeah, Blink Stomp to start things off. And the hook shot to follow through. He's trying to farm BKB up here, but there is no escaping, as even Monet's going to show his face up here. And this would be that prime situation to, you know, go and sneak a Roshan, go and grab it, but with 2 heroes elsewhere on the map, kind of difficult for G2IG to get in there, and, you know, Tinker and Windrange are not the best Roche-taking heroes right now. Not just yet anyway, as it looks like Team Turtle actually rallying around Somnus in this top left corner. They lose their DK, but they're still itching for a fight. He's not got Bloodstone yet.
They have no Stampede, they have no hook shot, so let's try and find someone trying to pick up a lot of this farm. Nothing to say. He's just dodging out a lot of this aggression coming through, playing around the Ancients as much as possible.
The Dire watcher there. We're going to see them. And JT able to get out of there.
Gonna reach that level 18 timing, Gary, and he's looking pretty scary. He'll probably have the BKB finished up at that time as well, so how are you actually going to be able to lock down? Nothing to say on his Tinker. The Arcane Rune, it's just Somnus. Absolute treat of items to play around.
Trying to protect this Enchantress. They come in with Yang into the backline onto X-Nova as they've blown up a Boca. Blink Stomp on 3 inside the cog still. Yang, though, is dispatched with Monet. This Razor goes to work. Nothing to say. He has arrived, though. And he blinks in aggressively. Trying to protect JT. The Centaur defense matrix placed on him. Another TP forward. Nothing to say. Was thinking about that Blink reinitiation. But they can't get that follow-through done. In the end, what is it? A 2-for-1?
2 for 1, and I mean, the fact that, honestly, I saw Monet die, it was to Yang solo, and that is never really what you want to see, right? Like, a Wind Ranger who has plenty of ways to be able to escape. The lockdown wasn't necessarily that great. They were just able to chase him down fairly consistently, even through the win run.
And that BKB difference. Just BKB and run at your enemies. We nearly got that Bloodstone on Somnus as well. That is a big difference maker as we enter these fights. And JT looking at Eternal Shroud, as I believe we just saw the Enchantress finish off hers. So we're getting some very tanky heroes here on G2IG, potentially matching up against the tankiness of... Oh my god! Oh!
I mean, does that say, hey, we can go Roche now? Does that say we can, push the lanes out? Look at the lines being drawn on the map. They're basically saying they don't have supports to be able to play around with, so let's take away some of the map. We've had this entire game where we haven't been able to do this sort of thing, but now, finally, maybe we're going to be able to convert onto someone.
We're up to 5.
We are up to 5. Let's go neutrals. Neutrals are winning TI game.
Oh my god, look at them. Oh man. Yeah,
he would have died as well on Somnus if not for the fuels.
I saw the 3 messages on the left-hand side and I thought Somnus had died. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
I thought they had all died to the Tormy. Goodness gracious me. Well, no harm, no foul, I guess. Nothing major done on the map by G2IG. They get a little bit of extra breathing room, a bit of farm time, so accelerating to their next items like the BKB on the Wind Ranger. And maybe a bit of map space here to jump in onto Planet. Hook shot with a TP from Nothing to Say. Should be able to claim them the kill on that position 4.
Just looking at Planet's item build as well. He's got an Atos into a Shadow Blade next, so it feels to me like he just wants to find this Tinker somehow in a lot of these fights. I'm not sure if you're going to have that sort of luxury when he doesn't have the defense matrix built in onto himself. It really feels to me like the silence is the way to go. If you get really lucky, you can put the calling down. You might get the strong dispel, but you end up blinking forward through your translocator facet into another one of the silences, and then you can actually find the lockdown that you need. So he hasn't even needed to use the BKB yet, Gary.
Let me just keep it nice and fresh. 9-second duration. Roshan now in that bottom right-hand corner. G2IG in perfect position here to get some ward coverage down, protect that area. Maybe even just slip into the pit.
I have a legitimate question. Have we seen a single Death Ward this game?
No.
Or a Pierce the Veil? I don't think we have.
I don't think so. No, I don't think so.
And that's really where it's all kind of come apart. It's the story of 2 very different drafts for Total Shore between game 1 and 2. I feel like this is a fairly easy draft to execute, right? Like, you've got 2 heroes that can push into towers, you've got a Razor who's hit a lot of his timings, and you haven't been able to take a tier 2 off the back of it. And instead, you just sit back, let Nothing to Say hit up onto his level 20. Now he's going to be able to rejoin into fights a whole lot more easily with that Keen Conveyance. Minus 0.5 seconds onto it. And he's just, getting stronger and stronger.
It's just so scary how quickly they come out of the woodwork as well. You're just casually, in a lane, and all of a sudden there's a Centaur blinking on you, a hook shot from the fog, and a Tinker TPing.
And this is what I was talking about when I asked for less predictable initiation, right? If you know that it can come from so many different avenues, and this is prior to Tinker getting like a Scythe of Vice, for example, like it can get even more treacherous for anyone on Team Turtle to step forward because you've just got the potential to die so quickly in a lot of these engagements.
BKB for the Wind Ranger.
5-man smoke into an Aegis.
Yeah, and this is Aegis, freshly purchased BKB Wind Ranger. This is risky business, but if Team Turtle can get the jump onto a key target, if they can find the Tinker, for example, it could be huge for them, as both teams now smoked up and some deep vision there from the Radiant placed, as Baboka and JT have wrapped around near the Radiant Tormentor. Radiant scan does connect. They know where they are, up on his high ground somewhere. They see Monet. They see nothing to say. He blinks away. He gets the distance. Now the turn. Baboka's about to die. Split Earth landing, but the cogs there trapping in the DK and the Razor as Monet runs straight in towards them. Nothing to say. He's spamming out with the blink forward yet again. And JT trying to blink stomp. Onto the Razor again has found out Yang. Chalice dead. In comes the Tinker, spamming the laser. Summoner's turning on him with the help of Planet. Pierce the Veil, but Monet with a double kill. Onto Planet will go with JT, double edging her down. And in comes another blink stomp onto Somnus. The damage is overwhelming. Nothing to say. Will finally die. They clip the Tinker's wings. And Somnus, he's stayed alive. He's burning them down. This Bloodstone's going to town. Somnus, he's picked up a double kill and maybe even a triple here, but he's run out of mana. Needs to land a stun to allow the Witch Doctor to come in. Monet's still here. No Aegis, no BKB though. Gotta be careful. With Somnus, his Bloodstone up. X-Nova TPing out. There's no more stuns. He's used himself. Oh my god.
But he's not unkillable, Gary. That is the big take point from this one. It was only a 4-kill streak that Nothing to Say had. He'd been building up a lot of this net worth.
Oh, that regen rune, that's what it was.
Yeah, the regen rune, just allowing him to just stay so consistently in these team fights as well. Just backed off for half a second. And you see how less effective this Tinker is, you know, with that pure damage when the BKBs are able to be popped, right? It was a quick reaction for him to be able to get away, but they just couldn't turn around and have that same level of effectiveness. I say that, he still did 7,000 damage, so it's not like they were lacking. But, you know, as soon as they're able to catch him out with the Yule Scepter, the thing that I was about to mention before that fight broke out is just the wording on the defense matrix with the translocator. I'll hold on to that while we watch a replay coming through here. And you just see he's forced onto the backlines really early, and it's good use of the BKBs to be able to get out of the cogs, right? You don't need to be stuck in there. You're not, you know, completely linked up next to each other. And that's the big difference maker, in my opinion. Just being able to dispel the defense matrix onto the Tinker without the fact of needing the, without needing to actually damage through it. It's the Yule Scepter that did it. So the offensive dispel component meant that he just had to cast it again. He started running out of mana, and it meant that he was having a little bit more difficulties, as poor JT does.
Somnus was 1v4 there, and he 1v4s them. Absolutely nutty stuff.
So, just to go back to it, Tinker, let's have a hover over the translocator facet, please. When a self-defense matrix barrier on Tinker is fully absorbed, he blinks in a random direction. Now, in my opinion, with the strong dispel component, I take this to mean you need to damage through it, not Yules it off, as when it goes away, and that's why you're going for a nullifier as well on Yang. I think he's actually finished it up as well. So they just need ways to be able to get through this while he doesn't have BKB available and not able to recast it on himself.
DK though. Chalice down. Anyway, you show on the map, you're being found by G2IG, so you can't have these split push moments. You can't be a straggler there trying to catch a wave or anything like that. Team Turtle have kind of been hemmed into a position where they have to play as 5. And like that last fight, yes, Leshrac 1v4, but that was Bloodstone regen rune going right. What is he going to get that chance again? Probably not.
Probably not.
In addition to that, that was
control over the Turtle side of the map, though.
Yeah, that was Team Turtle having the better smoke, better scan, better read, better initiation, and G2IG still come out on top in the fight. I guess that, you know, Aegis on the Wind Ranger was expended, but there's a lot of little nuanced factors here that's going to go into this next fight where we don't have these little additions for both teams. I think it's also nice thinking back on it the way that, yes, they use BKBs to break out of cogs, but they also use them to run away from the March of the Machines, right? Tinker spent like 60% of his mana laying down 4 marches, and they just ran away from them. Very important to reset your positioning in the fights.
Yeah.
Especially as a Witch Doctor or a Muerta, who are just dying to them.
Yeah, I mean, Witch Doctor is eventually going to be able to have the Aghanim Shard for himself, though, right? Like, he's going for the Guardian Greaves, I assume, mostly to be able to remove stuff like the Glipnir from himself, just for a little bit of that Dispel component. But just to be able to actually stand within a march and toss down the Voodoo Switcheroo, I think, could really catch them off guard a little bit. You know, you don't want to be recasting that that defense matrix too many times in these team fights.
Dire are scanning.
Oh, family-style farming ancients. Yeah, give Baboka a bit of help. Aghanim Scepter just about done. Somnus smoked up with the rest of his buddies. And Chalice will join them as well. There's Team Turtle moving in towards that bottom right-hand corner of the map. There's no Roshan for at least a minute and a half here. So they're not playing into a Roshan take. It looks like they just want to try and capture a bit of land here around the enemy Ancients. And they will blitz stun X Nova, trying to get on this Enchantress to blow her up. And down he goes. Gem on the Witch Doctor as Baboka trying to escape here with the cogs blocking their path. Wrapping around though, and he's trying to pop the rocket flares here to scout them out. Nothing to say, blinking in and out. Dragonite though, he's made the jump on the JT, pops his BKB, Yang moves in onto Monet. Stampede in the wind run to try and get away, but JT's been caught up in the fear and the stuns, dead, and down he goes as Baboka, trapped in the cage of his own design, blown up as well. Has nothing to say, he's got a BKB TP. Have they got another stun to catch him or stop him? They do not, so he's in Fountain safely.
Yeah, I think they just used the nullifier a little bit too early there. Still had about a couple of seconds left on the BKB. So even if they did stun him up, wouldn't have been enough to be able to lock him down and take him out. But you just see, you know, you use everything onto him and he's able to just get back to Fountain, go back to the top side of the map, shove in a wave. You know, it's so hard to be able to catch out this Tinker, and he hasn't even been peaking in his damage yet, right? Like, he's not yet level 25. They find the quick burst. It's nice to be able to take away this gem onto the Ench to be able to start things off, and I honestly thought it was pretty well done by Baboka. I mean, his job in these fights is to just provide all the vision that Nothing to Say could possibly want, to be able to say, can I step into this fight or can I not? They're trying to bait out these BKBs as much as possible, and those triple rockets are getting away over the cliff. It's just that they were able to catch out JT with a lot of that lockdown. He needs a BKB for himself. He's going into the Shivas just to try and limit a little bit of the impact from the DK, from the Leshrac in particular, but beyond that, he needs a BKB desperately.
And now we've got Boots of Bearing on the Muerta as well, so even more ability here to chase into the Stampede, disengage from the March of the Machines. Good optimization coming out of Team Turtle as they kind of tie this game back up, dead even in terms of net worth and kills. 32 minutes in, nothing in it. And game 2 on a knife's edge here, and it just feels like it's going to come down to these smoke moves. That immediate initiation from both teams. Very apparent that sneaky wards and good map control here, placement around especially Roshan. You see here that observers from Team Turtle very, very nicely placed to catch a glimpse of everybody from G2IG. They're wandering into the pit. The Sentry Ward misses it. Team Turtle, this is their chance. There's a Die Ward up on this high ground that's going to see the Razor TPing in.
All these Shadow Blades as well. They're probably going to see DK stepping on forward.
The Blade's done.
Find the initial.
They're trying to find the Tinker. Nothing to say, going to turn though, and Chalice getting blown up. He didn't BKB. Yang in the mix of things here, chasing Monet. Somnus now having to run away. Team Turtle, a whiffed initiation there. They had all the room in the world. Chalice just didn't press BKB.
Yeah.
3 heroes down off of that one mistake.
He got a little bit panicked, right? You see all this March of the Machines, and you're like, oh, do I go in? Do I not? He kind of wanted to back off, not wanting the blink to be put on cooldown, and he just forgets. He forgets to pop it. You know, if you're going to commit onto the Tinker like that, I feel like you really need to confirm that kill. You need to follow it up into another stun, because you don't want the risk of yourself being locked down and then they just stampede themselves away. Really quick reaction speed, though, coming through from JT and Monet to be able to back up Nothing to Say. This series has really just turned into the battle of the mid laners, hasn't it, Gary? Like, just Somnus and NTS, teams playing around them for the majority of it. you can see why whenever NTS is able to play the Tinker for sure. And he's got even more damage coming out now. Level 25, plus 80 laser damage. He's got the Kanda finished up, and even an Ogre Seal Totem as well. So I mentioned that that would be a pretty useful item for Team Turtle to get, just so that you're not playing around the cogs, you're not wasting your BKB to be able to get out of it, but also just to be able to have that additional way that cannot be nullified, to be able to get, you know, disengage from a few of these team fights.
Radiant's top tower.
And Monet has also been kind of sneakily getting up there in net worth as well. It hasn't felt like Wind Ranger has had a massive impact, very often just being chased by the Razor, you know, walk the dog kind of thing with a static link, but now you're going to have a Daedalus soon up on Monet, so he can actually start getting on top of people and killing them off. Let's look at this, March of the Machines, covering fire there, the minefield basically. An uninhabitable area of the map as they take the tier 2. Now with Aegis in hand, the entire map belongs to them.
Feels like, once again, it's their game to lose on G2IG, but we had the same story in game 1, just
Yeah, don't
reverse.
say that.
Kind of reverse though, right? It was the early game that they weren't able to capitalize on. This time around, they've been able to hold the fort. They've still got all of their tier 2 towers to be able to play around. They've hit level 25 first on their mid laner. And more importantly, you've got that Shiva's Guard and finally building into the BKB as well on Centaur. Plus, of course, the Daedalus that they want to use with 3 minutes left on the timer. They would love to be able to catch Planet outside of the base, and Bobica might be able to do it on this bottom side. Should see the calling here. There we go. That's going to be the gem lost as well.
Yeah, both gems being handed over in the previous fight, now into this one. Clockwork Enchantress recovering both of those gems
Somehow
now.
been able to play behind. Has he found him out? Oof, no. No Scythe yet. Nothing to be able to stop Somnus from getting away.
Not quite yet.
Just a 2.8 second Arcane Blink cooldown, by the way, for NTS.
No big deal.
Nope. Who cares if Rearm doesn't refresh items anymore? And how are you supposed to step into this fight? How are you supposed to use Blink Daggers if you've got March of the Machines patrolling along everywhere?
Yeah, I mean, you start with
Chalice didn't have BKB again.
He's just going to die again. Does get the BKB out to escape, but yeah, I don't know, these Blink initiations from Chalice without BK being an indication that they don't really want to commit for it, but also you end up BKBing in the end, so yeah, kind of a wild decision there to maybe poke and prod at G2IG. Just poking and prodding an Angry Bear, though. There's nothing to say. He starts to lay down even more layers of March of the Machines. And he's been pinged out. I mean, they see him. It's just a matter of how can they get to him.
They've somehow still got these wards up here. Bobica's standing right next to them, so they actually can see the entire backline from G2IG. And they've... Oh, I was about to say caught out, nothing to say, but... He's able to blink on away.
Yeah, they'll get the D-Ward now with the gem. Does remove back to that Radiant Vision, but it looks like G2IG not wanting to hard commit to this barracks. They got the tier 3, now they can move around the map and push out this mid lane, make life hell for Team Turtle as they are literally turtling back in their base. Flipped over on the back of their shell. The heroes in a half shell going to try and hold on to this one as G2IG have come out with an 11k lead now and back into that bottom lane. Right onto Chalice with no BKB. He's hidden away with a Glimmer Cape, I think, whatever it was, but dead nonetheless as the damage spills out from the power shot and the march. There's buyback available here for the Dragon Knight, but I don't know, just let this barracks fall, it feels like.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to be useless for the next 10-15 seconds anyway while he waits for the Elder Dragon form and the BKB to come back off cooldown. So yeah, just overstepping his bounds a little bit that time. And it feels like they really don't want to commit all that heavily onto Monet. He's still got 30 seconds left on the Aegis, and he wants to make the most of it. Be the one sieging a lot of these towers as they briefly catch out, nothing to say, but 60% status resist. Actually, they go in and find Huerta.
Yeah, Planet's dead. Has buyback. Dragon Knight has spent his as well. The Team Turtle really itching for a teamfight initiation here. As you see Chalice kind of stepping up and wanting to blink in under that Observer Ward vision that they got down.
This ward by X-Nova was so good as well in the lane. Like, they saw that they were coming with the Shadow Blades. They saw that they were trying to engage in onto them. And they, of course, get the buyback out of Chalice. That's the big success story coming out from this. Very much different story from game 1. He was dominating on his anti-mage, and now he's got basically the net worth of a Clockwork, a support Clockwork, 1, 7, and 7 on his DK. Certainly feels like a little bit of a shift in the style that's most effective for him.
Just 6 or 7 minutes ago we were saying how it was dead even, right? No net worth lead, no kill lead, it was all nice, and just that one whiffed initiation, the failure to press BKB in that bottom right corner around the Roche pit has led to G2IG having a massive, massive uptick here as they press forward again. Moving in under radiant vision, blinking and stomping, chalice dodges, JT does get the stampede away, and nothing to say, will blink back into the tree line as well. Go up there on a power shot, just poking back at the Razor now, as Team Turtle have got to remedy the lanes. Bottom lane all the way on their base, mid lane approaching as well.
You mentioned the lanes. I really feel like the good strategy is to let them do the majority of the work, right? Like, you've built into a bunch more defensive stuff as well. X-Nova, he's got the Lotus Orb built up. You've still got the Roshan's banner to be able to play around. If they wanted to, they could play around this double siege creep wave maybe a little bit more strongly on the top side because it's going to take a little bit longer to get there, but maybe just with that no secondary life, knowing that, you know what, we still have our own scaling potential for ourselves, they want to just back off, get their tier 4 items done really quickly, and look to re-engage, because you've even got a BKB now for Obika to play around with too.
You're talking about how close he is to the DK net worth. BKB on a freaking clockwork. Here you go. And what is that? Kanda on the Tinker now. Incredible amount of burst damage. Very irritating hero to contend with in these fights now. Like, it's no longer a hero that you can kind of, ignore and kill everyone else. We'll deal with the Tinker at the end. This is now, we have to blink stun the Tinker or the fight is over.
Yeah. It really feels like, I guess they don't want to make any too aggressive moves. I mean, I say that, they might be ready to do it with the Dark Troll Summoner. I wouldn't mind if they waited for this Lincoln Sphere on Monet. He's getting pretty damn close to being able to finish it up, and you've already got a Lotus Orb. You will have a Lincoln's, you will have a Tinker with the Defense Matrix put on you. Just put the Wind Ranger on the high ground, right? Have him focus fire down these towers and take it slow. Just do it one at a time. How are they supposed to engage onto you when you've got all these defensive items for yourself? And a bottom lane just passively pushing in. I think that's why Team Turtle have gone for this smoke, but unless they catch someone instantly, this is going to be pretty damn obvious. Down bottom, that's why Yang needs to reveal himself, but they'll see that there's just a plasma field and Manta illusions coming out of nowhere, so just look to group up around some potential high ground vision. X-Nova not putting it down just yet. I have to say he's going really far forward with that ninja gear.
And this is the stage of the game now where you kind of think back to the draft and consider, okay, Team Turtle have tried to defeat this nothing to say Tinker through gameplay, right? Through execution, rather than picking a hero-to-hero counter, through that tempo they've got. But you would wish you had a Clockwork or a Zeus or a Spectre or something to get on top of him, but you do not have that gap close ability. As Sobnus, his smoke broke there. G2IG stepping up and holding the staircase.
They want the backline smoke.
Another smoke to wrap around again. And what is it? 40 seconds for next Roshan to respawn.
Yeah.
We're currently sat
NTS.
2 minutes until nighttime, and Somnus, Shiver's Guard out, saw the march of the machines, not able to latch onto anyone just yet, but both teams now fully understanding where each other are, right? Radiant scans, they're going to connect. G2IG have seen them walk past, so smoke into smoke one more time. Leshrac out in the open a little bit. High ground vision for the Radiant team.
The Skeleton's just patrolling the backline, giving so much information.
JT, he might jump this if he just sees Chalice, the sentry in the ward that gets dropped, and they saw Chalice for a brief moment there. They'll get the D-ward going. They want to run of Atos and try and catch out the Enchantress, maybe? Team Turtle needs to find the Tinker in the back, and Razor, he's gone. Both beeline straight onto Monet. Dragonite has made the jump, Evoker with the cogs, blocked them out, nothing to say, blinking away. Somos on the left-hand side trying to focus into the Tinker, who just BKBs and TPs, while Yang is dead. Monet and JT get the job done. Now Picho in trouble, the Witch Doctor's falling quickly. Chalice and Somnus, though, chasing onto Monet. Lincoln's has popped. Dodges away from the Dragon Tail stun, and Tinker, he's come back in, full resources, he's got all the spells, his full arsenal unlocked to blow up the Dragon Knight yet again. 70 seconds on the timer here for Razor, 100 for the Dragon Knight, and Roshan is there in the pit, just ready to be taken by G2IG.
I'll admit it, I underestimated what NTS was going to be able to do with this Tinker. I mentioned it back when it was he only had about 7k net worth, and he had just ballooned like 2,000 ahead of any other hero on the map, and all they did was just leave him alone for a couple of minutes. I thought with this high tempo draft, with being able to push in, with the Leshrac, with the DK, and honestly Razor doesn't need that many items to be able to make a lot of work happen. They would be able to take away a lot of the map that they needed to farm, kill him before he was able to get into this Aghanim Scepter for himself, and he just got into it way too fast. Like, how are you supposed to contest against this?
I'm just imagining the team comms, like how many times have we got players saying, I've got the Tinker, I found him, you know? You've got Yang's like, I've got the Tinker, Somnus finds him in the trees as well, and nothing to say, just jumping around, and march. Yeah, you little bastard, you're marching machines, all you want. GG called, it's over. Game 2, G2IG's, oh boy, Jack Chen tying it up here in this best of 3. We're heading to a final game of the series here in the lower bracket to see who progresses through to face off against Azure Ray in that lower bracket final. I mean, what more could we want? And nothing to say, Tinker. A game 3 and a BO3, and Danog is getting real hot in here.
Ice in his veins as well. Not even a little smile on the man's face. He knows what he did. He knows that he's gone with this cheese pick and been able to make it work. And Monet, no smiles from him that time in the draft, but a much better result coming through. I thought the Wind Ranger, he played it pretty well in the laning stage in particular, right? Just never really being under too much pressure of getting gone on. Just the one death. I think the big difference to me was Chalice in particular. Just not able to be that real big tower pusher. They only did about 4,000 tower damage combined across all of Team Turtle when you've got a really early-ish oriented draft to be able to make it happen. So I also said it as well. I wanted to see multiple forms of initiation come out from G2IG, and we got it, right?
Yes.
We got the Wind Ranger being able to move in with the Wind Run and get the shackles off. We got the hook shot. We got the blink. We got the stampede. It just enables the draft so much more heavily. This was the one shining light, it felt like, for Team Turtle to be able to potentially claw their way back into the game, but it took absolutely everything out of Somnus to even get those couple of kills, and even then, X-Nova just ends up TPing away.
Yeah, Regent and Bloodstone helping him out tremendously there. And just thinking about the conversations we've had and the story we've been telling, Somnus coming back here, like you said the other day, was regarded as that kind of robot, right? A lot of mid players going up against him just saying, you said Sumail in an interview said, Somnus does not make mistakes. This maybe guy is an absolute machine. But now you come out with a nothing to say Tinker against him. A machine, robot versus robot potentially in that mid lane. Definitely, I think you pointed out, hit the nail on the head. This series is coming down to draft-wise, strategy-wise, protect your mid laner. Somnus and nothing to say, the key elements here, the keys actually to unlocking this game and getting yourself towards TI for both of these teams.
And not even the final step either, right? It's I think it's called the Hillary step, which is like the one just below the peak of Mount Everest. They've still got to get beyond that. They've still got to get through Azure Ray, whoever ends up winning this one. So the fact that it'll probably be good for them just to already have this high pressure situation for them going to 3 games. Yeah, obviously you would love to take a 2-0, but just to understand, a little bit more of, what's good, what's not, what style suits our team even better, because especially for Team Turtle, they have not played a bunch of games together. This is only their 4th closed qualifier series together, and they played a bunch of opens, but they're mostly best of ones, right, against teams that probably weren't going to provide them too much of a challenge. So the first time that they've actually dropped a game in these closed qualifiers, and it is because of that, man. Nothing to say, 9-2-13, 88% kill participation, a crazy amount of hero damage, and his net worth just ballooned completely out of control. I'm actually having a look at the net worth graph, and it's kind of insane how quickly he separated himself from the rest of the players.
Yeah, it really does remind me of the old days where we, thinking back to universal damage and, killing Ancients off. Of course, we don't have universal damage anymore, but Ancients do take magical damage now. And with that large camp and Ancient camp next to each other, Tinker just goes there with a couple of stacks, and that's, 2,000-3,000 gold suddenly in his pocket that gives him that balloon effect like you're mentioning. So there we have it, tied up, one apiece, and we're heading into that last game of the series. A quick break before we come back with game number 3.
The official headset of PGL tournaments. Now, with a wireless version. Experience unparalleled speed and reliability with the latest wireless technology, advanced hybrid ANC, and built-in EQ for your favorite game. Designed with elegance and durability, and extreme noise-canceling microphone. Always stay one step ahead with Aspire Wireless.
Welcome back, one and all, to the Chinese regional qualifiers here on the road to the international as we head into Game 3 in a best-of-3 lower bracket elimination time. Team Turtle taking on G2IG. Game 2, Dano, nothing to say, Tinker, not banned, let through, resolves in a victory for G2IG, so we now come down to a best-of-1.
We do indeed, and I'm going to give a little bit of a spoiler here. Coin flip went the way of G2IG, and they chose second pick. We've seen a lot of teams choose first pick this time around, and I was going to lead into this with like, okay, well, you've seen the Tinker absolutely crush you. So at what point are you actually going to be able to get away with banning it out, right? Can you do it in the first phase? Do you need to wait until the second phase? And I feel like with this second pick, they're basically saying, if you don't ban it first phase, we're going to first phase pick it, and then we're going to have a couple of extra bans to be able to protect it. So I'm going to be keeping a very keen eye on Team Turtle and their phase 1 bans in particular, just to see, are they identifying this? And honestly, G2IG as well, right? Are they identifying ways to have heroes that are banned that are both good in the lane, but also can move into the Tinker's farming space before he gets to that really scary level 12 position and is able to take over the game?
Eggs, what was the situation in the previous game? G2IG had second pick there as well. They had that last pick. It was first pick Witch Doctor into Clockwork, and then the round of bans, and then we had Enchantress with the Clockwork, DK Muerta on the other side, and then the Tinker was the third pick, right? Mm-hmm. Kind of came out of there and said, right, you've got the potential here to pick one more hero to deal with it, which was the Leshrac in lane and that pushing power to try and accelerate the game out of contention. But then you still have that round of bans after the Tinker pick to protect him, with the Doom and the Night Stalker ban, which felt really nice.
You need to make a really deliberate decision if you're going to let the Tinker through, that you've got someone that's able to rotate a little bit more effectively. Like Witch Doctor, not exactly the greatest rotator, doesn't have a ton of movement speed, can't really catch up quite so easily, doesn't have a ton of that burst damage just on his own. Just to be able to even leave the lane and ward up the Tinker's camps inside of the Ancients area, right? Because from level 7, he can basically just do it with the March of the Machines maxed out. So that's really what I'm keen to see. Look to try and punish him before he's got too many points in the status resist. We're talking like it's going to be picked. I really think they're just going to say, forget it. Let's just ban it out. It's one hero, and we feel like we can beat them if they just don't have this Tinker to be able to play around.
Oh, look what it is.
Yeah.
Look at Tinker, literally the first move of the game, banned by Team Turtle. Don't allow nothing to say to have that. And again, this battle of the mid laners continues even into the drafting phases here. As we were talking in the break a little bit about Chalice and his situation. Game 1 playing Anti-Mage, Game 2 playing Dragon Knight, and what did he end up, 1 and 8 or something on the DK? Whiffing a few initiations, didn't feel very comfortable in terms of the way he was playing up against that Tinker. So yeah, focus against, nothing to say, and I think a bit more focus for Chalice here. Yes, you give a lot of emphasis to that mid lane for Somnus, but you can't just you can't just give a DK and hope Chalice is having a good day.
Yeah, no, for sure. I liked the flex. I liked that you still had the option where it could have gone into multiple lanes. I even liked it being paired together with the Witch Doctor, but just for whatever reason, he wasn't vibing with the hero, right? Only 11k damage done on a DK in a 40-ish minute game. Seems kind of nuts. So I actually quite like a lot of these bans that are coming out here. Team Turtle, I'm assuming that they want to pick up the Clockwork perhaps for themselves, just with this first phase. Again, it's flexible. You can throw it into multiple lanes. Maybe it's the Weaver that they choose to go for themselves, and they might ban out the Clock right now. But like the Storm and the Shadow Fiend targeted bans, like the Tinker targeted ban, Chen, just very annoying to have to play against. Means that you need to rally around a defensive choke point a whole lot more effectively. And Willow, of course, there's a reason it's got an 84% win rate. So yeah, it just comes down to, what do Team Turtle value more highly? Do they value, true flex across support and core, where you could go for a Tiny or a Weaver, or do you value something like Clockwork, which is just going to provide you initiation and still support laning flex?
Yeah, I think that support laning flex is important as well, because you're kind of flexing these heroes like Razor and Dragon Knight, right? Where Razor would love to have a Clockwork in the lane, but if you don't have that flex and you can't give him the lane that he needs, if it's like a Yang Razor, right? You want that Razor Clockwork to be your off lane. But then if you want Razor to be safe lane, you want that Clockwork to be there instead. So having that flexibility is super nice to have. And I think just having watched, we've been in the low bracket through the majority of this qualifier, just watching Team Turtle, it's felt like they've played and looked much stronger when they've had direction and kind of directive from Picho and Yang in particular. if they can have, Yang on his Centaur has probably looked like their Centaur and Darkseer maybe have looked like their best 2 off-lane heroes. And that's where I'm kind of leaning into I don't know if I like turtle flexing that much. I want them to have, solid, locked-in lanes at the start of the draft anyway.
Sure. I feel like I know what you're saying in terms of like the direction being covered by them. I think their draft still had direction in game 2. I think they were a little slow. They didn't necessarily address the Tinker when he was in that farming stage as opposed to the fighting stage enough. Maybe more movements needed to be made around the bottom side of the map to be able to, take the tier 1 tower there, use that to invade, block up the camps, yada, yada, yada. That's not important anymore. No Tinker.
I think primarily it's just like I'm not a fan of double range supports like Muerta and Witch Doctor together, and I'm not a fan of I'm just not a fan of Muerta as a support in general. I think having watched it through this qualifier, we've seen it lose as a carry 3 or 4 times, lose as a support a couple of times. It hasn't felt great, and Muerta Razor, cool, you're double range against double range, but you would rather it be Razor Tusk, Razor Clockwork, something like that instead.
Yeah, for sure. I still think I would. Do we value the Razor here into the Weaver? Feels a little to be honest. Is this going to come down to something as simple as just like whichever team has more than one type of initiation, I'm going to say is going to win?
Yeah.
Because it really feels like almost every single game has gone that way.
No, legitimately, I'm looking at this and thinking, you've picked Clockwork, pick Centaur now. I want you to have Clockwork Centaur, and then I want you to have an OD. Bring out, exactly, damage. Bring out the OD, SF, etc., something like that. Maybe even the Razor to slot in here as well. And I know SF is banned, just giving ideas as we do move into this next ban phase. Yeah, I mean, OD banned, I think that's a good shout. You can kind of leave the Centaur in as long as you remove some of these big damage sources from Team
Maybe you
Turtle.
pick the Centaur.
And steal it away?
Didn't have an amazing game on it last time around, did JT, but he did what he needed to, right? Like, he got into the Blade Mail, he was used for the Stampede, they made space for him. That's where I think where the big improvement as well was from G2IG, just who needs farm right now? And we're talking like the first 10, 15 minutes. It was all on the back of Nothing to Say to start off, but as soon as, you had that Centaur, we speak of the devil, is going to be coming out here. As soon as you had him, get into that Blade Mail and Nothing to Say had his items, he was like, all right, JT, your turn to farm. Let's the 4 of us make space for you. So I think there was a lot more in-game communication coming out that time from G2IG, whereas in Game 1, they were miles ahead, and they just never felt like they all clicked at the exact same time to be able to go and make stuff happen.
Oh, Rubik. I was kind of hoping we'd see Bat Rider come back in, but he's not been a popular hero here, but Bat against Weaver and Wyvern could have been a pretty nifty one. But having Rubik against Weaver, that's always nice, something you talked about in one of the previous games. But just quickly on this Wyvern, right? Knowing that you're against a clock, knowing you're probably against a Centaur, now having 2 reset buttons in the fight through Winter's Curse and Time Lapse makes initiating so difficult, because you jump in onto one of them, they've got multi-layered saves that could potentially bail them out of these initiations.
Yeah, for sure. Also, and we see that TA. I'm liking this from both teams, honestly. They've both got really good ideas to be able to come through here, right? What's going to be good for them in lane. We still don't know if this is going to be TA mid and Weaver 1. It still is a very much possibility. This doesn't reveal anything either, right? It could be TA 1, DK2, DK3, Weaver 4. You've got that same level of flex that I liked in IG's Game 1 draft. If they do choose to go like full minus armor, this is a fantastic draft for it, right? Roshan melts, towers melt, individual heroes melt, and especially when you've got something like the Centaur that allows the team to just fully disengage with the Stampede. If someone just blows up before that's actually enabled to happen, then it really takes away a lot of the effectiveness.
In the direction of 1 Dragon Tail stun. Yeah, that's all they need.
Yep.
Yeah, just kind of dragging out these fights as well with Cold Embrace and that Winter's Curse. It can be a difficult one here for Team Turtle to get in and get the job done, but they are still missing that damage hero, right? Very, very likely to come out from Somnus. With no Storm, SF, OD, like Zeus comes to mind, but he's not been very popular this qualifier, has he?
No, definitely not. Just ever since the change, in particular to the Manta style not having the lightning hands anymore, really feels like you just don't get a lot of that farm for free, which is always going to be the dangerous part.
Is it like Lesh again?
Lesh or Timber,
Puck?
maybe.
Oh, Timber's nice. Yeah, I like that. Like Pug, Queen of Pain come to mind, but
Puck into TA feels horrible, though, if you run TA mid, and we know that NTS can do it. Even into the DK, it's not that great. Yeah, I don't think you can get away with like Viper this game. You are like so vulnerable to physical damage that if you went down that route, it's a little challenging. Okay, it's another form of initiation that they can look to play around. Again, not the most damage though to be able to play around with, and historically DK does stomp you in lane. You mentioned, what was it, Animager, where TA just melding inside the river, two-shot an Ember Spirit level 1?
Nothing to Say was involved in that. I can't remember if Nothing to Say was the Ember or the TA, but yeah, I think it might have been Nisha Ember and Nothing to Say TA. But yeah, that was definitely a situation where TA meld level 1 just solo killed First Blood level 1, couple of meld hits. Not a good time for the Ember Spirit at all.
5 seconds remaining.
Still need that big damage source for me, Gary. It's going to need to be probably a ranged hero for Chalice to be able to play around. Like, I mean, if they don't have the, again, that secondary form of initiation on G2IG, can you get away with something like the Drow? Can you get away with even, well, you're going to hate me saying it, Arc Warden coming out here? You know, it's a lot of range damage that you've got, and Magnetic Field is pretty nice against that sort of thing.
I'm wondering, having that funny conversation about Chalice, maybe wanting a bit of a funner hero to play. Maybe this is safe lane Ember. Because I'm thinking about like a Lena or something here for Somnus to play. Like I want a Somnus hero. I want maybe to be playing a maybe hero, and Ember Spirit maybe fits in there, but I think Lena would be much nicer. But we'll see where it goes.
Could they even run Lena 1? I think that's also a possibility.
Maybe. But then it's Chalice playing it, not Somnus.
They can just switch PCs. It's fine. So what do you need? You need burst damage. You need magic damage or pure. You need some damage over time to be able to take care of the TA, and ideally something that does percent as well. So what does all that? Not
Enigma.
much.
Pick Enigma.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
One Enigma. There you go.
Let's freaking go. And then on the other side, we just want more stuns, right? We want Earthshaker or something to come out from G2IG.
That'd be hype.
5 seconds.
It's probably not going to happen.
Probably not going to happen.
Viper.
They do. Is it a 1 Viper? Or is it a mid Viper? And it is that 1 Ember Spirit that you're asking for. I mean, I was wanting Viper, but against all of this physical...
Are they putting maybe on a Viper and they're like, haha, Somnus playing Viper in 2024. No OD, no Shadow Feed, no nothing.
I mean,
5 seconds
could
remaining.
they just tiny here? And then it's like a... if you run it 1 though, it feels a little weird.
You don't want TA against Viper matchup, right? So that's like the fear.
It can really go. It can go either way. Like same sort of thing that you were talking about with the Ember. Viper's big weakness is physical damage. So if you've got all that minus armor, all that burst, it evens out a little bit from like level 3, 4 onwards. But at the very start, it's still very laneable, especially considering you've got the Psy Blades innate now as well. I still think they just need a little bit more control in a lot of these fights. I don't think you can rely on like a Glipnir to do it. Oh, maybe you can actually. Well, Weaver's probably not going to be building into that as well. I don't know, Gary. How are they gonna do this? Just a stun, a reliable stun against a Stampede and an Ember Spirit is all I'm asking for.
I mean, just like I guess process of elimination here. The way I see it is it's Centaur, Rubik lane, Clockwork, Viper lane, and then Ember lane, right? So who does G2IG want to be matching into that? They probably want this TA to be dodging. Like even if you can lane it, Viper's going to be annoying. So it's like, okay, TA's never going to be in the Viper lane.
Give me a Nyx Assassin.
Viper, right?
Give me a Nyx Assassin this game. I like it. It gives them another form of initiation. You always are able to get the Carapace onto Ember Spirit. Flame Guard is always running. So Carapace is going to proc onto him. And same sort of thing hitting into a Viper, right? Proc Carapace, hit with the Vendetta. And then he's going to get stunned afterwards as well. Able to set up for a whole lot more. I like it. Probably not going to happen. But if it does...
I like it.
More physical damage. Is this just a pure minus armor draft?
Yeah, I mean, this is pretty wild. A lot of physical damage, a lot of Roche taking, not many stuns or teamfight abilities. You've got, again, Winter's Curse and Dragon Tail. These are your abilities to catch people out. I mean, Lycan's going to give you that extra bit of tower push and maybe create the space for Monet to build up on his TA.
You
I
can
don't know how to
legitimately
feel
get,
about
like,
this.
You can get negative 25 armor on people in these games. Like, that is how much minus armor they have. You have Howl, you have Corrosive Breath, you have Meld, you'll have a Desolator, you'll have Swarm coming out from Bobica as well. Someone's going to get an Orb of Destruction as well. Like, I'm really worried for Chalice this game. Yes, it's something that is a little bit more fun, maybe, compared to what the DK was, but Viper, I have to say it again, melts to physical damage. So you just got to make sure you're targeting him first in every single one of these engagements.
And Planet with some big smiles there, and Pichio as well, same kind of story. See what these two supports can do as they've got the Clockwork and the Rubik in their hands. I mean, Centaur Rubik, a pretty strong lane. Somnus Ember versus Nothing to Say DK in the mid lane. It's probably going to be a boring one. We're not going to peek too much into that, but the side lanes, a lot of potential action here. Just the fact you've got Weaver Lycan with... do we know what did Lycan take? He took the pack leader. Okay.
Yeah, I didn't see necessarily, so I assume that's the one that you
The
just...
shapeshift one.
Yeah, you get to actually send your wolves out and do some scouting, which I think is going to be pretty important because I guess that's a little area that they are lacking somewhat, right? They still don't exactly have great initiation to be able to start out a lot of these team fights. You'll have, of course, the DK to be able to play around with, and eventually the Wyvern if you're able to get into a curse. Wouldn't be surprised to see Bobica go into something like an Atos as well, just to be able to give a little bit of help in that regard, but they are going to be able to run away from a lot of the aggression that you're putting into them. I'm still just a little bit worried about position 1 specifically, Chalice getting melted in a lot of these fights, and a relative lack of damage coming out from these supports.
Yeah, I like the fact that he's going to have the wolves with the swarm as well in this lane. You know, quite a bit of harassment that can come out of this Lycan Weaver lane. The other side, though, kind of passive with the TA and the Wyvern. This is, the more I see this and think about it, it's like a timing hit from G2IG, right? Blink DK, TA with, Dragonlance Deso, whatever it is. And Lycan, we'll see him with that upgraded helm probably just to try and break these towers down, crack that map open a little bit and force them back. Because if you get the upper hand at any point in this game as G2IG, that is the potential just to snowball out of contention. Because Team Turtle, they have this very weird power spike, right? Where what is it?
I'm just looking at Bobica. So he's put a sentry ward down next to this bottom tier 2 tower. So that delays the creep wave down bottom by like maybe only 3 seconds. So maybe you're saying, it's not worth 50 gold. But there was Clockwork's courier sitting right there as well. So I thought maybe he would just snipe it away. But no, he's going to be able to back off in time.
Well, it looked like it was going to scout it and the tower hits it down.
Yeah.
It didn't happen this time. But yeah, they're going to flow the game for Team Turtle. Laning stage could go pretty well for them with these very strong lanes. Viper Clockwork, Rubik Centaur can do a hell of a lot.
Those creeps.
And delay that up. And of course, we'll then have the back and forth bouncing lanes, and Baboka's going to body block it as well.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's like kind of laning stage and then mid-game kind of weak until late game, we look at this Viper kind of transitioning into Universal Hero, right? So it's a lot of choices to be made in terms of when you want to use your strengths as Team Turtle.
Nicely done by Picho to do the same sort of body block in the lane going the other way, just to make sure the wave didn't go right underneath that tower. Not going to be in a really safe spot for G2IG to be able to play around. Wasn't able to catch him inside the cogs there on Picho. Get away with it for now. I feel like if it's getting to 25 minutes, something's gone... level 25 on the Viper, something's gone really wrong for G2IG, right? That is not what this draft was designed to do. You're designed to hit, like, a 30-minute game is the ideal coming through here for G2.
End. Yeah. It's like second Roche, minute 30, and then by, minute 33, the game is over. That kind of...
Is Bobica okay?
That kind of deal. I'm not sure. He's not got Shikuchi anymore. He has a Fairy Fire, back up to 140 health. Poison stacks are on him. Pichu not able to chase him, so it looks like Baboka barely survives on about 40 HP through the Tango regen. Yeah, this is a nasty lane, though. And Chalice has mangoes, got plenty of regen there. Burn through the HP of the Dire team. In mid lane, Dragonite 8 and 6 against the 4 and 2 Ember Spirit. And we've seen Dragonites just demolish lanes nowadays. Doesn't matter who it is, a TA, an Ember, a Timbersaw, any of these heroes that could have potentially handled Dragon Knight previously in previous patches now get handled by him.
Yeah, I mean, the DK Emma matchup has always been so DK-sided, though, right? Like, he doesn't even need the point in the Dragon Tail just yet, and you've got a little bit more of that harassing potential through the Corrosive Breath against the Ember as well, bringing him down to just 2 armor, a whole lot more vulnerable to just dying early on, and really not too vulnerable going back the other way. It's going to need to be a really, like, team-defining performance coming out here from Somnus, I think, if they're going to be able to get this win. I honestly don't even know what his itemization is going to be this game, because if you go something a little bit too passive like the Mage Slayer, I feel like that's just going to exacerbate your relative lack of damage. I mean, getting a solo kill onto Nothing to Say would feel pretty good, but won't be able to do it. He made sure not to hit him underneath that tower, just to make sure that the Flame Guard was doing the majority of the damage.
Tickle him down before those points in Dragon Blood come up. And then, of course, the third lane. Not look too much up here. TA at 9-0, Centaur 13 and 5. Yang coming out on top, of course, with the stronger lane against this very passive TA Wyvern lane, who need their levels, need a bit of time to get up and running. And down at bottom, of course, with all this lane shifting around, Baboga has dragged the wave around behind. Dire Wave meeting at the tier 1, so a bit of lost golden experience there for the Viper. And Wave arriving on that top Radiant tier 1 as well. Long lanes here for them to chase if they want to try and catch up to people. G2IG, they cannot play honorable Dota. They've got to pull out all the little tricks in the book here to get the lane stage going off to a good start for them.
Oh, for sure. And they should have the capabilities to do it, right? Wyvern is such more of a stable laner than she used to be. You're able to get a lot of harass off. You talked about Rubik being one of those best lane traders in the world. Wyvern's not terrible these days. You might not be able to get a ton of kills, but at least you're able to harass back the other way fairly reliably.
Yeah, once every 50 seconds or whatever it is.
Yeah. Oh, they both.
I guess it's not that bad anymore. It used to be really bad.
Yeah.
It used to be really bad for Wyvern. It's 26 now, huh?
Yep, and that doesn't count the time that you spent flying around as well. So it's actually a whole lot less.
That's pretty good.
It's really good.
See, this is the kind of shit I'm talking about, right? Expectation-wise, thinking, Rubik's the best trader in lane, blah, 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 blah. Nope. All these other heroes have got buffed so much, and Rubik getting nerfed and nerfed. And now the Winter Wyvern can actually fight back a little bit, more than once a minute.
As a Grandmaster Wyvern, I'm very happy with the overall changes there.
Oh, Blood Grenade down bottom with a Swarm on the walls, body blocking Picho. Clockwork. And he trapped up in it, and right-click down, not quite dead just yet, and they can't dive fully under the tower for it.
So I'm not sure if they... Hold on, top side, Monet's getting gone on a little bit here. Maybe they feel like they can go back the other way. Yeah, but they just had the chainmail delivered recently, so Yang should be okay. Xnova actually removed his own sentry ward that was blocking up this hard camp as well, so maybe they thought they miscalculated, like, the amount that the lane would shove back out to be able to get this extra bit of free farm, deny a little bit more away from the Centaur, but yeah, just getting it wrong means that Yang is actually doing a pretty good job in this lane.
Yeah, I mean, this is Centaur going for the max retaliate now, right? It looks like not going for the double edge play. You can't go and get aggressive into the TA, so just kind of farming waves and dragging it back. So him and Rubik never really pushing that wave naturally. Man, Dragon Knight.
Just swings his sword, nothing glamorous. Chop chop.
32 and 19. We used to talk about cheesy heroes and Ember Spirit getting dumpstered by Huskar or Necro. But when you're being dumpstered by a Dragon Knight, something's got to change.
And
man,
you're going to be forced to respond to this as well, because Nothing to Say is just getting a few hits in onto your tower.
TP bottom. Yep. JT trapped in the cogs. First blood going to come the way of Chalice, it looks like, there as he blows up the Lycan down south, thanks to Planet's rotation, of course.
Nice little movement there, just to give that extra little bit of burst that they needed, but...
Yang. He's the trade.
Yeah. Sometimes things just go your way, though. Somnus was able to get the Illusion rune bottom. Obviously, Illusion, not the best thing that you could claim, but just to be able to get that refill on the bottle. Perhaps use these illusions to be able to clear out the creep wave just that little bit quicker.
His illusions have the visual of the Flame Guard, but they don't get the damage, right?
I wouldn't imagine so, but it seems like it He's got the buff for it, and it didn't seem like they were doing any damage to those creeps.
Yeah, I was trying to watch them tick down to it. It didn't look like it was doing any damage. But yeah, it's got the buff on it. It's got the visuals of it, but just pretending to be the real hero. 7 minutes, no sneaky steals. Planet and Baboki both getting their wisdom runes there.
Also just keeping an eye on
1-1.
these jungles, especially from G2IG, right? You're playing with a TA. You want to make sure that you're getting the maximum amount of stacks. It's Monet looking to try and get aggressive onto Yang, and it's going to allow X-Nova to move down bottom, actually. So maybe they're going to try and go for a bit of a wrap around here onto Chalice. Not quite yet level 6, though, on the Lycan, which would certainly enable that.
I still really wonder what this conversation went like. You know, Chalice is like, don't pick me DK next game, and then they picked him a Viper in game 3.
I don't know why.
X-Nova's gonna get scouted here. Picho and Chalice gonna get run out by Baboka and JT. X-Nova inside the cogs dying, and Chalice a TP. Ooh!
Wow.
Back to Fountain. The swarm was ticking on him, but he's safe and sound.
Wasn't expecting him to get away from that, to be honest, but then I have a look at his item build, just going a couple of Wraith Bands, making sure that he's able to survive through a lot of that early pressure in the laning stage, provide him some armor early on, which is the big weakness of this hero, and eventually, of course, it is going to scale as well. He needs to basically act like a turret, because he's also pretty much the only one capable of hitting into a lot of these towers as well, so it's going to require a big performance out of Chalice after not so great one that he had in that game number 2.
Oh, nearly TP'd home. The no stun gaming very apparent here. And G2IG having almost no lockdown in this bottom. Well, they don't have any lockdown in this bottom lane until Winter Wyvern hits 6, which is obviously quite distant.
Yeah.
And nothing to say. He's got a lot of weight to lift there, and he's rushing into that Blink Dagger, of course, as required.
Just keeping an eye on Bobika's quick buy as well. He doesn't have anything there right now, but he's gone... we know he's a greedy support, right? He's gone the Wraith Band just to enable, again, more of that training early on. He's making sure to build up plenty of stacks just so that he's going to continue to scale. Actually, 2 Wraith Bands as he gets the second one delivered. I really want to see him go into the Atos. Like, you need a little bit of extra control for the rest of your team. And, you know, eventually, if you do want to be a little bit greedier, you do want to scale yourself, you can just convert it into the Glip there, right? But early on, I feel like that's just an area that they're lacking.
It's just such a massive departure from the tale we've been spinning and what we've been seeing. Somnus is bottom of the net worth of the cause. No emphasis on him, no rotations mid. Left to fend for himself. And he's pulling out all the stops here, cutting waves, grabbing runes, farming in neutral camps. Trying to get himself up to a point where he can maybe fight back a little bit here.
What? Yeah, I
He's
wonder if
level
they feel like
7.
they can go on to nothing to say
Hook
here.
shot. Straight on the DK. Multiple remnants into the cogs, and they've got this amplified damage rune still going for Somnus to slay the beast.
I just saw Picho there, like, on the far side after he placed down that Observer Ward, and they would have seen him move there as well. Planet's got an Observer inside the jungle, but maybe just not thinking he was level 6, considering it was only 9.5 minutes when he made that movement. So, very, very nicely done, and you also get a haste rune for the Ember Spirit as well.
I think he's got every single active rune so far, right?
Yeah.
And he's done very well for himself.
And that
Wait,
is not what I was
Yang?
expecting to happen.
A lot of damage. Let's see if they can finish him off here with the TH chasing forward, forcing the Stampede, at least a small victory there. Somnus rotating in with a Flame Guard. And a Searing Chains to catch out X-Nova, charging straight in onto the Wyvern with his haste rune, but now having to retreat against the physical damage of Monet. And that'll be that. Meanwhile, Picho has died down in the bottom lane, I believe. And Weaver and a Lycan pairing up to kill him off.
Next Nova, he's just hanging around. He really wants to make sure that he can hit into this level 6 for himself as quickly as possible. Not able to get another stack off for TA. He's been able to build up a few so far this game. I really want to see just a little bit more of that presence to enable his own game somewhat. Yeah, they know
The
that...
Viper's in.
Yep.
Oh yeah, lift him back up. Keep him in the Nether Toxin. TA reasonably tanky with the Strength Treads and that Refraction, so they will come back in with the Boka to trade out 1-for-1. The Swarm? Does X-Nova have mana here for a curse or anything? Somnus is trying to get away from them, and X-Nova actually a little worse for wear, but does have that curse ready now with a mana pool available. Not going to use it. Not going to have to.
They have vision there? I'm like... Just the decision to go in onto the TA was very ballsy. It was just a little bit unlucky from on Xnova's front that he'd use the Cold Embrace onto himself just to enable him to be ready for a potential fight that was going to come out. But yeah, that meant that Monet just had nothing to be able to play around with. No curse, no heal, no nothing. Meant that Bobica was just a little bit late for that rotation.
And key items coming up. Nothing to say, Blink Dagger arriving soon. And saw the Centaur pick up his Blade Mail. So his farm can accelerate. And I honestly feel like the key one here is JT's Lycan. He's been left alone for quite some time, you know, killing Tower, getting a kill on Clockwork. Helm of the Dominator done and Overlord queued up. You know, not that far away, honestly, the way he's been farming. He's gone from being like 6th in the net worth, now being 3rd.
Yeah, I mean, the big surprising thing to me, though, is that Team Turtle were able at all to get a tower at this stage of the game. They really just don't have the tools to be able to do it, but considering the timing that they made that previous rotation around the Siege Creep, picking off the DK before he was just super tanky, using 3 heroes, TPing in the Viper, they were able to secure that tier 1 for themselves a little while ago, and it just opened up the map so much more for them. It means that you're not going to be quite as easily able to make this these ganks happen with the Blink Dagger, and you can see, nothing to say, he's basically just forced to walk into the lane and reveal it, so you're not going to have that surprise factor now.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower
Might even get a
is under
second.
attack.
There's nobody coming to defend this. The
Okay, if
Chalice
everyone's
Viper
on.
is busy Midasing creeps.
Yeah. Looks like they'll get a tier 1 in return. Look how quickly that tower just melted up with the Alpha Wolf, of course. It's dominated. An immediate smoke as well, looking to try and make the most out of this Elder Dragon form. No shapeshift pop just yet.
Radiant's middle tower
And Planet going to get scouted by one of the wolves. They're going to try and beeline for this Rubik. They're spreading across the map here, trying to catch out Picho's Clockwork. He'll die to the Dragon Knight. Chains from Somnus. Yang moves in. Out goes Baboka as Yang's going to get demolished by the Minus Armor Melt Strike. Now Somnus, 3 remnants at the ready to jump over the terrain and get back to high ground. A little bit of distance coming now. He's going to meet Baboka's Weaver, though, coming back in with a bit of damage, and another Dragon Tail stun to catch out the Ember Spirit under his own tower. 1 remnant left, trying to juke them north as maybe he'll remnant south, and they're waiting on the remnant with a couple more heroes, though, trying to find him, as Somnus is making a great escape here. Chalice now joining in, forcing a TP out of the DK, getting turned on with a Melt Strike, and the physical damage just destroys the Viper. Face tanks it all. Somnus has to remnant back, and G2IG really domineering this game now as the laning phase broke down. They move on to Yang as well, who's TP'd in, trying to hold the line.
They still have
down to
as
half
well.
HP immediately, and a blink stun from nothing to say. Hook shot trying to delay.
Great
Pichu buys a bit of time for Yang here as well, with Planet trying to defend this aggressive move from G2IG, keeping the DK alive, nearly zapped down by the Rubik. Somnus comes back in. Round 4, fight with the Ember Spirit. Monet, he's looking like he might be out of position as well. Pichu makes the move forward with the cogs to trap him inside.
Who's the one in
Somnus,
danger?
half HP. Searing Chains trying to catch in the back. Turned on again with no remnants remaining. He's nearly dead. The Swarm, the Weaver kills him. But Boka picks up a killing spree. A non-stop back and forth fight here. But again, G2IG coming out the victors, it feels like.
We're going to need about 50 fight recaps for this one, Gary. There was just a non-stop one, and all the while I was like, where's the Winter's Curse? When is it coming? And I'm sure that's what Team Turtle, all of their comms was about as well. They just didn't want to group up. They could never truly just rally around this Viper, allow Chalice to stand his ground and, you know, try and take away some of the threat that this TA is providing. Does have the Midas, though. He'll start scaling for himself. He wants that become universal talent for himself, but it's going to be a long road before he's able to get into it.
Well, this is the thing, right? Like, Team Turtle, it felt like lanes were meant to go better. It's been great from G2IG to hold their own, fight back. And now we're in a position where Team Turtle probably, you know, genuinely thinking about minute 30. You know, 16 minutes in, that's not where you want to be. You're buying a blink on a centaur, maybe that'll give you a couple of chances here alongside the Clockwork to find some snipes and kills, but yeah, Ember needs time, Viper needs time, and you're looking at an overfarmed TA, a Lycan who is just shapeshifting and running at you, and hell, even this Weaver is causing massive problems.
I do like Somnus' item build. Again, though, like you said, he's going to need time. He's going for a Radiance on the Ember Spirit. Full roleplay style, you know, just all the burn, all the fiery. damage that's going to be coming through. Wouldn't be surprised to see him go into like a Cloak of Flames as well as everything else. So you just want to make sure that you're breaking through that TA refraction as quickly as possible. You want to make sure you can ignore the damage coming through from the ignore the armor from the DK, and basically every bit of damage coming through towards you is physical. So just that little bit of evasion, that mischance that it's going to be providing is going to be so beneficial.
I see X Nova. Nothing to say, it was nearby. And Dire Vision, they're going to scout out Planet as well, as Stolen Shikuchi will get him across the map pretty quickly. I'm trying to place down observer wards of his own, but I think he's been scouted every step of the way by the wolves, the dragon.
They're just waiting for an
Sentry's there in
opportunity
range,
to do
but
Roche.
I don't quite see it.
You just fired a rocket there on Picho from the bottom side of the map to the top, potentially catching anyone in its path. He's just constantly using it because he knows how quickly they're going to be able to take this one. Might just use the Helm of the Overlord to be able to might get a D-ward here on X-Nova for free. Very nicely done. Actually, a little bit of lane push being put in by Planet here just to try and divert the attention away. Is that a TP back from the TA? No. Monet was just farming. So yeah, he's just going to instantly join the rest of his team, knowing that now they don't have a tier 1 tower to be able to call in reinforcements. Alright, prediction, Gary, how long will this take to die? I'm saying 6 seconds.
4. Starting now. 1, 2, 3,
3.5.
and 4 seconds.
Wow. That's why they pay you.
I'm so good at this game, man.
Let's go.
What was it? It was 6 seconds, yeah.
It was like 10.
Whatever.
Nothing to say, he's going to Orchid, which I like, you know? You want to make sure that you're disabling the Stampede potential. So honestly, even going on to Yang, not the worst. He's only got the Blade Mail to be able to play around with, right? So just sitting on like 10 armor or so that he's got to be able to play around with, and with everything that you've got coming back the other way, you know, Orchid damage, Desolator, Meld, you're instantly going to go into the negatives just with Monet initiating onto you. And I think he's got a Blink Dagger coming out, so that's going to be very easy. Do you have a second Orchid on Bobica? I think you do.
Yeah. Yeah, it's getting pretty wild out there. Good luck to the Ember, to the Viper, hell to any member of Team Turtle here. It's one of these drafts where Turtle need every single hero to make anything happen. It doesn't feel like they've got those pairings of, you know, we can play together with this hero and that hero. They'll lose Planet up at top as he gets just absolutely eviscerated.
Deleted.
Blood drained. Flops on the floor, and Chalice is being body blocked here by the Wolf.
Oh,
JT right in front of him, forcing the Stampede quite early on there. But yeah, this is a situation where G2IG, you know, with TA +1, DK +1, whatever it might be, they'll find a Clockwork and jump into the base as well. Onto Chalice, the Viper's dying. There's Yang's going to come in with a massive stomp to hold the back, but the Viper's still dead. They'll go onto Yang and kill him as well. This game just being turned on its head. Our high ground attempt 20 minutes in. Talking about how Team Turtle, they need minute 30 to come. Look at that minus armor. Absolutely insane stuff here as G2IG have had enough of mucking around. They want this series done and dusted.
Just
pushing high ground and taking barracks.
It's way too much, and it's going to be quite some time until you're able to get into anything that's going to be able to, you know, restrict a lot of the pressure coming through to you. Love the timing of IG doing it as well, right? Not only was the lane already fairly pushed in, but it's going to enable them to go into this Tormentor as well. I wouldn't be surprised if someone stuck around to maybe steal away the Wisdom Rune, but I don't think it's even needed at this stage of the game, right? Much rather just push down all the other lanes. Look to use this Aegis to its fullest potential rather than spending time waiting.
I feel like Chalice is wishing he was playing anti-mage again, because this has shades of that game one where, you know, this draft from Team Turtle, it was meant to do decently in lanes, didn't quite get off the ground. Now what do you do? You're looking at a 10k net worth lead for G2IG. They've taken a lane of barracks, they've taken your Tormentor, they're stealing everything away from you, and it hasn't felt like Team Turtle has, like, I don't know, I guess Somnus is the big question mark for me. This Ember Spirit pick into the DK, 92% win probability there is wild.
I'm not surprised. Like, I really wasn't a fan of this Viper pick just because, like, I feel like they picked it into what counters it. They got a little bit too close-minded around, you know, or what's good against TA. I mean, you can ban it. That's what's good against TA right now, just because it feels like an insane hero for the laning stage, for its farming speed, and it just synergized perfectly with the rest of the minus armor coming through from IG's draft. So I'm a little surprised that they were able to get away with this. More
big
minus
old
armor?
items. AC. They've got Radiance and Greaves, though, over on Team Turtle.
Okay.
14.5k damage out the TA. Lycan doing his fair share, but now an AC is going to buff that up even further. So like a team fight on the doorstep of the Radiant base here could just lead to game over, potentially.
Well, maybe they'll live for 2 seconds instead of 1. You never know.
With the Greaves? Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Or maybe a jump down bottom, as it looks like Team Turtle itching for a
found the
fight,
initiate.
catching the jump on the TA with the chains and stomp, but no commitment there. Chalice couldn't quite catch up, and she does have that Aegis as a second life. Refraction was coming off cooldown as well. So we'll see a smoke into smoke here. And that's Picho getting jumped on. He tried to break up the staircase, but they've held the ramp. Turn on the clockwork. Another blitz stop from Yang, though. Coming back in with Sonic. There's a curse. Nicely placed. 3 caught up in it. Picho nearly dying, but the Greaves keeps him alive. Turning on nothing to say, while Monet dropping low. First life about to drop. Aegis claimed up. There's Somnus, though, into the backline once more. Cold Embrace keeping DK alive, and they turn back. JT's dead. Yang's been traded out. Nothing to say trying to fight into the Ember now. As Chalice, he's being shredded by the Wolves and the Templar Assassin. But Boca will come in to help out, while X-Nova is still chasing Somnus. He's dancing, he's juking, he's jiving, but now he's been stunned. Caught up in the run of Atos. Dead and caught. 4 down. JT, the one casualty of war there from G2IG, along with the Aegis, but it is just clean sweeping through this Team Turtle squad.
Perfect Winter's Curse coming through there from X-Nova as well, immediately after the Clockwork initiation, so they were just held in place entirely. It gave Monet the time to be able to move away from that tier 2 tower by the time the Aegis had expired. He was, in a pretty vulnerable spot to be sure, but it just provides you with so much of that safety net to be able to play around with. And I mean, this net worth lead is just way out of control right now, and they're going the items to be able to close it out, right? BKB already finished up on nothing to say, getting pretty close, just 500, 600 gold away from Monet to be able to get into it, and he's going a nullifier on JT as well. So any of these like saving potential items that they might be looking to go for, not going to be all that successful.
Radiant are scanning.
It's just ridiculous how quickly this damage comes out as well.
Yep.
Team Turtle meeting their nemesis. G2IG role-playing as Shredder as they literally shred through their opponents right now. They've got the claws on the Lycan. They've got the armor on the DK. The TA standing her ground. Team Turtle trying to find a little bit of wiggle room here. And nothing down in this bottom right-hand corner. No Roshan for at least 2 minutes. No dire heroes whatsoever.
I wouldn't call G2IG the villains, but kind of feels like it are if we're going full Ninja Turtle fantasy, right? Who's Bebop? Who's Rocksteady? Who's Kang? If we've got Shredder as well.
I don't know, who's Azure Ray?
They might be facing up against G2IG and not Team Turtle. You got to consider that first.
Nothing to say. Yeah, blinks out of there. The Wolves. It's been causing problems for Team Turtle.
Radiant's courier has been
Scouts them
Vision's
all out.
looking pretty bleak right now. I mean, the Wolves as well just provide so much of that either ghost push or scouting potential. Like, how are you supposed to deal with everything that they've got
TA
coming at
traps.
you? Yeah.
Oh, look at that. It's like Christmas for G2IG. It's all lit up. You've got fairy lights everywhere.
All those little spots on the map that we see there is just, we see everything. And it's also, a Aghanim Shard TA trap as well, so it's got the silence aspect as well.
Is that a fun little, I don't know if it's Scriff or Wepas, is that a fun little game, hovering over the TA traps, trying to connect the dots on the mini-map?
That would be hilarious if a player actually drew something with their TA traps along the map.
Or was it color by numbers? Connect the dots, bring it all together. Baboka scaling pretty heavily now as he moves as well into that Gleipnir and closing in on it pretty quickly. 18k lead, going to become 20 soon for G2IG. That's just that next move. They don't have to rush into anything. They are dictating the pace of play. They can wait for their next Roshan, because G2IG have got to know if they get next Aegis, it's mega creeps, right? It's like close to game over. That 85% win probability goes to 95, 98, whatever it might be.
Even Bobica scaling, dude, he has more net worth than Yang does on this Weaver. I said I wanted him to go into the Atos. He did. and then he's going to build it into the Gleipnir next. So that's even more potential to be able to counter out something like the Stampede when they're trying to escape from a lot of these engagements that just feel so difficult already. The only other item that I could possibly want in terms of like what's going to provide you the most efficiency is Picho. Poor guy, he's going to get caught out saving the Atos as well, so not even going to be able to escape. I want to see a Solar Crest coming out, just for a little bit more of that attack damage, a little bit more of that attack speed, a little bit more of that armor, just to be able to throw it onto whatever one of JT's Helm of the Overlord creeps is wanting to actually siege the high ground. You know, you can let DK and the Helm of the Overlord creep do it, and just buff them up as much as possible.
Well, Somnus getting a bit of split push and farm going at the very least. Needs to share with Yang, though, over in these Ancients. Going to see a Lotus Orb for the Centaur get finished off shortly. BKB queued up for Somnus. A Nullifier done over on that Lycan on the opposing side, though, so that's going to cause issues here for Team Turtle in their back and forth fights. They need to kind of slink away when someone gets blink stunned by the DK.
Nearly got a Bloodthorn as well for nothing to say, so not too many things have True Strike still in this game. That is one of them. Use that in on to, I would assume, Somnus. So it's going to be very important for him to... Ooh, they smoked underneath a TA trap. So they know that they're trying to make some sort of play, but again, I really don't feel like G2IG care all that much. They're going to be trying to get down to that Wisdom Rune area by the time it hits that 28-minute mark. Might be able to do so with the TA blink coming up just around the time that it's going to spawn. So if Yang moves on forward, he's in danger of dying, and yeah, I think he's well aware of that fact.
What kind of turtles are Team Turtle? Now, we've talked about them as though they're, oh, hang on. Is that a dead Ember Spirit on my screen? He's been caught up in this Bloodthorn, Rod of Atos. The Stampede gets a little bit of distance. He's still starting stuff, and the final touch of damage there from Baboka clears him out. Now, Bloodthorn and Orchid beautifully executed there from G2IG to get that kill.
I mean, this game, they feel like soft-shell turtles. They are just absolutely getting torn apart. There's nothing that's going to be able to protect them, right? Even the Centaur, the one that's meant to be, is just getting shredded in a lot of these team fights. At least now, he's somewhat more capable of frontline. He's got the Defiant Shell, he's got the Lotus Orb with the Plate Mail in it, he's got a Blade Mail, so decent armor, but it's gotten beyond the point where you actually care about the Centaur. You're just going to be hitting towers.
So they're not some kind of like Galapagos tortoise. They've lived too long, they've outlasted everyone, but now it's their time.
Extinct, bro.
It's their time to be extinct now, it looks like. That was something I didn't know actually until recently. I always thought, turtles and tortoises and terrapins were all like very distinct different things. They're all under the turtle taxonomy apparently. As they blink stun here, Yang trying to make a move on nothing to say. Doesn't really feel the danger, the damage until that Nether Toxin and the right clicks from the Viper arrive. Monet's dead up on his high ground as well. Where's the rest of the team?
They're just leaving him.
The Lycan, the Weaver, the Wyvern just going to be leaving Monet here to try and BKB TP. It looks like it should be successful with no stuns through it. Okay. Meanwhile, Baboka down a bottom lane, caught up by Yang. A blink stun from the Centaur. A bit of follow through here. Gleipnir to hold them back. He's got another Shikuchi. TP at the ready, hiding in the trees, and it looks like he's just slipped out of the range of them.
Oh, the TA
Good
trap.
silence as well from the TA trap.
All right. Yeah, it's not completely secured just yet. We see that they do have the potential to be able to layer out a lot of that damage, and it really is all on the back of that Viper Strike, right? That's what breaks these days, not the Nether Toxin. So they were able to land that onto the DK. I think he ended up Dragon Tailing without the BKB up onto the Centaur as well. It was a really nice Lotus Orb from Yang to be able to reflect that back to enable them to layer in all that damage. So, it's a little bit of net worth. It goes over to the Centaur, who, I don't even necessarily know what the next item is going to be for Yang. Like, how are you actually going to
maybe
put yourself onto these team fights? And gets caught out.
Annihilated. I mean, Yang had BKB queued up previously, but I don't know what the item is to save Team Turtle here. I don't know what the grouping of items is. Kind of wish this Ember Spirit had 3 Battle Furies and a couple of Rapiers or something like that.
Stay with me, Gary. The workhorse, the Aghanim Scepter. Put the Viper in it and drag him around and let him actually hit people without the risk of dying.
Maybe.
They're not going to wait for that time, though. They're pushing in once again. Aegis or no.
Nothing to say.
To just find these targets.
Straight in on the clockwork. Picho dead. Has buyback available. 15 seconds for the Ember to respawn as well. There's Nether Toxin and the damage of time annoying, but a great BKB timing. Nothing to say. Presses the button.
Stun.
Gets himself out of danger. Turns onto Yang. He's dead. Centaur also does have buybacks. It looks like Turtle team have defended their barracks, at least for now. And there's a couple of gems on the ground.
I mean, you could just go straight back in, though. X-Nova didn't use the Winter's Curse. You know the Stampede was used, but taking it slow. I mean, really showing a lot of respect over to Team Turtle. Wanting to maybe wait for that next Aegis, but I don't know. I'm a little worried if they take it that late. Am I actually that worried?
Yeah,
I really feel like
Viper's gonna turn universal.
He's 9 levels away, unfortunately.
Viper's gonna turn. He's got a Hand of Midas.
Yeah, he's gonna have the Skadi, which will be kind of nice, I guess, against the DK and the TA. I'm just not sure if, like, where is the damage coming from? It really feels like it needs to all be on Somnus, and at least he's got the BKB for himself now, so he can continue trying to cut some of these waves. He'll have an escape potential, but I don't know. It just feels like even if it gets super late, I mean, TA's going to hit her level 25 timing before you do. You're going to have more refraction instances. You're going to have, you know, level 20 on the Lycan. So you've got even more damage coming through from the Feral Impulse. So the bonus damage for the Helm of the Overlord creep. It just feels like very risk-free Dota that G2IG need to play, you know?
Well, it looks like someone's released a pack of wolves onto the Galapagos Islands here. The turtles and tortoises are being munched up as the the Lycan gets himself an Aghanim Shard. Wolves going to be coming for you. Can we see who's done the most damage, actually, for Team Turtle? And I guess across the board. 'Cause I'm kind of curious to see, like, Viper versus Ember Spirit. You know, Clockwork Centaur, these are the initiation heroes. Yeah, they're not too far away from each other. Primarily Ember Spirit there. As TA really just racking up the big numbers on the other side.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I'm trying to think of other avenues for them to potentially turn this around. Maybe,
Rapiers.
like, what if Planet steals a Winter's Curse? You know, that could be something that turns the fight around. You know, not only just because of holding the fight, not only just because of the damage that the G2IG heroes would be doing, but it also allows you to actually just start layering in a bunch of poison attacks into a bunch of different heroes. Look at all the traps around that mid lane of racks, actually. Like, are they just wanting them to all commit heavily into the mid racks? All the ones that Planet were able to steal? And then they're just going to pop them all?
Is it expiring? I guess he was using it before it was expiring, right? Just going to plop them all down before they get found. That's pretty funny, though. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16. He's got like 16 traps around mid and bottom lane.
Oh, Chalice won't have his Skadi anytime soon as well. They sniped Courier.
That's unfortunate.
Just another thing that Weaver does well. Double hit, instant way to be able to kill it. Once again, continuing to scale. Glipnir, Dragonlance, Orchid into the BKB. Position for Weaver, by the way. Nearly overtaking every single person on Team Turtle.
Yeah, you're going to have 4 Dire heroes up at the top, as Yang gets blink stunned by nothing to say. Monet's coming in with the silencers. The Stampede does come out thanks to the Lotus Orb, though, and the damage. Oh, hang on. Is that enough to catch him out? Can they follow through? The Greaves, the lift, the save, the blink. He gets out of danger just in time. They were trying to chase him down. Let's put the fear of God into him, though, and the Stampede does get used up.
Yeah. Of course, one of the other benefits of the DK is such a low downtime on that Elder Dragon form, right? Going to be up in another 15 seconds. Once again, you know that there's no Stampede available, so now's the time to be able to make this sort of play. I say that as Somnus is maybe trying to be baited here with the Wisdom Rune. Doesn't look like he's going to take the bait, though, as he used the scan just to see if anyone was moving up there. Such good presence of mind coming out from him. And it's going to mean that Nothing to Say isn't with the rest of the boys, so with this Stampede off cooldown, they're not going to be able to go up into that high ground. Again, maybe they were just choosing the more conservative route, just waiting for that Aegis. One more time, it will spawn top. 15 seconds away, but the most it can be is 3 minutes, so G2IG are comfortable in the fact that that wave is obviously going to be the one that's passively pushing in, considering they already took the racks there. And again, they're just going for the safer route. Crimson Guard, not a bad item for Yang to be going into, but feels like it's going to get to the point where the amount that you're able to stop from actually damaging is going to be pretty insignificant, considering how hard Monet is starting to hit. He's got the Daedalus finished up now, and he's going into an Arcane Blink, just not wanting to be held back and unable to join in with the rest of the team.
It just makes the game so easy, right? When you control 80% of the map, you've got little red dots everywhere. You see everything, you know everything. Omnipresent, omniscient, G2IG here. As Lacoste would say, our boy Jackie Chan, he's doing it. 30k lead, 21-7. Game 3 in a best of 3. Elimination time, as it looks like Team Turtle now going from Grim Reaper to being 1 foot in the grave. Just this final game that separates one of these two teams from that lower bracket final against Azure Ray. And that potential to head to TI in Denmark. Blink Dagger up on the Wyvern now, so even easier to try and get the catch on people. A big old mud golem.
Yeah, it was stealing away any farm that Team Turtle have the potential to get, right? Like, even this area, they're not safe to be able to go into. And, you know, I was talking about some of those big timings. Monet, he's level 25, so if he wanted to, he can very shortly buy up the Arcane Blink for himself. You've got the BKB on Bobica, he's level 20. Roshan's just about to respawn. He'll be up top with a free Aghanim's Blessing, so, I mean, who are we even giving that to? Do you give that to TA, I guess? DK, maybe? Yeah, probably DK. Just to give it even more of a safe way to be able to siege up onto that high ground. Not sure if you want to shapeshift anyone.
Yang? Well, that's a choice.
Midas?
Yeah.
Sure. They're like, look, if they're not going to push into us and we can't farm anything, what's the one thing that's going to let us get at least a little bit of net worth? I know.
Oh, man. I guess experience as well. He's level 17, stuck in the base, not able to touch creeps. Give me that juicy XP. And yeah, JT also making a choice. 6 Mantles of Intelligence queued up as his next items.
Very smart boy. Yeah, there we go. Nothing to say.
Well, you'd argue he's not very smart if he needs all his mantles.
You can never be too smart.
Okay. It's not something I've ever
Not wanting to join in with the rest of the boys. Like, are they really just wanting to confirm this, right? They've got 2 cheeses, they've got an Aegis, they've got a 39k net worth lead, and he's like, you know what? We still need a Scythe of Ice just to confirm it. And I guarantee as soon as they get that as well, they're like, you know what? We need one other item. As Somnus actually kills the creep that he was trying to do down there.
Yeah, I mean, it's game 3, elimination time. If you want to put this one to bed, go out with a bang, you want it to be nuclear, right? You want all the biggest items you can possibly find, like a Daedalus on Baboka. He's telling his team, guys, chill, just wait. I need 3-4 minutes, I'll have a Daedalus.
He's actually
Just
I'm
guys,
not surprised.
Guys, please, you know. Scythe of Ice recipe in the inventory there for JT, of course, as you do. Swapping things around as he spots out Somnus over in his ancient area. A quick zip away to his remnant. But yeah, top and mid lane both pushing in pretty heavily here means Team Turtle are going to come back and defend.
Here we go. Surely now. Coming in with the Scythe of Ice, with the smoke, trying to end it. X-Nova's got a Blink Dagger as well to be able to play around with. So, you know, that surprise Blink Curse initiation. If they're able to somehow get some sort of vision, maybe send a couple of wolves inside the base, just for a little bit of extra info.
Man, this is Team Turtle with a player called Planet. It's all about World Day, you know, Earth Day. Keep things green with a Viper throwing Nether Toxin anywhere. G2IG just coming in and throwing straws, plastic straws, and those little plastic things on top of beer cans into the water, causing all kinds of toxic nonsense to the environment. And what can Team Turtle do? They get jumped on, probably just get killed off and die. Chalice, Picho, both gone. They both have buyback, but this is looking absolutely disastrous for them now. Glyph used up. Pop the traps. They're being killed off. They're being destroyed by Monet. Another barracks down. There's nothing to say. Will stand its ground. Yang will blink in. The Centaur stomp on 2. The follow through, though. Where is it? Monet will turn and slay the beast. The Centaur is about to die. Somnus, he does come in with the Halapicho. The Hook shot and the Remnants over the top. Somnus BKB'd up, trying to kill the Swarm before he dies. Remnant away. Gets a bit of distance. Another Sleight of Fist and Remnant to get out of danger. Team Turtle stay alive, at least for now. 5 heroes up, 2 buybacks expended, but G2IG still have Aegis and Cheese. They got a barracks, they've got a double damage rune spawned at top, and Team Turtle are the ones that have to go and do something.
Yeah, and they need to do it right now, but again, they just don't have the tools to do it right. Still no BKB on Somnus for the next 60 seconds. You've got no Stampede. They're just going to go straight away. Wait for the Elder Dragon form to come back up. It's only 15 seconds away, still has the BKB on the DK. Just put him on the front lines, let him do all the work.
I mean, JT gonna send out his summons and wolves as well. A couple of catapults up on the front lines.
Turtle by name, turtle by nature, Gary. There's only so long that you can hold out.
In the triangle, we've got the turtle breaker here from G2IG. Oh, Yang, he jumped in, but immediately controlled up. The cold embrace is on him. They turn on to Nothing to Say, who BKBs and TPs, I think, going for the Nightfall play to escape away. The curse was great. Somnus is going to try and chase into Baboka now as JT and Monet a little scared about the follow-through coming in. But they turn back with Monet onto Somnus. That's a low HP TA, but holding Aegis. Don't forget that second life is available. Charge forward from Planet and Somnus, but they can't latch onto anyone while Yang is desperately trying, scrambling to kill Baboka, who gets the time-lapse off. They can't kill a single hero here. Really struggling to even kill a support. Maybe on this Lycan now, JT about to fall. His BKB is up, but that's not protection against the right clicks out of the Viper. Maybe it is. The full staff forward, finally. No, he's still alive. When the BKB ends, though, the poison will take him down. Eventually found as Monet goes for the Nightfall himself. BKB TP out. Winter Wyvern gets caught. Team Turtle defend their base. But look at bottom lane. Who's that? It's Baboka. He's in there on the barracks, killing off another lane with catapults going.
Oh, so annoying. Didn't even have the Daedalus at the time. Probably will want to go into something like a Deso for himself just to enable them to hit in onto the backline. I mean, TA's gotten farmed enough that Monet doesn't even need it anymore, right? Sitting in the backpack for now, but wouldn't be surprised to see it sold up for something like that Butterfly that he's got queued up next. And yeah, just let Baboka do all the work. He's playing Rat Dota to perfection right now, and you know, we've reached that dangerous point. It feels like it's been at that stage for, what, the past 20, 25 minutes, where the net worth lead is coinciding with the time in the game, and that's always really, really bad news for the team on the receiving end.
Danog.
Gareth.
Just wait.
Okay. 3 levels away.
3 levels away for the Viper to hit level 25.
I knew what you were going for. They're even hookshotting the Tormentor. Is Picho going to die to this?
No, he's fine.
Okay.
He's got Greaves from Planet, thankfully. The Hand of Midas is kicking in. 43 minutes. We've got Aghanim Scepter on the Ember Spirit. I'm a believer.
What about
I'm a believer
Midas, though?
Captain Planet and Turtle Power. Just need a bit of pepperoni pizza here.
He did it! He's gone for the hitcher ride. The workhorse, it's coming through.
Whew.
See it.
Let's see if it works out. Maelstrom picked up by the Viper now to try and push out these waves and hold on. And the workhorse for the Centaur. See if he's going to grab Chalice and drag him around, because he's going to get jumped in a second now. Nothing to say. Up to the high ground. They want the buildings to get the mega creeps. Somnus, he jumps in deep here, gets hexed up. They turn onto him with Monet. Yang has jumped in aggressively here as well, eh? BKB's out from G2IG. Shiny golden gods. Picho has gone with a great power cogs, trapping JT inside of them. Now the Viper being dragged around, the hitcher ride not working out as they expected. And now the Winter's Curse, straight there on the Centaur. The Viper will turn and hit into his friend. The poor man just tried to hitch a ride, but gets turned on with the power and prowess of G2IG, slaying them all.
That's
3 down, no buybacks, 4 in a row. There we go, as G2IG connect 4 to take down the tier 4 and open up the throne. That's it, game over. Team Turtle have been slain.
Oh, it took a while. It really, really was it. But at the very end of the day, the little turtles, tried to go back out to Ocean, but they got sniped by the seagulls of G2IG. They were able to just close it out in pretty convincing fashion, Gary. Even from the draft stage, we were like, where's the damage? This Viper really feels a little bit narrow-minded. It felt like it was very vulnerable to all of the minus armor, all of the single target, and all the physical damage that G2IG were able to throw at them. But you know, can't take it away from them. They had to draft it. They had to be able to punish that sort of situation. And, well, it's good to see that they've still got that way to be able to go back to the bank, to be able to pull out these minus armor strats that not too many teams are doing these days.
Yeah, it's great for G2IG there. It's going to pick things up, get themselves into that lower bracket final now against Azure Ray. It's kind of sad to see the Grim Reapers go, you know, old Turtle team. Was it Lao Guidre, you know, dropping out here? They gave it a good old shot, but G2IG just proving to be a better team here overall in this best of 3.
For them, though, like you mentioned, Lao Guidre, mission accomplished. They knocked out the old LGT. Is that really, you know, everything that they were going for? Obviously, Somner's going to be a little sad wearing his Azure jersey, not going to be able to face up against them in that losers bracket final. But what a great performance for them, right? Coming from open qualifiers, going lossless up until this series, not even dropping a single game, and really putting a big scare into the G2IG boys, the team that I would say for the past couple of months has probably looked second best in China, right? Only behind Extreme Gaming.
JT dying here to the poison as his BKB expires. Little signs of life at the end, 42 minutes in, but when you're down by such a tremendous amount of net worth there, just seeing the 43k net worth lead, getting a couple of kills, doesn't really lead to anything. As G2IG just came back, destroyed your barracks, got the mega creeps, and forced you to take a very hectic, drastic team fight, where it was just reeking of desperation here from Team Turtle towards the end of game 3.
Yeah, like it was something that you just had to do. Love the spacing as well by Xnova on the backlines, waiting until the very end. The Hitcher Ride ended up just hitching him to his own death, unfortunately. They're not even able to steal the curse at the very end. It was a Splinter Blast that Planet was able to secure. So you see the amount of damage that they're able to burst out in such a quick fashion. There's no way to be able to respond to it. And a very, very well-deserved victory. And they won't get too much of a rest either on G2IG. They've still got one more series to be able to play today. MVP, Gary? Any predictions there?
Oh, geez.
I'd say Monet.
But I don't. He's playing TA though. You can't give TA players MVP. I kind of think that last pick Lycan was a little bit of genius coming out of G2IG. So I don't know. We're not allowed to give it to coaches and stuff. I'd say Super there with this draft for Game 3. Definitely spot on. Undid what Team Turtle wanted to do. Put backs against the wall for Team Turtle there. Okay, Monet, he had the numbers. He was playing TA though, so I don't think that particularly counts. I don't know. I think that they all pulled their weight. All the lanes went pretty damn well for themselves. Baboka's a cheeky little fella though. JT can be up there as well with his early Helmly Overlord into that Nullifier build is real nice.
The thing with going for that greedy build as well on Boboka, by the way, he didn't die a single time, so that's another bit of a props for him, is that he was able to find out Picho when he was going for those consistent, roaming ward, we like to call it, styles of strategy, right? Trying to make a little bit of that extra space, get a bit of extra vision, but as soon as he revealed himself, he was getting orchided, and then when he tries to TP away, he was getting ATOS'd, just because Boboka had gone for this, I'm providing some support, but also you 1v1 me, it's not going to end well. And he was able to take him out, I think 3 times, almost solo. So really big props need to be given over to him for this greedy build. I'm not sure if Azure will let him get away with it, though. I think this was an absolute draft loss for Team Turtle, which is unfortunate because they've given us such entertaining Dota over these entire qualifiers. And speaking of those qualifiers, we've just got one series left, don't we, Gary? As this is the last one for you and me. It's been a great time casting with you, a great time casting China. Any closing words?
No, it's been an absolute pleasure, kind of going down, memory lane a little bit with some of these old players coming back. Always sad to see them go. Once we get into these elimination spots with LGD dropping out, of course, Team Turtle here, some big names going out. But then on the other side, great to see, Team Zero, Ponlo making their way through to qualify for TI through the upper bracket. And of course, that last series of the qualifier here, Dan, like you're saying, kind of a great pleasure to cast China, cast alongside with you, and cast towards TI in Denmark on this road to the international. So right now we do have a 30 or 40 minute break just to give G2IG a bit of breathing room there to catch up for their next series. It will be a best of 3 lower bracket. One series decides all. Who is that last team from China to head towards TI? Make sure you stick around in about 30 minutes time and see you then.
The official headset of PGL tournaments. Now, with a wireless version. Experience unparalleled speed and reliability with the latest wireless technology, advanced hybrid ANC, and built-in EQ for your favorite game. Designed with elegance and durability, and extreme noise-canceling microphone. Always stay one step ahead with Aspire Wireless.
Welcome back. It is that time. It is the final series of the Chinese qualifiers on this road to the international. I'm joined here by Lacoste once again for the final time, as it's been a road. It's been a long road, right, Lacoste?
Yeah, at the end of the road, there is one spot left. Team Zero did qualify yesterday, but yeah, it's a tough road for most of these teams, and we can check the teams that are already qualified on top of the 6 teams that have been invited directly. Nouns Esports from North America, 3-0 against Shopify Rebellion.
Damn.
I think a lot of people will say that's an upset, but having a 3-0 says a lot about these two teams. And of course, Team Zero yesterday did qualify. Very good performance coming out from them. Very good qualifier run. And we are still yet to determine the last spot between Azure Ray and G2IG to see who's going to go to TI. Unfortunately, one of these teams is not going to make it. It's just tough. Qualifiers is always like that. So we can check the road, how they managed to get there. Azure Ray, so far, every series that they played was a 3-game series. So it doesn't give me too much confidence coming into this one. They were really shaky. They did not look dominant, even dropping the game against Kev. LGD Gaming took the game of them and then losing to Team Zero. And now they need to fight against G2IG, who did look, I would say, hot and cold as well. Again, coming into this one, I feel this is a 3-game series, period.
Yeah, it definitely feels like a 3-game series, and IG coming off the victory over Team Turtle. And that wasn't an easy series in its own right. That was a long series for them. But there's always something to be said about being warmed up before going into a final series like this, right?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, playing a series, a BO3, into another potentially longer BO3, players do need a little bit of a break. And we can check some of the team stats for G2IG. Weaver, 75% win rate, 3 wins, 1 losses. Centaur is the big one, 3-0 for them. This is the hero of the patch. His faucets and innate ability that has been added. It feels really good to play, becomes almost unkillable. You need that to bring an extra hero to his lane to kill him early on. Lane Dominator doesn't have that many bad matchups, relatively easy to protect him in the second banning phase. Feels really good to play. And for Azure Ray, a lot of mixed heroes coming out from them. The one hero that I don't want to see them pick is Terrorblade. Not just because Terrorblade, also, I don't know, for me, every single time I see Terrorblade in a series that matters, to me, that game has already been lost. If you have to fall back to TB, if you don't have other options to pick from. We've seen yesterday when they played against Team Zero, that TB game completely destroyed. Low looked very lost. There was not much going on around the map, and it does look better in terms of having the level 15 talent with the Metamorphosis cooldown, so you are slightly more active than you were before. Still, the hero has the same issues, and also his innate and facets are not as good as some other carries.
Yeah, it kind of feels like Terrorblade, the way you're talking about it, is you're talking about it the way Slacks talks about Windrunner in a very key game, right? Every time there was a key game, it felt like there was days where it's just like, all right, key game, elimination game, Windrunner on the line. And it feels like Terrorblade is kind of becoming that hero a little bit, where you have too much confidence in that hero based on prior patches.
It just doesn't feel good. There are many better carries in the pool at the moment. I would put him like very low on my list. The big one for me is Weaver. This hero just doesn't have that many bad matchups. I would say some of the offlaners do cause slight issues for the Weaver in the laning stage. That's Night Stalker, that's Slardar, but other than that, the hero feels really good to play. Sure, maybe some old school counter, like a Faceless Void. Time Dilation does kill the hero, and also having a Chronosphere. But a lot of the times in this first phase, we will see a lot of teams focusing on support bans, because some of these supports look very strong, very dominant, like Dark Willow, Clockwork, Phoenix, Chen Witch Doctor. These are all super strong heroes that kind of set you up for a success in the laning stage.
Yeah, success in the laning stage is very key, as we saw in that last game between IG and the side of Team Turtle, where IG had a very successful laning stage, and they really were able to dominate quite a bit. Not quite a bit, throughout the entirety of the game. It wasn't quite a bit. It was a 45-minute one-sided affair, and it shows how important the laning stage is, and we'll see if we get that Dark Willow like you were talking about. We've seen Dark Willow a lot, to the point where we're not seeing it first phase ban a lot yet, but we're seeing it getting first phase picked now, which is crazy, and I'm hoping maybe Dark Willow takes a spot of Witch Doctor throughout this series, where we get to see Witch Doctor come out instead of the Dark Willow, but we get Dark Willow here for IG.
A hero that I said it multiple times during the qualifiers. For me, best position for a hero right now, basically doesn't have any weaknesses. Bramble Maze, just too big, too much control, very difficult to navigate through the mazes. If you're, let's say, trying to invade enemy triangle, you put down the Bramble Maze, you have Terrorize on top of that, pre-BKB or post-BKB fight where you can hold the Terrorize. There aren't many heroes that can just jump Dark Willow, kill it from 100 to 0, unless you have some instant silence, but then there's going to be a Force Staff, a Glimmer on the other support to take care of that business. It does feel like the hero is just doing way too much in the team fights.
Those extra Brambles, so devastating. And Shadow Fiend getting picked up here for the side of Azure Ray without that Clockwork, that combination that we've seen a couple times, but Shadow Fiend strong without it. It's just that little bit of an early advantage that you get with those cogs denied, which is okay. But we'll see what the bans end up being as they ban out that Phoenix. TA getting banned. We saw the domination from the TA. The Tinker was a first ban from Azure Ray, getting that much respect from Nothing to Say.
For a good reason. He played it yesterday, he played it today. Needs a little bit time to come online, but when he does, it just becomes so obnoxious to play against him, where he can start to TP to allied creeps, level 2 ulti, level 3 ulti, and he gets that pretty fast. And then you have this global presence, very difficult to catch with the BKB, going for Lincolns, a lot of items that you can buy on Tinker, and also having his faucet where he just gets like bounced. Like he gets bounced. It's basically a blink dagger where you're facing. It's quite difficult. And there's that protection that I talked about of saving Dark Willow so that she gets her spells guaranteed in a team fight. Vengeful Spirit, we've seen her a lot from a core role, whether that's position 1 or position 3, but you will have swap available, and then Dark Willow can use the Shadow Realm, Terrorize, Bramble Maze, all her toolkit. It's also a good way to kill off the Shadow Fiend in a team fight. Something that he doesn't like to play into is these controlling abilities, any displacement tools that can put him in a spot where he doesn't want to be. Very dependent hero when it comes down to positioning.
Here's the Enchantress, as well as Centaur back-to-back pretty quickly. We saw Ench be such a nuisance, not just in the last series, but all the time. This hero is insane. We're seeing a lot less of the early impetus levels and a lot more into the enchant and nature's attendance levels early on. And this hero feels, even with untouchable, unkillable.
5 seconds.
If you're surviving long enough with that faucet that gives you Enchantress's Wisp every single time you take damage, win rate 33% so far, is not doing her justice. This hero is super tanky early on. With you don't need many items to be unkillable. You need magic wand, some fluffy hat, maybe a raindrop, and then you're going to be playing in their faces. You find a neutral item that gives you some extra stats. Early damage definitely can be lacking, but G2IG, these are the heroes that can kill Enchantress. This is the hero that can kill off Shadow Fiend easily. A lot of stuns from G2IG. Dark Willow will be paired up with Primal Beast, and then you have Bedlam on top of Primal Beast, he has this explosive damage
10
that Enchantress
seconds
doesn't really
remaining.
like to play into. So for this game, at least Azure Ray's Enchantress
5 seconds
should be
remaining.
pretty killable.
Could this be a mid primal?
For sure, this is something that Nothing to Say kind of brought to the scene when the hero was out.
Because now this Wyvern kind of makes me think that this is a Venge 3 or 1. They could go Wyvern 3 if they really wanted to. I know that's been theory crafted a bit too, right?
Another hero that can be played from multiple roles. Mid lane, I would say not as
10
much,
seconds remaining.
but you could play it from, like, even position 1 is
5
viable
seconds
with
remaining.
that faucet that gives you damage from your attack range. Feels really good. Most likely this is going to be 5 Primal Beast from the mid lane, maybe swap to the off lane, and you will have Vengeful Spirit. Looking at how they played the draft so far, I would say this is 5 Wyvern, mid Primal Beast, Vengeful Spirit on the off lane with Dark Willow. A lot of harassment, a lot of damage with these two heroes, and also the ways that they can deal with Centaur's Stampede. Primal Beast, you have his ulti, big stun, Winter's Curse as well to keep them in place, Vengeful Spirit with the swap. Also, Centaur is not that effective against Dark Willow. You have that all that extra move speed, and I think everybody who plays Dota, who played against Dark Willow recently, if you have more move speed, it's harder to navigate.
So Naga Siren here for Azure Ray,
Dire team back.
as we've got the Naga, the Winter Wyvern, and we were getting a quick view of the coach of Super, but it's Super and Lanham that coach these two teams.
I don't think Super gets enough credit.
10 seconds
He's always like
remaining.
behind the scenes. He's not playing, but
5 seconds remaining.
the guy is really good at what he does for the team. So Naga Siren picked up. That's going to be their way of disengaging the fight. That's a hero that could cause issues for Dark Willow.
Dire team back.
Evolution, blocking those bramble mazes. And their damage against Naga Siren, when she gets to her 2-3 item timing, they're going to lack some damage to kill Naga Siren. Dark Willow is going to be, at
10
least her
seconds
ulti
remaining.
will be shared amongst the illusions. Primal Beast, he deals well with
5
Naga Siren
seconds
illusions,
remaining.
but once you get to the Eternal Shroud, your third, your fourth item, the something from G2IG, and looking at the bans from Azure Ray, they think, at least for now, that it's going to be Vengeful Spirit in a carry role, which you can still do
Raise,
with her
turn to
faucet
ban.
rings, which kind of makes your attacks, range attacks, being melee, and then you can still build a Battle Fury, which is, of course, very effective against Naga Siren. Let's see if the last this Master Band might be just to cover the laning stage with Wild Axes against Naga Siren, and then they need
10
could decide
seconds
to ban the
remaining.
carry this last ban.
5 seconds remaining.
Let's see if that is the case. Timber getting banned and Darkseer getting banned. 10 seconds only of reserve time remaining here for Azure Ray, and they ban Pudge.
Yeah, that's a great ban. That's the carry Pudge potentially coming out. Hero has, when Naga Siren was super popular like a year ago or something, and Pudge was also picked as a carry, because you buy Aghanim Scepter,
10
you have this
seconds remaining.
damage block, which you don't care too much about Naga Siren, and she can't
5
play
seconds remaining.
around Pudge in terms of the illusions.
Ooh.
Move things around.
Is this now a 4-position Naga Siren?
They are keeping the flex open. They're going to want to see what the last pick is going to be, and they will decide.
You may
Lashrak.
now select your hero.
Lashrak is good both against Naga carry and Muerta carry. Low in the end, we'll
Just
be
pick
playing the
Naga.
Naga Siren and FY on Muerta. A great Lashrak game against all of these heroes. First of all, you have extra damage to kill off the Enchantress. Blains well into Shadow Fiend. Great throughout the whole game against Naga Siren. Later on builds a Yule Scepter, which is great against Stampede. Can still deal damage to Muerta in her ulti. So very nice pick from G2IG. I do like their draft a lot. And in the end, it will be Vengeful Spirit from the carry role. I'd like to see his itemization, whether he wants to pick up some extra stats, or he feels like he needs the Battle Fury on Vengeful Spirit. I know it sounds stupid, but it does work that way to deal with Naga Siren and the illusions, and it also gives you a lot of farming capability, of course, becoming a melee hero.
Monet on the Venge feels weird. I know it makes a lot of sense. I know we've seen this hero in safe lane, off lane, but it feels weird seeing a Venge like this. Sad that they don't have the Arcana, I'll tell you that. It's all about the cosmetic game, but still could be a good Venge game. I like the control that they have here on G2IG, but we'll see if it ends up being enough, because it does kind of seem as though that this lineup can run at you if you're not too careful from Azure.
Azure, I gotta check their draft one more time because I don't see it on the screen. I instantly forget at least 2 out of 5 heroes. So Muerta. This could have been something different. This is last pick Muerta. I don't really see too much value out of this pick. Could have been I know there's a lot of talk between Muerta, Hoodwink. Hoodwink to me seems like a much more reliable position 4 hero. Muerta is difficult to play. I think this is a trick shot hero. You miss. Same goes for Hoodwink. You can say the same thing. If you don't land your Bushwhack, if you don't land your Sharpshooter, things are going to look pretty bad. Same goes for Muerta, but Muerta cast range on her abilities, you need to stick close to the fight. You need to be very close to get the good calling. And against Primal Beast, getting swapped, running into Bramble Maze, all this overwhelming magic damage could be a bit difficult. And they are also lacking a little bit of control. There is Centaur Stun, but that's about it until Naga Siren joins, and she usually joins when she picks up 2 items. That's Manta Style plus Orchid. And then third item in this game needs to be Eternal Shroud, playing into Leshrac and Primal Beast. And we're good to go.
So, bit being said in the all chat, there was go best hero low from JT. Maybe it is his best hero on this Naga Siren. I always thought it was potentially his PA. But what you might be seeing at the top of your screen is 2 wins for IG. That's just a bug. It's not actually 2-0 for IG. This is a best of 3 anyway. This is only game 1, so if you are just joining us, or as you're seeing us just start this game, it is even at 0. So that is where the score is at.
30 seconds to battle.
Let's see what they picked for faucets. Supernatural. Muerta's innate ability, the calling. The other one, even with the recent buffs, the Ofrenda, I have to remember the name for it, where you can respawn altar. It's good when you're coming back into the fight, you know that there's going to be a huge fight and you can instantly come back. But this calling, creating another Revenant and also expanding the radius by 100 feels much better. Even for a core roll, it feels better than Ofrenda.
Ofrenda, what, gets used 2% of the time? If not less. Doesn't feel that great. Although, I haven't really seen the facet for the calling really go off too much.
Hard to tell. Like getting bigger AoE and having extra Revenant.
You don't really see it happen that much. But the calling's a good spell on its own, and I don't really think Ofrenda offers much anyway. We'll see how these lanes end up going. Bounty runes are 2 apiece. 3 lanes, 2 eyes. As Ori against Nothing to Say over mid is really a classic matchup.
Is this stun? Nothing to say. Let's see if Ori's going to pick up in this matchup. quite a lot recently, where Shadow Fiend picks up a blood grenade and tries to go for a kill, of course, after he gets the bottle. Just to have that little bit of extra slow, a little bit of extra damage, or putting pressure on nothing to say.
Fly actually missing the dead shot there. On the way back from the tree, trying to push X Nova with that fear in the right direction for them to get that kill. Definitely early on could be a killer lane for Azure Ray, but there still is a lot deterring them from playing aggressively. Wouldn't be
Grenade in the
surprised.
top lane. Falling was ready. Fox unable to get close the gap. This is a killer lane. This has been used during the last TI quite a lot. One of my favorite lanes, Huerta and Centaur. You get bounced back by a dead shot or get close to that stun, and most likely you're going to be brought down from 100 to 0. You know what?
It's just go for it.
Thinking about what he wants to get from level 2, Thunder Blast is nice, but having 1 point in Cold Embrace, it's almost 200 HP. Like 160 plus percentage of your max HP, which is really nice.
Splinter Blast, though, could feel like an extra deterrent if they do want to go in with the dead shot and the hoof stomp double edge. However, it does take Cold Embrace, about to hit level 3 anyway, but keeping Monet healthy, making sure that the more health you've got, of course, the harder it is to kill. Mid lane looking pretty even with nothing to say at 13-1, but that being said, Ori 14-7.
A lot of denies.
A good amount of denies.
It is. And also forcing Nothing to Say to go pick up his Bounty Rune into his side of the map. I'm a little surprised that we haven't seen more of a Naga Siren. I think her heals in her ability works really well. Right now, does have 18% evasion when she's hitting around other Naga Siren illusions. It also gets higher when you have Manta Style or you have, Illusion Wound, whatever. It adds up. It really is big numbers. 6% for other Naga.
And it doesn't say there's a max. You could just get refresher, Manta refresher with mirror image.
You still have the same number of illusions.
Oh. I was hoping there'd be more illusions. But what can you do? As X Nova Monet top lane. I'm just holding still. Not really the aggression that I thought we'd see from Azure Ray off that, but FY moving over and not being there for a dead shot and a calling combo. We used to see, as well, more levels, I would say, into the double edge. We've seen Centaurs kind of have different builds overall. As bottom lane, TM Ming in some trouble, but is an Enchantress, hard to kill, especially with the Nature's Attendants. And that overprotective Wisps.
Ooh,
Stun
playing
landing
super
on Ori
aggressive.
mid, but the raises.
Radiant's courier
Nothing to say, gonna look for a high five as he gets under the tier 2 tower and is able to escape.
Boboka is here, but he also needs Nothing to Say to be around. Bramble Maze does connect, only level 2 on Dark Willow, will not be able to get much done. So yeah, to go back to the Centaur build, this kind of became a classic recently, where you have 2 points in Hoof Stomp, 1 point in Double Edge, and then you start to max out your Retaliate. You're prepping for the jungle, so you can stay on top of the network with the hero. Minus armored, really gonna hurt Bach. Even with Ring of Protection, it's still not enough. 2 points in Wave of Terror, reducing the armor by 4.
Ori. Sitting here. Not a lot of health. No bottle charges. 9-1 charges, though. And 1 level available in the Nature's Attendants, but probably going to be used here to heal up. Even though it's only level 1, it does do a good amount of healing, especially Ori now able to pick up the haste rune. Top lane calling down, silences up Monet, and they also hit the dead shot to fear back towards the two of them. But now you've got Bobica thinking about going in as well, where Bach is back under the tower, and they can't really make that jump.
Still no first blood. 6.5 minutes. XP runes are about to spawn in 30 seconds. Everybody focusing on the farm. Ori, he is going for enemy XP rune. Does have haste rune available, so can easily snatch it. And maybe try to backstab JT. They have no stuns, however.
They have enchant, which will slow JT. Now popping the haste.
Requiem.
They have to be careful.
Tower is under attack.
Ooh. Bramble right on top of the Wisdom Rune, picked up, bottled by Ori. And now Bobica is also going to drop for first blood.
That's nicely done by Ori. Gets the perfect rune for it. A lot of the times you'll see these heroes, for example, in a safe lane, Weaver trying to invade enemy XP rune, pretty much similar with the haste rune. You can go in, and now getting the XP rune for himself will now level 7 on Shadow Fiend. Those 4 points in Shadow Rays is gonna get you the kill. Any kind of setup, if they can smoke and try to make Nothing to Say's lane even more miserable, that would be really nice for Azure Ray.
Structures are fortified.
So ridiculous, by the way, that TM Ming was able to sit under the tower and just have Nature's Attendants on while they harass JT. Pulverizes the lane bottom, but nothing doing. Rune is bottom. Ori getting the benefits of the rune again. This time it's a shield rune. Definitely could play aggressive with a shield rune. Enchant used on
Bobica
Bobica,
again.
and here come the raises again. And Bobica gonna die to Ori. Closing in on that level 8. This tower, by the way, is almost dead.
They don't have the tools to deal with Naga Siren right now. Primal Beast, if he tries to run in with Trample, he'll get stopped by Ensnare and Low.
Top lane though. Bach getting chased. Dead shot. He lands the calling, saving the life of Bach.
That's what we talked during the draft, that you need to bring an extra hero to get a kill on Centaur. Even with 3 heroes, it was still not enough to bring him down. Gets super tanky with his Rawhide and also horsepower.
Monet. His farm is... it's solid. The lane's not bad up here. I thought they'd be a little bit more aggressive on Azure, but you weren't really given the opportunity to find Monet and or X-Nova too far out. Satyr will be eaten. Killed off.
Dire's middle tower is under
Azure Ray bringing in numbers to this mid lane. They have extra armor, a lot of right-click damage from Shadow Fiend, sitting at 22 Necromastery. Going into right-click oriented build, once more scaling. This build seems, I would say, superior. The other build is a bit of
Dire's middle
pop oriented, where you go for Blink Dagger or a Yule Scepter, pick up Yashikaya, then you have that cast speed reduction, playing with the Aghanim Scepter Refresher. Thing is, you are playing for a kill every 2 minutes and then deciding to join. While having right-click damage-oriented build, you tend to be much more active, and also you can be frontlining for the team. Dragonlance Power Treads with the BKB, SNY if necessary. Oh, Bobica's having a really rough game.
And the Hurricane was what pulled Bobica back to potentially getting caught there. Into the Shadow Realm and surviving. Low's having a great time bottom. Really not being touched at all. The pressure that he was able to put into the tier 1 tower, they came through and obviously they got that tower very quickly.
And Bobica, he needs level. His XP rune got stolen, got killed twice. Not involved in any kills because they don't have a single kill. Level 3 just got level 4. You can't play the game, like you literally cannot play the game as Willow 10 minutes into the game without having your spells maxed out. If you don't have Bedlam, if you don't have Terrorize, you can't combo with the offlaner 3k gold lead already for Azure Ray. It's a bit of a slower start, and also looking at the itemization that they're going for. Monet going for Battle Fury and Vengeful Spirit. So that's going to be his way of dealing with Naga Siren and the illusions. It's not that good anymore. Maybe when I think about it, maybe Maelstrom / Mjolnir or just Gleipnir was a better idea. Now that you have this innate ability that gives you miss chance onto Naga Siren. So Battle Fury will still have a chance to miss, especially if you are grouping up with other illusions. It goes up pretty high with Manta Style. You can have quite a lot of illusions, almost 30% evasion, which means that almost every third hit is going to miss from that Battle Fury. Compared to Maelstrom, where you can actually proc. Every lightning procs goes through evasion. JT, ready to go in.
Ooh, Requiem. That's going to push back JT. The damage is out. TMing surviving here. They go to the Winter's Curse, though, and will not survive with this Shadow Fiend hitting away. Erase kills off JT, but they've got the Magic Missile and the damage to take out Ori. Another to say ends up falling. Bach dies. 3 heroes gone on the side of Azure Ray. Good fight overall for IG, but Low showing up, thinking about going in on the Monet with the help of FY. Terrorized from Bobica. Ooh, misses Low.
Another good save from X-Noah.
They've got this Cold Embrace. The battle on top of FY. The calling is down. They'll feed away the Muerta. Which means 4 have died for Azure Ray, and Low doesn't get anything out of this.
Such a good fight. Like, great Winter's Curse, and then you get the swap on Shadowfiend. We did talk about Shadowfiend during the draft. If he gets repositioned, it was a nice Requiem, but he is still very vulnerable, being in the middle of a fight. And they survive. And also Bobica getting 2 last hits in that fight, getting level 6 mid-team fight, immediately goes for Hand of Midas. This is the most Bobica thing I've ever seen.
This is what I joked about the other day about Dark Will getting early kills, right? Just go Midas. The last time we saw Will get a lot of gold, it was straight into the Spirit Vessel. This time, obviously, Bobica things, like you said. Going in Midas.
Needs a way to come back into the game. If they lost that fight, he would be in such a miserable spot. You would lose gold instead of gaining gold. You would be level 4, maybe level 5. They also need to pick up the XP rune on their side. The good thing for them is whenever you pick up a Wisdom rune, you have Eldworm Scholar, so granting 20% of the experience to other 3 heroes. So somebody will get the extra XP, but they need to pick up the rune. That's the big part.
Interesting one to have. Eldworm Scholar. It's those weird, very specific innate abilities. Like the Courier one from DK.
You mean Marcy with the Courier?
Yeah, the Marcy one, sorry. I'm thinking Dragon's Blood.
Yeah, that one is not doing much for Marcy. You have better laning stage in all 3 lanes. But then again, it's not really doing much for the hero. Compared to like Naga Siren having evasion when she's around other Naga Siren illusions.
Like there's a big difference between that.
Yeah, the one sounds much stronger.
Yeah. Some innates are just really lackluster.
Will get changed eventually. A lot of those, same goes for the talents that we
Those
had.
extra Brambles coming in to catch TMA. Stampede Curse Crown
One of
and
the
Shadow
finest
Realm Strike
creations.
Requiem.
What is this hero?
Ench never dies.
4 points in nature attendance. Has Cloak, has Safety Bubble, Magic Wand, and Fluffy Hat. Gets Stampede away, back to full HP. This is not the hero that you want to focus. The reason why you also don't want to focus it, it's not dealing any damage whatsoever, because you have no points in Impetus, at least at the early points of the game. You are maxing out your... There we go again. This time it will be enough.
Nature's attendance was on cooldown, so they get the kill on the Ench. They had everybody go for Enchantress. Box also did. 2 heroes gone to the side of Azure Ray. As the calling, a little bit of a deterrent, keeping IG at bay after they got those kills.
This is why I like hoodwink more than position 4 Muerta. They did use it to be a little bit of a flex until the end, until they see what IG's last pick in the game is going to be. But you don't really see Pierce the Veil being like utilized early on compared to Sharpshooter, where you can keep the distance, while FY on Muerta needs to get close to be able to hit the heroes. Two-man
Good
stomp.
stomp. But the onslaught onto the backlines again, going after the Enchantress, who's using the Nature's Attendants to heal the entire trample damage. Almost back up to full. There's a Winter's Curse on a Bach, who ends up surviving. Now the Song on a 2. They want to get this JT Primal Beast, but they will focus their attention on the other 2, which are Axe Nova and Bobica. They'll end a 2-man hoof stomp into the Shadow Realm. There are the Brambles. Ming navigating with full health. By the way, as the dead shot lands, Bobica slowed up thanks to the enchant, and the raise is there for Ori to get the kill.
Bach on this fight. He did land two-man stomps twice, and then also great Song from low. He decides to join relatively early on, just enough to land them 2 more kills on 2 supports. Having a perfect game so far on low. 10,000 net worth. There's a big difference between him and Monet right now. And Monet did change his mind. Did opt to go for Echo Saber, going into Manta style. So we'll have a little bit of extra protection against Naga Siren once she picks up that Orchid, which she always goes for as her second item.
Going for Enchantress yet again. But this time, again, when you've got 4 heroes here and not really surviving on that one. Also, going into the Mage Slayer for this Enchantress. Picked up that Blitz Knuckles.
Wants to deal with
Leshrac.
Leshrac.
But yeah.
You hit Leshrac in the middle of a fight. Same goes for Primal Beast. And also there is 50% chance that you will get it from Tormentor. Your Shard. It works really nice. So you apply Mage Slayer to every hit. Ori, he's invis, but he can JT. He can check that there's a presence of the Dark Lord on top of him, so should know something is up if he's paying attention. Blade Mail.
There it is. There's the Blade Mail a little bit late, trying to survive, but they have that Orchid, and that Orchid burn will kill JT. All right, 19 minutes in, 3,000 net worth lead. Pretty close game overall. There's nothing to say working on that Bloodstone. You've got Venge almost at the Manta, but is this Manta going to feel like a big item for Monet overall?
Venge has carry deals quite a lot of damage, and is also very survivable. You having Nether Swap, having Wyvern playing behind you with the mech, 3 points in Cold Embrace. So he should be fine, and also Terrorize if necessary. Bobica going full carry mode.
Stampede, this is a problem. Nothing to say though. Cold Embrace and the Winter's Curse from X Nova. Bach, though, not taking a lot of damage from this Enchantress. They get the kill and nothing to say. They keep Bach alive. They've rooted up the Naga Siren. They're going to start to run. Onslaught out of range. Bobica running from the right clicks from Ori. And one more right click needed. It'll be Low who gets the kill.
They are controlling the map. They are going for the kills right now. IG, they will need to bring the numbers. I think with this type of a build, Monet, he needs to join. Like, he needs to be in the fight, dealing the damage, getting the swap. Because he can swap in the middle of a fight if Wyvern is still alive, bail someone out of trouble, and still survive in the middle of a fight. This Enchantress is a menace. Now found also Pupil's Gift, of course, to increase the tankiness. Exactly what you need with the Mage Slayer.
I think I need to start spamming this hero, going the 044 route.
And this is also the new talent, 30 move speed during Nature's Attendance, so you can zoom out.
God.
It all makes sense, all these talents.
You don't even need to enchant a creep. You just walk in, use the enchant on the enemy. Impetus, it's level 1, who cares? But it sets up for everybody else. Unfortunately, too, X Nova and the Cold Embrace does set them up to getting hit with the Requiem there as well.
There is a lot of heal. There is going to be a lot of heal, but you also have good amount of magic damage from Shadowfiend. He is the mixed damage with Shadow Raises and also going for the right-click items. Level 15, Presence Aura Effect buildings. That's the big one. That's the one where you can start sieging the towers. Roshan, next on the menu for Azure Ray. I feel like they should just instantly go to Rosh Pit right now, having Song to defend if necessary. But you have more than enough damage. You have tier 1 tower to TP2 if things go wrong. Buy back on some of the supports. Eternal Shroud being delivered to low.
Dire's bottom
He said it's going to be a good Naga Siren game. 2-3 items. They will lack damage to kill the illusions. Sitting at 2,000 HP with a lot of magic resistance. And it's not going to be contested. Even though they are smoked, still not going to be able to get there on time.
Truth be told, you're talking about Presence Aura allowing them to siege. It's felt like they can siege towers with low pretty early on. They did so in the bottom lane on that tier 1 tower. But now they got the tier 2 tower, and obviously the addition makes it feel even stronger. Wonder if they'll fight with this Aegis immediately, or if they're gonna just wait the 20 seconds for Requiem. We're looking towards this triangle. No stopping them. They do have this Obs. Need to be careful on Ori. There's the Orchid through from low on a JT. Silence him up. Netted him as well. They
Not
look
a good
for the
curse.
Terrorize for a second. Nothing to say is in trouble. Terrorize lands. That's going to hit on Ori as well as low. It pushes them away. They still have the Requiem. That'll be thrown on to JT. They'll get this kill eventually onto the Primal Beast. But everybody else is allowed to leave thanks to that curse into the Terrorize.
A lot of team fight control from both of the teams. You have Deadshot, you have Terrorize on one side, Song of the Siren, Requiem, a lot of fear mechanics as well coming out. But JT going in without a BKB, gets instantly silenced, so he doesn't get pulverized immediately on Shadowfiend, even though Ori is holding the Aegis. Look at that damage on the towers.
Yeah.
Presence Aura affects buildings, -7 armor.
Way quicker than it once was, and it was fast before. Shadowfiend, I believe that is full pike. Yep, coming through. Blink from Bach, looking for X-Nova. But
radiant are
not gonna find him yet with the Arctic Burn. Ends up coming down right in front of Ori. So X-Nova, he'll mech, he'll run, he'll die though, as Bach blinks on top of him and uses that double edge.
Seems like they want to close out the game potentially with this first Aegis. Centaur, I like what I see from his itemization. Bach going for Crimson Guard after finishing off Eternal Shroud. Works much better on Centaur nowadays with the recent changes where you the guard damage block is of caster's max HP rather than strength. And you are getting a lot of HP. Every 2 minutes you get 35 max HP.
So at 3166, the 2.5% should be about 75 plus the 70, so about 145 block. Winko Stomp, JT. This is problematic. Magic Missile, though, on a Bach. He's going to be in so much trouble as he'll end up getting pulverized into the ground. They use that song. They try to turn this. The BKB is running out on JT. He has to get back up out of the high ground, but losing Bach there stops this push for the moment.
A bit too deep. You gotta respect the damage coming out from these heroes, and they also have quite a lot of sustain. Now Guardian Grease picked up on X-Nova with Cold Embrace, Vampire Fangs, Bloodstone on Leshrac. You need to be able to kill him from 100 to 0, or you need to be able to jump the backlines. Two supports have quite a lot of control on G2IG. Loboka continues to farm up. His Aghanim Scepter soon online. That Hand of Midas Gold kicking in.
Is it enough, though? 1,000 gold away from finishing that Ags. Will it be the item that turns the tides? There are some games where that Ags feels devastating.
It does, especially at the later stages of the game. We're still 30 minutes in. Also, he did not have that good of a time. One of the lowest network supports in the game, bottom 2. And after dying like that, Bach immediately changing his item build. He's like, okay, what made me kill there? Lotus Orb, great game against Swap, against Curse. Curse Crown as well, and also Pulverize. Yeah, a lot of spells that can be reflected. We don't see too much of that item. It's very situational, because a lot of these single target abilities, if you don't have enough single target abilities, you're not gonna buy it. And also, ever since the change to mana boots, a lot of the supports also wanted to buy that item, but now you can't justify having mana boots and then buying energy booster, basically having to buy all components. Might be good for the later stages of the game, but we really don't see this item being purchased early on.
We'll see how this Lotus does, and yep, the Staff of Wizardry, the last piece needed for this Dark Willow. Trying to farm the enemy's triangle, getting away with it, while the rest of the team, though, is smoked up. Everybody but the Leshrac. There's 3 heroes moving forward. Pulverize, again, going for Enchantress and being successful.
All the magic damage. He's buying everything he can to reduce the magic damage from G2IG. Picked up Dandelion Amulet, picked up another infused Raindrop for himself, having Mage Slayer. Everything that is available in the shop, he's gonna buy.
Force Staff is next on the list.
Dire's bottom tower is
Well, we'll stick around. Around enemy XP rune. We'll pick it up, steal it away from Winter Wyvern. Very cool. But Boboka on the other side will get one for himself. Might pay the price here.
Maybe. Although, can he get out? TP, no. So that pushes back the Ags again. Which is unfortunate for Boboka, who's been trying to farm this opposite side of the map to get to this Ags and being stopped just shy of it. Nothing to say about to have that BKB. He'll feel like he's in a great spot to fight with that BKB, or a better spot to fight. Maybe not a great spot. However, as Ore, they're up 10,000 gold. This is a big advantage for them, and it feels like one. As they go again onto this Enchantress.
No Manta style.
But it's now a turn on to Monet, and they'll get the kill onto the Venge. This is an illusion that's been stomped up and stunned for a second. FY with that Gleipnir. But Monet in trouble. It's just the illusion. He's already died, but this is the Ags illusion, which will die too.
I think this Axe illusion needs to take extra damage. Right now, it feels like you're committing way too hard to try to kill it. They did get the kill. There was no Manta style available. Couldn't get out of Bloodthorn. Couldn't get out of Manta style. Boboka, Hand of Midas. It is getting their Aghanim Scepter now completed.
Is this the item? We've seen singular items be the difference maker before.
How greedy are these position 4s? One going for Gleipnir, the other one going Ags into Moonshard. I mean, that's how you should play most of the time, especially with these greedier heroes that you do pick up. Not saying that you should do it every single time with Willow, because her other build-up also feels really nice with the Shard, maxing out the Curse Crown. But in this game, he feels like he needs a little bit more scaling. One thing that they don't have on Azure is no healing reduction. There is no Spirit Vessel, there is no Shivas yet, no Scotty. You're playing against Bloodstone, you're playing against Winter Wyvern with Guardian Greaves, with Cold Embrace. Would definitely love to have any kind of healing reduction that you can pick up. Of course, now you're not going to go for Spirit Vessel, but Scotty and Shivas. Shivas for Centaur, Scotty maybe for Centaur later on. Did I say Centaur? I meant Shadow Fiend.
I knew what you meant.
Scotty Centaur, that sounds hype.
Hell yeah. What would win, Scotty Centaur or Refresher?
Siren. Listen. Scotty Centaur with Shard, slowing you down constantly. You can't move. Gets on top of you with the Stampede. We might be onto
cooking.
something. We're not.
I think. No, you're cooking. I think you're cooking.
It's meme. Can work as a meme, but definitely not gonna pick it up on center. You already have enough HP. I don't know if you're gonna be dealing many right-click
Is under attack.
damages.
Till I
in the
die, I
middle.
will be your hype man. You say any build, I will hype you up. Say anything crazy, I got you. Swap. Ooh, Lotus.
Great pickup. Outplayed by one item. He was quick. That was quick fingers.
That was very
from Buck.
fast, yeah. Saw that smoke break and immediately popped in. That with the Stampede, too. That was almost simultaneous.
Tower is under attack.
Just disappointed. No Scotty queued up for him yet.
Nothing to say. They might get a BKB out of it this usage.
Does he
Get-
turn, though?
He's
got
trying to.
Some of his team close, but not really all that close.
Impossible to navigate through Bramble Mazes. They also a bit of an unfair fight. There is a gate that G2IG can go through, while Azure Ray cannot.
Radiant's bottom tower is
Those one-way gates. Don't they have like a proper name?
They do. I checked the name multiple times and I forgot.
We've talked about
There's
this.
something
and
about like Octarine Core. It took me good 3 years to remember the name of that item. I always had to click on the shop.
Yeah, and it's. I guess that's your kryptonite. Remembering Octarine Core or XWY.
Yeah. XYW, XWY. I pronounce it, what's easier for me. Second Roche, which does have Aegis and Roshan's banner. Finally, Roshan's banner does feel like a good item. Great for sieging the high ground.
Does it?
Yeah, a great improvement.
We've seen the obviously the reworks there. It's changed from 5 minutes to 2 minutes, and the melee hero attacks now deal 2 times damage.
It's
But
so good. Like the team
we
actually
see teams
picked
hold
it up.
them.
Yeah, but the teams picked it up.
Do you think?
Couple of
was
times
it a
before,
leave it there?
they forgot about it. They're like, yeah, it's not gonna have much impact. But having invulnerable creeps when you're pushing does make quite a lot of difference. And as you said, we've seen teams stacking if they're not going for the high ground, and then having bigger AoE, because you can like put 2 different banners in 2 different spots. Sometimes they don't reach. The AoE is just big enough, I would say, where it does the job, but it can also get killed.
I've given you 24 hours. Have you thought of that upgrade with 3 banners?
Not something I thought about in the last 24 hours, I gotta be honest.
Fair enough. Expected, honestly. We'll come back with a good idea eventually. What's Venge going for? Monet just kind of sitting in base at the moment. Satanic.
I believe that's Butterfly.
Butterfly? What did I say?
Satanic. You're losing.
Did I?
Yeah. It is
I
the
swear I said
Satanic.
Okay.
But it is recorded on video, Benjamin. We can watch
Don't go
it
back.
later.
Don't go back. Stop. All right, cut this. Edit this.
It's gonna be available for the whole world to see. Some big damage
Don't
items
tell them
coming
to
out.
cut that out.
Shadow Fiend level 20, damage per soul, and also just finished off Daedalus.
Oops, stop. Finding the fear in getting that kill. Bach getting the kill into Bobica. As Requiem flying through and killing off X-Nova.
Map is getting smaller and smaller. G2IG trying
Also,
to get out of
nothing
the map.
to say. He is in trouble.
They're getting punished.
Pops the BKB. These infinite shots are doing some okay damage, but there's the Gleipnir, pierce the veil. They've got the calling. They'll get the kill. That's 3 heroes dead around the map.
There's a casual Vambrace on the ground. Nobody cares about it anymore. Tier 3 items are available. About to hit 37 mark with Tier 4 neutral items. But yeah, they are getting punished heavily. Leshrac just TP'd to an outpost, I believe, and couldn't get out of trouble. There was no BKB TP out. Ori, looking at his damage glyph, has already been used. Roshan's banner available for FY.
Swap. BKB, Ori, he's got this Aegis. Doesn't have Requiem for 40 seconds. He's just kind of trying to survive with about half his life remaining as JT Lotus Orb. And that banner taken care of immediately. Down and done. Upgraded creeps no more.
It's done the job. Boboka is like, yeah, this Hyperstone, this Moon Shard that I wanted to get is a bit too far away, so we'll buy poor man's
Mask of Madness.
pretty
Mask
much.
of Madness, oh my
So
god.
Mask of Madness for him.
Swap. Again, Enchantress dead. They are ripping through the Enchantress, but it does require quite a bit. So 16,000 net worth lead here for Azure. BKB next for FY. He's felt very strong as they're going to go again onto Ori. Still, though, he's got this Aegis trying to make a move, and the
Not a lot
song
of
is
mana
good
to
from
work
low.
with.
BKB from JT, another Pulverize. Feels like this has just zero cooldown, as they're going to go for low, who does not have that Aegis. They need to be careful with this Naga Siren, who already
They're
used the song.
committing heavily.
BKB is going to be running out in a second,
out.
though, for nothing to say. They've got the Lotus Orb on him. Wave of Terror, Ori again. Aegis is what's keeping the confidence for him to just run forward. They get the kill and nothing to say. They'll look over at JT, who used that Overseal Totem to jump far, but not far enough. Bach gets the kill into JT. 3 heroes dead on the side of IG. Bach dominating, and this is the side of Azure starting to clean everybody up. Cold
look at-
Embrace will keep Monet next to everybody so they
Look
can
at
get
Bach's
that kill.
positioning. Another Lotus Orb play. He's reeling him in. Desperation.
Curse.
They want to kill Enchantress one more time. 6
Yeah.
out of 11 deaths on Enchantress. They had to commit pretty heavily, and that just might be it for G2IG.
It just expires, but Ori's happy with that to be back full health, full mana anyway. This is at least going to be Megas. They've got maybe one more fight left in them. Song. Oh, they really hate Bobica. And they'll call GG off of that kill on Bobica. They know it's over. They know it's time to call it. And Azure, they're up 1-0. And a game away from qualifying for the International.
Big dub for Azure. They executed the draft really well. This was such a good Naga Siren game. Third item, Eternal Shroud against Leshrac, against Primal Beast. Also having Enchantress, who is soaking up most of the damage early on, soaking up all of these ganks, gets across the river, draws all the attention to herself, buys Mage there, which destroys Leshrac if you can keep those right clicks going. This is a fight which kind of set in which direction the game is going to go. This Bach did land the 2-man stuns twice, and the curses were just not there. Like, they were not getting the kills out of it, and the sustain that they had, and also great song from low, getting activated early on, while Monet, he was not as active as Naga Siren, which I would definitely think that he should be, considering that he is playing Vengeful Spirit. You're not going to outcarry this Naga Siren. And they were playing for the big timings. Low, having a perfect game. 6-0 and 7 on him. Same goes for Ori, only dying once.
The lane down bottom for Low was so easy. They took that tier 1 very early on. The entire time Low's pressuring under the tower, the game for him felt like it was set open by the rest of Azure, especially with that initial move from Ori to get that Wisdom Rune. They got that first blood, put him very far ahead. Ori was well on his way to doing whatever he wanted in this game. There were points where I thought JT was going to help them turn this around with the pulverizes and the grabs that they had, but it just wasn't enough damage there, as nothing to say. Didn't feel like he was really applying much, and like you said, Venge didn't exactly feel too effective.
Yeah, also tough game from JT. First of all, supports. Their XP rune got stolen. Bobica was level 4. They had a good fight in the top lane. If that fight was for Azure, if they won that fight, I feel that this game would have lasted 30 minutes, maybe even less, because they would just snowball out of control.
Let's take a look at these stats for you. 6-0-7 for Low, 9-1-7 for Ori, and 7-3-9 for Bach. FY, the support role, 0-1-11.
That's not
That's
a
your
support.
prime-time support.
Yeah, but the itemization-wise, it's all about dealing damage, going for Shadow Blade, Gleipnir. This is the damage build. I mean, that's how you itemize with Murta. I don't think you can afford to, buy Glimmer Cape and buy, mech. It just doesn't work with the hero toolkit, not what you want to do. You want to be able to scale. Boba also tried to go for scaling, picking up that Hand of Midas, Aghanim Scepter, Mask of Madness, but just not enough in the end. They were definitely lacking damage. And Bach also on a Centaur. They kind of shine. They draw a lot of attention. Same goes for the Enchantress, all these four-legged creatures. Quite difficult to kill.
Yeah, very tanky, very, very tanky, especially with the build that he had. 739 for Bach, the standout player there for you. 21,000 hero damage, too. So he's not just the tank in front soaking it all in. He did a lot of damage as well, and about 70% kill participation. Always getting involved. We saw multiple hero hoof stomps from him. Bach looked great. I think this team, from yesterday to today, this game looked very clean from Azure, where I felt in that series against Team Zero, they had a lot of mistakes.
They did, but this is also game one. You don't know what's going to happen. This has been pretty much their kryptonite, where there's no stability. A lot of teams who are between like tier 1.5, stability is the most difficult thing to achieve for professional e-gamers, because it's hard to stay on the top, especially with the patches drop and everything. You need to constantly be getting better at the game, and it is difficult.
Yeah, this is going to be one game for Azure over IG. We'll see if Azure can take the 2-0 and qualify to TI, or if IG can force 3 games. We'll find out after this short break.
The official headset of PGL tournaments. Now, with a wireless version. Experience unparalleled speed and reliability with the latest wireless technology, advanced hybrid ANC, and built-in EQ for your favorite game. Designed with elegance and durability, and extreme noise-canceling microphone. Always stay one step ahead with Aspire Wireless.
Welcome back to the Road to the International. We are here with the Chinese Qualifiers, the final series of the Chinese Qualifiers, and we're going to be looking at Azure Ray against IG. Azure Ray has a 1-0 lead over IG. They're one game away from punching their ticket, but can IG hold on? Lacoste, based on what you're seeing, is it possible for them to just hold this on to a third game?
Not if they play like this, not if they draft like this. It was... I mean, this is how IG plays. A very high risk, sometimes high risk, no reward type of a plays around the map. At one point, you'll have to risk it, but they've been doing it since the start. I'd like to see this Shadow Fiend go. Also, nothing to say Stinker, they immediately banned it out, and they do ban the Shadow Fiend. In the end, caused a lot of troubles, especially Ori, the way he plays it. Also, his rotations, that haste rune rotation, getting them kill, getting them another rune, stealing XP rune from Winter Wyvern, so they're not getting that extra 20% on other 3 heroes, and also, the most importantly, they're not getting XP for the 2 supports, which were under leveled throughout the whole game.
It was that first blood that they got, which was devastating, and Azure Ray sticking to banning out this Tinker in the first phase. Just the amount of respect they don't want to have happen to them what happened to Team Turtle, basically. And I got my wish. We got the Witch Doctor.
The Witch Doctor.
I can only assume is Voodoo Festoration coming in on this Witch Doctor, right?
It has to be. This is just a spell.
The only good facet.
The cask one is also okay. The other one, the third one, it's really cool.
The Cleft Lip or whatever.
The Cleft Death or something, or Cleft Death is the one that reduces your damage output from ward, but also splits onto 2 targets. It's really nice when it comes down to the super late game. If you can farm your Aghanim Scepter, it does work with the Shard, but you want to have that early impact. That's why Voodoo Festoration is the best one. And G2IG... The good thing about these particular matchup between the 2 heroes is Witch Doctor ulti has set attack speed, so you don't care about untouchable. You can easily have damage to kill her. Of course, Maledict not the best answer for Enchantress, but if you have something that can lock her down, something that can keep her in place, Witch Doctor ulti will do the job.
Right.
2 of the heroes that are kind of unkillable. Position 5 heroes that have insane amount of heals and also deal ton of damage.
Coddle also a ban in that early phase. I'm just looking at these bans, how they've kind of differed from the original. Dark Will being available still, but Chen an early ban, it definitely feels team specific when obviously Tinker is a very person specific ban, but Chen as well. Not wanting to give that up and wondering where Azure Ray are going to go with these bans now that they've picked up this Witch Doctor.
Templar Assassin is the big one that is still left in the pool. Yeah. Something that can push the tempo. We've seen G2IG played against Team Turtle in their previous series. Enchantress TA could cause a lot of issues. Like, you lose a fight, you lose a big chunk of the map. You get that ball rolling, Roshan as well. They will ban the Brewmaster. So, want to see in which direction they're going to go. This could also potentially say, we want to pick Naga Siren one more time. Brewmaster deals really well with Naga. Illusions, of course, almost instantly killing them, and then having Radiance, which is great against Naga Siren.
5 seconds remaining.
So, Brew, Venge.
Radiant
what will
team
G2IG ban? It will be that Naga Siren that we saw in game number 1. Get that out of the way.
Yeah, this Brewmaster ban kind of indicated that they might go for it, but they could also use that as a bait just to get it out of the system, because JT plays a really good Brewmaster. It's meta again, and they maybe wanted to save something different, because coming into the BO3 like this, and you also not playing the BO3 before that, allows you to watch the enemy team and do a lot of preparation for the drafts, what you're going to do.
Going to the DK Enchantress. So 2 heroes that can feel very difficult to kill. You were saying that with the ulti from the Witch Doctor, Enchantress is untouchable. May not really feel like much if the ult is placed down in a solid spot from the Witch Doctor.
Yeah, I would
they
love
really
to see
need to...
some pause for maybe buying a Spirit Vessel against these heroes. Because mid laners, they don't buy it anymore. There was a short period of time where you could buy. This was like pre-Universal Heroes when Void Spirits would buy some Spirit Vessel. Witch Doctor can, but it's not going to be a fast one. You also want to buy different items. It's more of a pub build on a Witch Doctor. But if there's going to be another hero that you need healing reduction for, maybe you need something for FY, something that can actually get it. And again, even more sustained. Leshrac, this hero is extremely difficult to kill if you don't have any kind of burst damage. Enchantress, Dragon Knight. This is not an early damage that deals well with Leshrac, so you will need something explosive, some big damage that you can throw onto the Dragon Knight stun. Dark Willow is still available. Dark Willow for both teams. It's also a hero that can build into Spirit Vessel if necessary.
Ooh,
Next.
okay, Nyx Assassin. I do enjoy myself a little bit of Nyx Assassin. But that's not the Spirit Vessel builder you were talking about, right?
He can build into different items. Most of the time you want to have Dagon so you can one-shot people with Vendetta. It doesn't strike me as that good of a Nyx Assassin game, at least for now, so I want to see what they're cooking later down the line. Not the strongest, one of the weaker position for laners. You want to be dragging the creep wave. There's a new tech from Nyx where you one-shot the range creep with Mana Flare. So you can jungle a little bit as well while you're dragging the creeps around the map for your off-laner so that he can lane, considering you're not contributing much early on. Any kind of instant stun, any kind of silence does deal well with the Nyx Assassin. G2G, I'm trying to look for a hero that can do that. And it also blocks a lot of the picks that maybe you would want to pick here. That's the hero that buys into early BKB as well, so can lock onto the target. That's going to be the lane matchup against Leshrac. Even with the sustain that we talked about from Leshrac, Razor can still kill the Lesh with the BKB link.
Would they ever go Razor safely? Monet, one of his better carries back in the day was Razor.
He can. They do have flexibility. Dragon Knight and Razor, one of the reasons why Team Falcons love to play these two heroes paired up together when they have an option to go for, is it's flexible for them to be played across all three roles.
Mm-hmm.
So I assume here you pick your position 4, you pick Boboka hero, so you don't reveal anything coming into the later stages of the draft, and that's going to be Boboka's heroes most likely, even though it can be played as a carry.
Getting the Dragon's Blood gang back together again.
25% win rate. This doesn't give her any justice. Strong hero still.
Last patch, this is a hero that felt so strong. I will say, it felt like 4 positions were way greedier in the last patch.
They were. So for this pick, maybe a Centaur would be nice. He is still available, where you have protection for your carry or for Lesh, where you can break the link. And they don't have any control. Like their control is Dispose for now and Dragon Tail Stun. Not the strongest lane, but you might need to say screw it. Okay, for now they will go Ursa. Ursa is still... They picked Ursa into Razor, which is...
Interesting.
A bit of an odd one. Great stacking damage onto Dragon Knight. Of course, you can still deal damage to Razor even when you're getting linked. You're getting the damage from your Fury swipes. And I think this also covers the basis of potentially Marcy going carry. This is one of the few heroes in the game, besides Troll, I would say, who can square up against Marcy and try to kill her.
Another game where TA makes it to that final phase.
Yeah, I thought that they're going to snatch it in the second phase, but decided to go for Dragon Knight Razor. It's a strong duo. That's for sure. Razor, I would still want to see him being played from the mid lane against Leshrac, where you have a kill threat. It's a skill-based matchup, so it can go both ways, but leaning towards Razor if the matchup is played correctly.
Enigma getting banned. We saw Enigma in the 3 position from Bach with FY Centaur yesterday.
Yeah, I think also Doom can be picked up, knowing that they have Ursa on their own team.
10 seconds
Potential
remaining.
steal, and also not a bad matchup for Doom.
5
Like maybe there
seconds
can be Razor can be played also in that lane, but I'm just thinking some of these relatively self-sustainable off-laners, because they are laning with Nyx. Nobody wants to lane with Nyx in Dota. The first one that I mentioned is Centaur. I still think that's a good pickup, and they will ban it.
Centaur. Banned out. What would be the gotcha pick for IG? If you had to pick one.
10 seconds
Ooh, I have a
remaining.
hero. Now, wow, for Azure Ray. I kind of forgot about that hero.
5 seconds
So
remaining.
I said, what did I say? I said Doom, but I'll swap things around. I think Darkseer gets a lot of priority in this one. Gives them Surge to break the lane, gives them a lot of team fight, and also gives you a way to lane Nyx Assassin, actually. So you can play the lane instead of just dragging the creep waves around. I think it's Darkseer here, seeing that Lifestealer just got banned.
Would love to see it. I've been liking that hero myself, and it is definitely an offlaner we've seen get banned early
10 seconds remaining.
in some of these drafts. But it falls like
5
this, right?
seconds
It's either banned early or ignored altogether.
It really depends on the game. I don't think this hero is like, wow, we're gonna first phase the hero. In the end, it's gonna be Axe. Bach, Axe. Still a very strong lineup. Every single hero pretty much on their lineup has some kind of a stun. You look at this line, I don't know if you
10
see the
seconds
game this way, but I look at the Dire lineup, I'm like, this is so easy to play. This
5
is the type of
seconds
Dota
remaining.
that makes, like, you have Roche taking potential, you have great scaling, Axe, Blink, BKB, Blade Mail will always be good throughout the whole game. Strong lanes as well. Axe gives you relatively strong laning, because if you can't lane, you can always creep skip if they don't have enough stuns, and so far they do not. The only stun that they have is pretty much Dragonite. Dispose, Rebound, you don't care about those abilities too much as Axe. And in the end, it will be Io, even more sustain. So I would definitely love...
Safe lane Marcy.
I know that FY loves to pick up Spirit Vessel when it's a good game for it. I think this is the game to get it. Playing against Marcy, the Lifesteal, Io, of course, Enchantress and Dragonite feels like a top-tier item pickup.
Will be that safe lane Marcy, that mid DK, leaving JT for the Razor. And Bobica gets the Enchantress, which we thought was going to be the X-Nova hero. But 2 healing supports in Io and Enchantress against, I would say, 2 damage dealing supports of Azure. Bursting from Nyx Assassin especially.
G2IG's draft doesn't need any cooldowns, but neither does Azure Raid. Like, your biggest cooldown that you want to have in a team fight is Marcy ulti. Dragonite can still take a fight even in melee form. You would definitely love to have it, of course, but I think we're going to see a lot of brawling. BKB cooldown is going to be more important than the spell cooldown in this game. Io Marcy has been a combo. This has been pretty popular in the last 6 months or so, where people try to theory craft how to get Marcy online without buying a Battle Fury. Battle Fury just kind of sucks on Marcy, where if you're pushed out of the lane, you need to farm the jungle. How do you get to your Battle Fury? Everything needs to be pretty much perfect. So this way, when paired up with Io, you can go for different items. You can pick up Armlet, makes you super sustainable, and then go for a BKB, then go for your big items.
This IG lineup is very early BKB oriented from the looks of it. With Razor, who wants an early BKB, you just said Marcy would like an earlier BKB. DK is a tanky hero that could go for an earlier BKB if need be. It definitely solidifies a timing for them.
It does. It's going to be 3 BKB timing pretty much. Dragonite, blink into BKB from the from the mid lane. Might pick up Mage Slayer. Might be the first item of a choice considering that he is playing into Leshrac.
Yeah.
But they have the options. IG, they had the option to lane this Razor mid, but after seeing Ursa, they're like, okay, we'll take it. We'll put Razor in the lane against Ursa, so he's not going to be able to achieve much. And also, throughout the game, if Ursa's played against Enchantress, his overpower gets dispelled, he doesn't deal as much damage. It's much better than it was before, having your talents, especially 15 talents where Earthshock applies to you for swipes charges. I think we're going to see a lot of fighting going on, but do not underestimate Io and Marcy. These two heroes, when played together, can soak up a lot of damage, and also one of the funniest thing is seeing Sidekick on Io. It looks like some kind of a bug. It's just a little bit of light coming out because he doesn't have hands. It's actually a ball. So we didn't know where to put it.
Hopefully we get to see that. And I like this IG lineup. I think it's... I want to say like 55-45 or 60-40 IG in my opinion. I don't know if this Ursa is going to get as much out of the game as they want. I'm interested to see TMing on this Witch Doctor and how much this Voodoo Festoration is going to do. Oh, and
it is go time. Look at him go.
Immediately. Voodoo Festoration, run in, but the Blood Grenade, the right clicks, the turnaround, he needs to be careful as he will survive.
Try to zone out solo 2 enemy heroes. They throw a Blood Grenade immediately, so he will heal himself up. Still deals damage. The thing about this Voodoo Festoration / Restoration is the AoE is pretty massive. It's so big.
That's quite the AoE. And you don't, when it gets to level 2 and 3, all of a sudden you don't really recognize that you're taking a significant amount of damage from this Voodoo Festoration.
This is the one where you want to have the shittiest cosmetic in the game so that you actually can't see it. Try to camouflage this Voodoo Restoration. Instead of having, golden circle, just let it be green.
You want the pay to win.
Pretty much. Don't pay anything to win. No.
Just have the default cosmetic. If you're doing Voodoo Festoration, though, I think you need to get the Crimson Witness Witch Doctor one, so it's red. That would be the biggest pay to lose, though. I like the Voodoo Festoration early for sure, but this isn't exactly a lineup of Razor and Enchantress that you'll feel too confident running into. As Bach bottom, he's a couple shots from dead, able to walk it away just barely. He does not have any regen, however, and he's going to ship a salve out to himself.
Tough lane for them. You have Nyx Assassin who's been jungling, using Mind Flare on some of the creeps in jungle. That's about it. And then try to drag the creep wave, and now lane is in a good spot relatively, but you are given complete free farm to Marcy. Ursa's doing much better than I expected. I guess it comes down to Voodoo Festoration again. Zoning out completely 2 heroes, soaking up all of the damage. Oh, that's good the speed coming.
They can just make moves like that, and that's an early level in the cask. We've seen some Witch Doctors go 0-4-4.
In this lane, he wants to stop Razor from getting the link off with the cask. Instead of not having a stun, could be quite difficult to play the lane for low.
Definitely, definitely. Mid is just a farming fest. I don't think Nothing to Say dies in that lane alone. I don't really think Ori dies either unless he's really caught out of position. They don't quite have the supports from IG to make moves over mid. Enchantress and Io aren't exactly the best in locking anybody down.
Ori's the one who's really struggling, at least with getting some CS. 11 denies on Nothing to Say.
This is similar to that DK Ember matchup we saw in the last BO3.
DK does quite well against some of the range heroes from the mid lane. Also putting a lot of pressure, especially with Corrosive Dragon. It does work in melee form, so every single time you get close, you get hit by it. There's constant chip damage, and Jungling Axe on the different side of the map. I just had to double check if it's the top part of the map. It's not going to get found by Enchantress.
Who pauses the game. Well, we got a quick pause, quick disconnect. We'll be back in a moment. This has forced Bach all the way out of the lane, which means it was already happening when Bach was in the lane. Monet's got free farm. Which, if Bach's not going to show back up to the lane, X-Nova can be elsewhere.
He can make a move, but then again, it's only IO, so not very effective. You might have a TP rotation, try to save people with the Healing Lotus with the stick or something, but can't really make super aggressive move. Can rotate to the mid lane, give a little bit of move speed to your mid laner, because he's also having a really good time. Will get level 6 faster than Ori. Marcy left completely alone. I don't know if FY is going to be able to get much done. At least that's some solo XP for him, so he's enjoying his life.
It's solo XP that maybe leads to an earlier vendetta, and they could use that to go around. The only thing that I could see happening is FY gets jumped on and rebound, dispose. He dies pretty quickly. The annoyance now of this Warpine Raider throwing the Seed Shot. Obviously, hugely variation of the Acorn Shot.
Completely
Same
different
species
spell,
of
yes.
shot, but different spell. Because an acorn is a seed. But a seed is not always an acorn. Did I right?
Wow, that blew my mind.
TMing under the tower. He'll end up dead. JT gets first blood, but trading his life for this. And the Warpine Raider,
I guess you're
as well as Bobica, will trade Lowe's life.
Bobica, pretty happy about this one. Getting solo XP. 1k gold lead for G2IG already. FY. He's thinking, where can he go? How do I collect XP? There's not much I can do in this bottom lane.
I really do think you just sit here and soak experience.
Yeah, Bach is doing the old trick with Tranquil Boots, jungling, going between the camps, then disassembling mana boot, disassembling the Tranquil Boot so it doesn't get cancelled. It is a lot of work. It's an honest work, but it is a lot of work.
Thinking the same thing. It's an honest day's work. Oh, TMing caught again. This plasma field will kill him, but they do get the turn on a JT, and every time they kill JT, this feels worth it as long as they don't lose low. Box here, so they have the battle hunger. FY's got a stun in 5 seconds, but they won't need it because they hit the call. They've got the body blocks, and they'll get this kill on the Enchantress.
JT's probably saying, what is enemy off lane doing in the top lane 6 minutes into the game? Axe is jungling in the top part of the map, and FY's like, yeah, I also can't lane bottom, so we will make a new lane for ourselves. And there's a move with Io and Dragonite hitting that level 6 earlier. Then Ori, who's about to crack level 6. They take the tower, play with the catapult wave. G2IG having a pretty good understanding what needs to be done. Monet actually has Battle Fury in his quick buy.
Yeah, you talked about this at the draft. If people are just joining us, what did you say during the draft? I don't want to mess up your words here.
No, it's just that the hero can't really farm. If you're pushed out of the lane early on, you're trying to get a Battle Fury. Io fixes those problems, so you can go for any item you want. I'm not sure if you still want to go for Battle Fury. Monet type of a guy that when he commits to an item, he does go for it. But having a complete free farm might give you just enough to get away with that Battle Fury, because your items are gonna come out much faster compared to having armlet, but this also means that you're more heavily focused on farm rather than joining some of these earlier engagements. You will not have that impact with relocate type of a play, armlet, sidekick, unleash. They're setting things up in the bottom lane. Observer ward, scouted witch doctor, Tian Ming. Oh, he knows.
Now he knows, but will this be his life for that ward? Yes, very much so. It does get FY to 6. And it's a quick 6, 8 minutes into the game, a level 6 Nyx Assassin. What can you get done with that? That's the real question.
You'll need to play with Leshrak at his bottom right now. Nyx has a really good faucet. Scuttle, first 15 seconds of Vendetta, you can go through the hills, unobstructed padding, and also being hasted. Bach continues to farm up. This guy has a couple of tricks up his sleeve, considering that he was completely left alone. Still in a good spot. Has the same amount of farm as Ori.
Getting that kill onto the DK, that is an immediate turn with that Vendetta to make something happen where FY gets credit for the kill, but it opens up the game for Ori now. Bach. There it is.
We'll try to stack it one more time.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
3 points in counter helix should be good enough to clear this camp.
Bottom tower.
And also found a really good neutral item. Safety bubble for him.
Dire's bottom tower has
Gotta stay safe. Although, Bach, eating a little bit too much damage. We'll Tranquils and get back in there.
If he doesn't get Tranquil in this scenario, which is what I would say 90% of the pro players would do, his farm would be so bad right now. You would not be able to sustain. Maybe you could buy like a ring of health or something, because you need to change up your item build. You need to find a way how to come back into the game, because you basically had no game.
Yeah. He's push out of lane level 3. They are over here towards bottom, maybe looking for Bach. And they've got 4 heroes. They're pushing a tier 2 tower before 10 minutes. And I don't really think Azure can respond.
Well, you're telling me that Nyx Assassin with 1 Impale is not going to stop the whole push?
Pikachu face. Oh, no. I don't think so. I do not think so. Also, this is a...
Oh, they're stealing the stacks. No, you gotta go in. You can't allow this to happen. FY, ready to go.
First 15 seconds, gets that Vendetta and kills off X-Nova. That was good movements there from FY, but uh-oh. Ori walked into a boxer known as Monet on this Marcy. Just got knocked out.
They're back to stealing the stacks.
Oh, gosh, yeah.
FY, they were like, okay, we stacked some of these camps. We want to get the XP. So,
seriously. We won't get the gold, but give us the XP at least.
Sitting around, trying to soak up the experience from it.
Also had that Cobalt with them.
Complete free farm on Monet. That's going to be, what, like 12-minute battle fury?
Look at Bobica. Just for a second, Lacoste. And tell me how you know, based on all the enchantresses we've seen prior to this, that you know this is Bobica playing this enchantress.
He chooses the different path. 2 different paths. First of all, he did go for Spellbound, and I see max impetus, so he wants to scale. Can't really blame him. Bobica is the OG position for enchantress. I'm gonna kill you alone, mid and late game type of a player.
Fight me. FY. He was on that cliff for a second, but if you ended up losing that scuttle, could have cliffed yourself. He's scuttling, he's looking, he's searching. Maybe finds Bobica. It's a possibility. But Bobica has to step out. JT would be the right marker if they were able to get him. He's got 150 health. And that's it. But not going to find anybody with this Vendetta.
Last, like 7-8 minutes of the game, it looked pretty bad for Azure, but they managed to slightly stabilize. It's still a 2k gold lead, which is not too bad. Your Ursa is the Battle Fury, which is great timing. Second on the net worth, 12 minutes in. Same timing as Battle Fury on Marcy, pretty much.
Yeah, but Marcy also went Phase Orbit Corrosion.
We don't need to go through all the details.
I'm just saying, it was something I wanted to mention before, too. that we were talking if you don't have a lane, you don't go Battle Fury, but you had such a lane, you were able to go Battle Fury and Orbit Corrosion. This Marcy's living the dream. The only thing that would make this more of a dream for Marcy is if they could start speaking instead of whistling.
This is going to be one gigantic Marcy throughout the whole game. It's going to be a massive issue. Even if he feeds away 3 kills, he will get the farm. And going for a bit of an item, different item build than what we see, but you have to adjust every single time.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Carriers are like, what gives me status resistance? Well, they pick up SNY most of the time, and I also have
Very dead.
Okay, dead.
Unleash.
Dead.
TMing, dead. This is the power of Marcy with level 1 in Unleash. And X-Nova tethered up. And you wanted to see that sidekick, so now we've just got that glowing orb in front of the IO.
These are his hands. That's his left hand on IO. Bach continues to farm up, very close to his Blink Dagger. Will take the XP rune for himself. Also will scan just in case somebody is coming, making sure that he can farm this camp.
Haven't really seen the relocate move yet. But X-Nova, he's tethered up to Monet at all times, and with Unleash not being that long of a cooldown, they can really be involved at any time.
Bobica prepping for the late game, having 3 I don't think I've seen a player buy 3 dust. 1 dust is fine, having a second dust is okay, so just in case you don't go back to base, your courier is dead, or another fight happens. Being on 30-second cooldown, so having 2 charges is fine, but 3 so early on, 14 minutes, I don't think I've ever seen it.
With drums as well.
Had to make sure that you can't dig up dust? With Trusty Shovel.
Checking. Rune, Flask, Mango, Cobalt. Bounty rune, that is. This Blink Dagger. Available. Ooh, they're going to go instead on the Ursa. Whoa! I've heard people talk about taming the bear, but that was certainly it. They go and get the
Great
2-man Blink call, and that is amazing with the follow-up cask and Death Ward from TMing. Bach survives. They'll take out Monet. That's a 5-time spree going to Bach. A good amount of gold. They'll find Bobica. Battle Hunger on him. Split Earth lands, and it's FY with that Mind Flare that just kills off the Enchantress.
Oof, man, FY really carrying Azure Ray in the last couple of minutes. Getting the kill on Ayo there, now landing a 3-man stun, bursting Marcy down and giving Bach just enough time to come in with the Blink Dagger, gets a call, and they get a dunk. Overextending there a little bit. Not respecting. I mean, they are pushing a tier 2 tower without a sentry. They do have dust, however. 3 dusts. Very important.
Roche is Azure Rays.
This is massive. The last couple of minutes for Azure Ray, this move, and also stealing Roshan from G2IG. This type of a play is going to make you... There it is, Bobica.
There's the dust.
Sentry is much more effective against Nyx Assassin. FY with the Blink Dagger ready to go.
TMing's here. Maledic, they don't have the Death Ward, but now the turnaround. Monet is here, and we'll kill off TMing. I don't know what they thought they could get done without Death Ward.
Maybe they thought he's isolated. If he's not playing with the rest of the team, maybe they can get a kill, but highly unlikely.
Unlikely.
To get a kill there with no Death Ward. Need that little bit of extra damage. Good thing about having Ursa in the team, your Tormentor will die almost immediately, 20 minutes into the game, so 2 supports will have it, and these are really good shard supports. Witch Doctor, who's holding the Gree for quite some time. I did say that I wanted to see Spirit Vessel, FY. Seems like he said, I need a Blink Dagger, I need to be the initiator, I also need to be able to get out of trouble in case they buy sentries and I can't get a hit from Vendetta. So So we'll need to find a way to start a fight on top of the Axe. So Spirit Vessel on Tianming. If he consumes Gree in the next 5 minutes or so, we'll have enough to buy Spirit Vessel.
You
That's
know
gonna be the
not
big
happening.
one. It's not happening. It's never a good time to use Gree.
It's always an investment. And if I spend it early, there's so much missed out opportunity. Can't
Dire's top
spend it this soon. So TP back there from nothing to say. And a blink into the Dragon Tail. They've got the static link. Ori's in trouble again. Previous 2 deaths have been to Unleash, but this time it's to JT and nothing to say.
Ori not really having a game, but he still has, considering everything, how his lane went, has more farm than nothing to say. Even after getting this kill or assist gold from it, still less farmed.
They'll go up, smoke through the Twin Gates to find something. They've got vision on Bobica,
Dire's
but
middle tower is under attack.
Monet is also up here. Maybe they can get this kill. However, a call running right over to Bach. There's the
Good
rebound, the
force
force staff away. Lowe's going to get the kill into Bobica. They'll look to get Monet. Can they kill him off? The death ward was already stopped. Lowe's in a little bit too far. The unleash, the link. Bach, Lowe. Lowe's not getting out, but Bach TP'd and he's gone.
Fly, another stun in a
This
second.
is maybe some help. No. Monet, just with the unleash still going, is able to blow up this bear again.
Dies too quickly. They need to control him. Axe needs to be able to control this Marcy, but they also need to kill Io. There's way too much healing right now. They have no healing reduction whatsoever. Usually for Ursa, you do buy Orb of Corrosion, especially in a scenario like this. You're playing against Dragonite, Enchantress, Io, Marcy. Everybody has some kind of a healing. So, kind of needed to have. Eventually, Shiva's Guard, if the game goes long enough, will be picked up by Leshrac. Spirit Vessel on Witch Doctor needs a recipe.
Stacking there, Monet. Super farmed. Super duper farmed. 20 minutes into the game, almost 14,000 net worth compared to this Ursa. Only 1 death for the Marcy, and that was recently 8-1-0 for Monet.
Dire's courier.
Lowe really needing to farm up and get a little bit more as he's looking for his BK. Bloodstone for Ori is eventually there. Staff for Bach. This is Blink and Force Staff with the Blade Mail. Nothing queued up just yet, and it's still disassembling and assembling those treads, those tranks.
Working pretty hard. One of the hardest working players in Dota scene right now. It's ton of work. This constant pressure, like that you have to use it, otherwise it gets cancelled. But you get the value out of it, and also the Force Staff pickup. Not what we see on Axe nowadays, but great game for it, where he can save whoever is getting linked, whoever gets jumped by Dragonite, gives him another form of initiation. If he uses it himself, Tormentor taken. There is XP Rune and Tormi on G2IG side.
G2IG stole Azor Rays. Bach was trying to find a blink opportunity because they have this obs that's in the Lotus pool, but they don't catch out Monet and X-Nova, who are seen under that vision.
Marcy almost has 50% slow resistance with Shard on Io and with SNY.
Oh, Nyx.
He's gonna get it.
Unfortunate timing.
Sentry, do they have a dust? They have another Sentry.
They have another Sentry.
In.
Under it, disposed, under this, the stun, the unleash, the kill, but JT is dying at the same time bottom. He did get the Wisdom Rune, though, so at least they trade that.
Relocate to
But
top
now
of
they're
Bach.
relocating in. Bach's going to be in trouble because they've got the unleash. He's trying to get out of there, but there's no chance. Monet taking the killing spree away from Bach.
Rough game. They are getting still some kills on this side of the map, but you can also see them having a lot of fear when it comes down to relocating on top of them. Io Marcy are going to play together throughout the whole game. You're not going to be
for sure.
linking anybody else, so knowing that there's going to be relocate coming off, even if you make a move, they will come. Everybody's buying a 4-staff Spirit Vessel, at least now available on Tianming.
With 1 charge and still holding on to the Greek key.
That's going to be his 4-staff money. I think if he has enough, he's going to pop the 4-staff.
We'll see.
Gree. Nothing to say, gets the shard. Bobaka, pretty pissed about this one. Playing Carry Enchantress from position 4 roll. And he
Going
did...
Nullifier.
Yeah. He sees all these saving tools that they have. Yule Scepter on Leshrac, 4 staffs. He wants to be able to jump the target and kill it.
Just him. He doesn't need anybody else.
We'll need some help to kill. There are tanky cores low. Level 15 on Ursa. Getting close to his BKB. Needs 100 gold. 56% win rate. Dota Plus says for G2IG. Still high chances of winning, even though they're 8k gold down.
It doesn't quite feel like 8,000 net worth deficit. But you definitely feel the strengths of the Marcy where most of that benefit and that advantage is. If that makes sense.
Yeah, for sure. Marcy just deals so much. It says 8k, but knowing what she can do in a fight now with SNY, BKB, having status resistance against Axe, against Nyx Assassin Stun, Io behind him. Unless they overextend, unless they get a big call and stop relocate from getting off. But Io is also the huge issue. If you're jumping Marcy, Io's gonna get Holy Locket, will get to mech, has great healing Lotus. That's effective, like 2.5, 3,000 heal coming up with Thief's Tether.
The idea that I think Azure Ray is going to go to is push this tier 2 tower, grab that if they stick, but also looking towards this next Roche. They got the first Aegis, maybe they'll feel confident enough to fight Marcy with the second one. If they get it. And that's the big if, because now it's nighttime, and the side of IG is close enough to this Roche pit that's going to make it very difficult for them to break through and get this second Aegis. And it doesn't even look like that they're going to go that way with low over bottom.
It's going to be perfect timing for G2IG. They will run into Roche pit with Io Marcy, and Roshan will respawn.
That's the unfortunate part. FY, he's got the vision on JT, but there is nobody else here. Spike Carapace, nothing to say coming in. Uh-oh, Dragon Tail, BKB. It's like they knew. And they have that gem on Dragon Knight. He jumped in just having that sense that maybe JT was going to get jumped.
It's the only way you lose a fight, I would say. So 25-minute gem, slightly earlier, picked up by one of the supports. It was actually Boba. Man, Boba, what is Boba doing? He's getting all these team items. He really wants to win, huh?
Shocking. Shocking that he gets team items. It really is. Oh, TMing. That is, you're not long for this world.
So you die as Witch Doctor, and it's, again, never a good time to use Gree. You're getting the gold. You're not going to use the item anyway if you use it right now.
It's never a good time. And if you don't need the slot, why spend it? Not going to need it for 4 staff either. You've already got the fluffy hat. The slot's established.
Oh, nothing to say. Knew something was cooking. Did not want to overextend. That's the dead spot. That spot, if you go across the river, try to push out that wave, if your feet are wet, you're most likely dead. It gets punished so heavily.
If your feet are wet, you're most likely dead. I gotta remember that. Won't be going into any oceans anytime soon. Or pools. These heroes are top. Yeah, go.
Yeah, you had some stats about sharks, I believe.
And vending
sharks and
machines.
camels, and who kills the most people.
Oh gosh, I forgot those stats. I don't
It's
remember.
actually hedgehogs and Lego pieces.
Oh no! That's a problem. TPing out, Low gets caught. It was the Warpine Raider that scouted. This Warpine Raider, 28 minutes into the game, being the best scout it can be.
Relocate.
Ball. Bach. Does Bach feel tanky enough? Can he help out here? They're trying to go for the IO. They've popped the BKB on Monet. Looking over at Ori with a Bloodstone. The Death Ward's already stopped immediately because they had that Centaur Conqueror getting the stun. Bach's supposed to be the tanky one, but Bach, that's what he looks like, a chicken. And they instantly fry through him.
Man, Centaur Conqueror, Boboka is all over the place with these creeps, so they relocate in, having Aegis on Marcy for another 2.5 minutes, and this just might be game over. I think they might just finish off the game, off this fight. Nullifier is being delivered on Marcy, completely uncontested in the laning stage. One of the toughest heroes to kill when paired up with Io. Insane amount of damage. You show up, you can't focus her down. There's way too much healing, and it's not just that. You have nothing to say. Who's extremely farmed, JT as well. Everybody's building SNY, Satanic. They want to sustain. They do not want to get killed from 100 to 0, and there's going to be at least one side of Barracks. They're deciding how to approach the fight. G2IG being one game down, they do not want to risk it too much. Old G2IG would definitely run into Fountain, into Tier 4 towers. They have to pause the game, discuss what's going on, because the shot calling is not the same as before.
They're hoping that they find the opening because they are down a game in this TI qualifying series.
It is time to go. You do not lose this fight. Cheese, Mech, Holy Locket on Io. They want to go through the mid lane. Fake back. There is Aura showing in the mid lane, so they should know something is up. And also, Dragonite just did push the wave.
Can they find the opening? They're going to go for it. They found themselves Ori. The Unleash. There's just no way out. He tries to Yule as the Nullifier's there. They get the kill into the Shrek. He'll buy back immediately. Bach with the Ogre Seal Totem to try and get away. They've got the damage, but the cheese is eaten. JT's able to relocate out. They get the kill into TMing. They'll take out the Witch Doctor. They look for Ori. Ori already bought back. The Bloodstone's going to be activated. They get the agents out of the hands of this
No
Marcy.
Yules on him. He's dead.
Oh, Ori's dead a second time. 80 seconds. Nothing to say, though. He dies. He's going to buy back too.
They want to end the game.
into the outpost. They want to end the game here, but they get the Culling Blade on the X-Nova. They don't have an IO. He has buyback too. They do have that option to go to the outpost, but do they want to risk it?
Do they want to risk it? There is buyback on IO available. No relocate.
They don't
to come
have
back into the
Unleash
fight.
for
56
15
seconds.
seconds.
The thing about the dieback on Leshrac, he is such low level 16, only 13 minutes into the game. So he's going to respawn in another 45. G2IG, they want to go in.
He might be the one getting benefits from the next Wisdom Rune.
Scan did connect. They know something's going on in the triangle.
They come in. They've got the call from Bach, but the Unleash is off cooldown. Bach with the Ogre Seal Totem, but
Monet
JT sticks
dying.
with him. Monet trying to stay alive, but he falls. It's TMing who gets the kill. Nothing to say. You got to remember that he bought back. JT is off to the side, and he is floating through this fight as he is trying to get the kill into the TMing Witch Doctor and Will. But Low going back in. He's silenced up. He jumped back for what? He's dead for 70.
Oof, no buyback on him. And now the buybacks are coming back up.
Blink call. Ori back alive in a second. The blade mail, is it going to be enough? No, it won't. Nothing to say. He's got that kill. He finally dies. He bought back previously. He's going to be dead for 100 seconds. JT fighting the Bloodstone.
Satanic
Ori
in 2
was tracked.
seconds.
JT should be able to survive going forward with X-Nova as well as Boba, because there's nothing F-Fly can do to really save him until the blink, the stun, oh, the Mind Flare, the double stun from Ori with the split earth. He gets the 4-step. He's away, but this Nyx assassin dies.
This gave them one more fight. These buybacks that they used 30 seconds without Ursa. Marcy's coming out. She bought all the items. Nullifier, Skull Basher available. Razor having a complete free reign in this fight. I mean, this time around, he is tethered to Io, so whoever is tethered to Io is going to pretty much deal the most damage. being super tanky, having status resistance, slow resistance, with that Satanic. Now they want to go and get the last set of barracks, at least kill the tower. 20 seconds without Axe. Axe with the blade mails, doing quite a lot of work.
And he needs to be alive. He has to have that blade mail available for Monet, who's got Unleash ready to go. BKB is also ready to go. Will use the Unleash. Gets hit by the stun. There's the cast to follow it up with the BKBs. They go to the Unleash. Low trying to fight. 1v1. Who's going to win this boxing match? It's going to be Monet going in. All he needed was one more hit. They get the kill. Don't worry, but they'll end up losing Monet. He's dead again for 70 seconds. Bach is back alive. Tian Ming hit with an overfire. The blink, the call on the 2. Is it going to be enough for Bach with the help from Ho? Right clicks in. The Culling Blade is there. They get the kill on JT. They look over at X-Nova. This is going to be another Culling Blade from Bach. They are continuing to put out the hits. Bach going into Bachman-Turner overdrive with the calls, but it's still a 17,000 net worth deficit for the side of Azure.
Signs of life for Azure. This could be, if they have one more fight like this, could be a big comeback coming out. Axe did own that fight, and also why we said during the draft that Ursa is one of the heroes who can square up against Marcy during the Unleash with his Enrage and try to deal damage. There is Tormi available on their side, should probably pick it up. Roshan also potentially respawning. If this is some like early respawn time for Roche, Luke gets it on Radiant's side. Could be massive.
We'll find out in a second.
See,
he's gonna sit in the pit.
He's not gonna sit in the pit. Go back, just check. Okay, it's a
minute,
full minute.
That means it's gonna be up top. Unfortunate for the side of Azure that it's not gonna be there immediately. Now Marcy's got the shard. That's the upgrade to the rebound. Ogre Seal Totem picked up for the IO of X-Nova. We've seen the Ogre Seal Totem that's on Bach that's really helped out. Here are these heroes on IG. They are now set on Roche, top. I know it's not going to be in that pit area yet because it's still daytime. Whoa.
Force staff, Ogre Seal Totem, they're chasing.
Bach, he doesn't have any more movement available. They've got the call. He's forced to pop the BKB, but the Basher. Oh, with the Unleash, Bach's dead for 70. He's such a huge part of this team right now.
But he does not have buy for 4 minutes. This should be Roshan for G2IG. Without Axe, they don't take that fight. Ooh, a lot of these smaller mistakes. They had the entry, they had the opening for a potential comeback coming out. Now with Bach dead for 45 seconds. He's also itemizing to get out of the fight. He wants to go in, force himself out of the trouble, just so that he can control Marcy, but also not die to Marcy. That's why in these high professional e-gamer matches, you will see Axe by something like a Ghost Scepter, a Yule Scepter, where he jumps in and then yules himself into the air or uses Ghost Scepter so that he can't be attacked and is the one controlling. Oh god, now Marcy picked up Aghanim Scepter, so we'll have that silence. It's not as good as it was before. It's only 1 second silence, but every single time you use the ability or pulse it, whenever it pulses, it does silence. So gonna be pretty big controlling the fight. You silence the Ursa. After a BKB, he's gonna drop.
Bach getting the shard from that Tormentor that they just did. They need to heal up within the well as they're looking to get mega creeps. And not only that, they're looking to finish the game. They're up 23,000 net worth. Bach has to find the perfect opening on this Axe. We have seen clutch moments from Axe players in games before. Hides within the trees. The Unleash, the blink, the call, the blade mail. Popped immediately, trying to pull him in. It pulls him into the Maledict, but Tian Ming, no follow-up. Spirit Vessel on Monet.
It needs to be low who jumps in once the Axe blinks in. No, Unleash.
Whoa, FY, and now Monet's gonna go in, finds Bach, the Dispose. Bach needs to get away, the Force Staff, the Gems on the deck. They get the kill on FY and Bach. They both don't have buyback, so now your blink call, your blade mail is gone, and your racks, they are destroyed. That is mega creeps here for the side of IG. They'll go for the tier 4s, and instead of fighting back, Azure will call GG. We are going to a deciding game 3 to see who goes to TI.
As expected, these two teams, they looked very close so far in the qualifiers. So going to game 3, kind of expected. And G2IG, they executed the draft. They This draft was really good. A lot of tempo. Marcy plus Io. I don't think we're going to see that coming into the third game. A lot of these heroes that cause issues needs to be banned out immediately in the next game. You can take out Io, then Marcy is not as powerful, so that might be how you want to approach the draft for Azure Ray.
Right.
But he went ham. He went pretty ham. Had a complete free farm. Axe was jungling, level 3, Nyx Assassin soaking up some of the experience. What looked like a disaster of a laning stage for Azure Ray, they still managed to make a big comeback play, especially this one. This is the one fight. If they lose that fight, the game would be in such a difficult spot to prolong the game, because the game lasted for 37 minutes. This was a 15-minute fight. If they lose that fight, game probably lasts 30 minutes, maybe even less. They did so much, even exceeded my expectations defending with the heroes that they had against Marcy, because this Marcy was just almost unkillable. They needed to use every single thing on their side, every single item to try to burst this Marcy down.
Yeah, Enchantress might be the one that has untouchable, but it really did feel like it was the Marcy that was untouchable in this game for 95% of it. Monet just got a free lane, and we see the devastating perks of having a free lane like that. And this moment right there where Low turns around one shot away from killing Monet. Monet does end up dying anyway there, but that, it's these fights that tether on the edge of going one way or another.
Yeah, they were really pushing the limits here on Azure Ray. They lose that fight here, the game is immediately over. This was the jump where Bach did go in. That was the fight before that, like maybe 30 seconds before, where Low did not connect onto the target. They wanted to jump the Marcy with the call. He uses Force Staff, he uses his Ogre Seal Totem, while Ursa tries to deal damage. It was a bit too much at this point. It was not just about Marcy. You also had JT on Razor, who was super farmed, and also nothing to say. Pretty difficult heroes to take down at the later stages of the game. You need to heavily commit. You need a BKB to get the kill, and they also had buybacks available on some of the heroes. So at this point, Azure Ray, they were kind of already done. But entertaining game, especially after what happened in the laning stage. Bach with the Tranquil Boots made a comeback play. Was in the middle of the pack, top 4 at one point. Nyx Assassin is one of the heroes that pretty similar to, I would say, Storm Spirit, where if enemies grouped up together, you're not going to feel the impact. If you're dictating the tempo of the game, getting the kills, punishing the side lanes, then the hero is going to feel nice. But if they group up, your Vendetta, it's easier to execute now with the faucet that he has, where he gets unobstructed padding for 15 seconds and a haste, so maybe can find an angle, but overall a difficult game for him. And Monet, standout player, 14, 3, and 13 on Marcy. Love the itemization, having a free lane, did go for the Battle Fury, picked up BKB and SNY. SNY always great pickup against Axe, having that status resistance, so the call doesn't last as long. Instead of 3 seconds, it does last 2.25, and then you also have status resistance, the newest addition to SNY.
Yeah, a really great game from Marcy there. Monet was up about 4,000 net worth over the Ursa. It was a really great one from IG. They forced the BO3 to go the distance. It's now one game to decide your future. Are you going to Denmark, wherever that may be, or are you going home? And can either team punch their ticket? We'll see when we come back with Game 3 right after this.
The official headset of PGL tournaments. Now, with a wireless version. Experience unparalleled speed and reliability with the latest wireless technology, advanced hybrid ANC, and built-in EQ for your favorite game. Designed with elegance and durability, and extreme noise-canceling microphone. Always stay one step ahead with Aspire Wireless.
Welcome back. It is the final, the last. There can be no more. It is the final game of the Chinese qualifiers on the road to the international. It's Azure, it's IG, G2 IG. They are ready. Game 3, Lacoste. Game 1 was Azure. Game 2 was IG. What do you want to see? We're breaking out the stops, right? For Game 3, it's got to be all or nothing.
Pretty much. I think Io has to go from Azure's side to break the combo with Io and Marcy. Shadow Fiend, a hero that they lost to in the first game. G2IG will remove Tinker. Not going to be seen any kind of a play. He did play it 2 times so far in the TI qualifiers and looked unbeatable. Not going to say Tinker, always a treat to watch. So they will need to swap things around a little bit to figure out which heroes cause the most problems. Ori might need to wash his face. This is not what you want to see coming into such an important game. Yawning on camera.
Some would say it's a curse. Some would say it's a blessing to yawn on camera. Depends who you ask. That's for sure. Tinker, still that #1 band is a final band.
5 seconds remaining.
Wonder if their team is going to pull that out.
It was for Naga Siren. It was not, you know, like, wow, Podge is going to destroy this game from position 4 or position 5. They might still pick it as a strong hero, especially with his Flayer's Hook. And Beaver left in the pool. Let's see. I like Slardar. I like Night Stalker to counter this hero throughout the laning stage. That's none of these heroes that I mentioned, but can also work. Blade Mail Carrier, instant stun with the blink. Whole team can get on top, but you need some kind of a silence. You need something to control Weaver. Rubik is also going to be great pairing for Centaur. Great for the game against Weaver if they want to pair it up with. And you also have one of the best Rubik players that ever touched the keyboards, touched the mouse, and that's FY. Always a treat to watch.
Enchantress, OD band. OD's been in and out of qualifier. He was way more prioritized.
10 seconds remaining.
Good against certain matchups and also Ori's specialty. This guy's on a different level. Him and Somnus just play different type of OD. And it's also very good because it does allow you to kill these tanky targets. These extremely tanky cores that come online. Lifestealer going to be the last ban for Azure. Makes a lot of sense having a Centaur in the team.
Mm-hmm.
I want to see Rubik, and I also want to see slightly more control, something that can build into some kind of a silence. There's also later down the line potential for Faceless Void pick to come out, which has been traditionally a counter to Weaver. Chronosphere, especially if they don't pick any kind of save, but you can also work around the Shadow Demon Avenge as well. Witch Doctor for now.
Again.
Look good. Witch Doctor stabilizes most of your lanes. Ursa, he was played in a very difficult lane in the previous game. Enchantress and Razor, 2 range heroes, but still managed to get a really good timing
10 seconds remaining.
on his Battle Fury.
5 seconds
Thinking about
remaining.
it, looking at all these players, it's sad to see that one of these teams will not be going to TI. But a lot of pressure on this game number 3 to make this draft as perfect as can be and pull out all the stops, and TA finally not being held off on and getting picked second here by G2IG.
Oof, this is a scary draft. If they decide to run, it's a lot of minus armor. Templar Assassin, Weaver, Templar Assassin can be flexed between 1 and 2, and Weaver can be flexed between 1 and position 4, so I would see 5 being picked up right now for G2IG, and it is Bane, so you are keeping the flex open. After seeing 2 picks from Azure Ray, you will decide which direction you want to go. Again, another hero that counters the Stampede save potentially
10
coming out.
seconds remaining.
Fiend's Grip, long duration,
5 seconds remaining.
plus Templar Assassin jumping in. Even the trap from Templar Assassin can cause quite a lot of trouble for Witch Doctor as well. This hero relies on casting his spells. That's the hero I wanted to see in the previous game, just to put more pressure in the lane when paired up with Nyx Assassin. His Clock now. Clock is banned. So I want to see what the pairing is going to be with Darkseer.
Could it be Spirit Breaker with? Well, actually, it's going to be FY Centaur, isn't it?
Centaur
Yeah.
4, yeah. So that's going to be...
Unless they
something
go
that they
safe lane
ran.
Darkseer.
They could. In a
10
game 3
seconds remaining.
where it really matters,
Yeah.
it's Chinese Dota scene, you probably
5 seconds remaining.
go for something late game oriented.
That being said, they went Viper on the side of Team Turtle. Granted, let's see, that's...
That looked
They're
that
not here
looked
right now.
horrible.
But they are willing to do it. The region is willing to do it is what I'm getting at. It didn't work, but they tried. Unfortunately, not releasing the Viper's inner Donatello in that game.
I'm still down for Faceless Void. I think this hero is going to own the draft against Templar Assassin, against maybe Carrie Weaver. After they see this pick, they will have better idea, and they also have the last pick in the draft for Azure Ray, so they get to decide who goes where. They get to see the full draft from G2IG.
50 seconds for G2IG remaining. Could keep Weaver flex, so pick Pudge. Okay.
Azure Rays turn to battle.
Okay.
Alrighty.
Is this about to be safe lane Pudge?
We don't know yet. We don't know. It is possibility that they run this Pudge with Bane, and then you have Hook set up in the safe lane if necessary. 3 times
10
picked,
seconds
66% win rate. Who's that guy that lost the
Azure
game?
Rays
Undyne
turn to battle.
was not the one who lost the game, I don't think. Unless he
'cause
played
I
all
re-
3 games.
I remember him playing 2 games, but he did win those 2 games. Looked really good.
Look at Boba
Okay,
guy.
G2IG. Wondering where this Pudge is gonna go. Flare's Hook, faucet that gives you more damage the more distance you
5 seconds
pull people
remaining.
from. And it also extends the speed and extends the range.
Ursa getting banned. Somebody who will chop into these heroes. Would you be willing to pick Marcy for Azure?
I don't think so. Without Io, Marcy just doesn't feel as good. It needs to be paired up with Io, or you play it from position 4, and then your impact is much slower. But seeing the Ursa ban, it says this Pudge is going to be played from the off lane. It's one of the worst matches. Him and Monkey King, quite difficult to play the lane. You might get a kill like early on, level 1, but once they get to level 3, level 4, things get pretty difficult.
I'm also thinking maybe Muerta. Although, maybe you go the Team Zero route and go Drow on Azure.
Dire team pick.
How does that sound?
Azure Rays turn to
Whew, didn't
Now
expect
not as
Pango
great
to
with the
come up.
Pango. Because there is that roll jump with the blink. But I feel like I don't hate the Drow.
It needs to be something big. This Darkseer is definitely an off-lane hero right now. You are picking a safe lane. You don't know what you're playing into. It's going to be melee, either Pango or Pudge. Most likely Pango now, even though he can be flexed to a mid lane. Pudge from the off lane, so they're keeping still everything open in this game. One game, whoever wins it is going to be going to TI, and the other team is not. So a lot at the stake here.
Where's TI again?
Denmark,
Where's that?
somewhere in Europe. Last time I heard.
Between which countries?
There is multiple countries, one of them being Sweden, one of them being Germany. 20 seconds left. I don't know. I was feeling Faceless Void pick, but
Give me
I don't know.
Drow.
After seeing Pudge in Bane, Templar Assassin Silence might be too difficult.
You may now select
Luna.
heroes.
Luna.
That's his bread and butter. That's his
Yeah.
bread and butter. When you don't know what to pick, and Monet Pudge.
Safe lane Pudge with the Dragon Claw hook. Oh my! If you were to tell me in the third game of a qualifier for TI series that it was going to be safe lane Pudge, we used to see Ame pull this out during the DPC a year ago. Now Monet's pulling it out here. We had only seen, I believe, Undyne play it, the two of us, and now it's safe lane. Obika's going to go carry 4-position Weaver anyway, so you'll have that extra damage.
It's a safe lane with Bane and Pudge, so you can use Bane, Dreamstalker, pull people in, because you can vector target where your Nightmare target wants to go, and then use the hook him underneath the tower. You'll always have that protection from the tower, which feels really nice. Nothing to say on Templar Assassin. That's a bit of a different one when played from the mid lane. Opting to go for earlier Shard. Great against Storm Spirit, great against Darkseer. That little bit of silence duration can make a lot of difference. G2IG, I gotta give them credit for picking Pudge carry in a series that matters so much. They are willing to risk it. This is do or die. This is the way to either go to TI or get eliminated, no matter what happens.
Yeah, risking it for the biscuit, as some would say. And this is Pudge safe lane. If this works, I mean that's definitely going to be a pick that is talked about for a while, because Pudge safe lane in a game 3 is insane. It's combined with nothing to say on the TA, who is really good at this hero. JT on the Pango, who should be able to open up a lot here. His bread and butter is this hero too. He's got Magnus. He's got Pango is his bread and butter. He really loves these offlaners that are getting in the mix of things. But the Luna for Lona is it going to be enough?
It's a super strong hero. It comes online quickly, having extra bit of protection from Centaur, Darkseer with his items, Guardian Greaves, Pipe, whatever he decides to go for. Luna, one of the fastest farmers in the game. And you're also going to be paired up with Witch Doctor, another hero from Pause 5 that can zone out heroes, secure your lane. Also playing into Pango, not the strongest position 3 hero.
Yeah.
Obs has been killed.
Oi! 0 for 1. Put the stats on the board.
They want to deny this Observer Word, probably. Or maybe go for one more hook. There it is. Sentry should have denied it.
The battle
Getting some gold, getting some XP.
This
He's chasing.
there it is. Thank you. 0-for-1. I appreciate that, guys. Really making me love my calls. I will say Azure Ray on the side lanes, it feels like two combos that can really do a lot of area denial. With Voodoo Festeration and Ion Shell on a Centaur, and there's the Gree for you, Lacoste. It feels like these side lanes can be very much area denial from Azure Ray, right?
Yeah, they can. These are the killer lanes, but the top lane is, of course, it's Pudge, so this is where we are gonna look most of the time. But I could see them also scoring a kill in this bottom lane. Mid is also killable. Like, this is a bit of a different matchup. Static Slide for Storm Spirit allows him to not get too close to TA. He can kill off the range creep with that.
Obiga. He's got Shikuchi in 2, but it won't be in time. Dead for first blood. Luna getting that
15
first blood.
seconds ability. Great start for low. Exactly how you want to start it. They threw a blood grenade, run him down with Voodoo Restoration. Will make things a lot more difficult in this bottom lane for Pango to play the game.
Already that Voodoo Festeration doing the damage, and mid we're taking a look as Ori, like you said, the static remnant with that static slide, is it going to be enough to make this lane easier for this Storm? This time around, the supports are definitely supports that can roam over and help out the mids. FY Ken, if he finds the right hoof stomp or adding a little bit of double-edged damage. And you've also got Tianming with the Voodoo Festeration. Maybe he takes an early level in Cask again. The supports here for IG, Nightmare, as well as Bobica maybe running in with a Shikuchi to grab some extra damage. So certainly thinking we're going to get a party over mid.
I'm looking at Monet CSing under the tower as Pudge. Relatively easy to do, especially with the build that he went for. Tian Ming looks like he's in trouble, but it's Witch Doctor, so he's always fine.
You're a big Pudge player, but where do you normally play the Pudge?
It depends off lane or position for. It's doable in every lane, pretty much, except the mid lane. Mid lane, it feels a little bit lackluster. Different faucets allows you to play the game differently on Pudge. As carry, you want to go for the fresh meat instead of the Flayer's Hook. Getting that extra strength during dismember. It also lingers for 12 seconds after.
And not getting that hook facet, which we've been seeing from Undyne. With that damage per distance. Pudge already queuing up the Ags. That's the game plan. No surprise. That's been the game plan for Pudges in the safe lane for a while.
Mid lane is getting pretty difficult for Ori. Nothing to say playing this pretty much perfectly. Things have changed in a lot of matchups when with added innate abilities. Nothing to say having side blades. So he picks up 1, but having that level 1 feels really nice for the matchup overall, where he can still harass Storm Spirit and Ming.
In trouble, bottom lane. Bobica getting that kill. Has he queued up the Deso right after that?
Not yet. Doesn't have
Not
anything.
yet.
This game, I feel that he wants to go for Orchid, something that he does when he plays Weaver if enemy mid laner can be threatened by it. And then, of course, if he's having a good time getting that kill. He died for the first blood, but still will be able to get a good amount of farm on position for Weaver. Like raid band, double raid band.
He does like going Orchid Gleipnir on this Weaver from time to time. And top lane, Nightmare. Box sticking with the Bane, and there's the hook to avoid the vacuum. Saving X-Nova's life. You were saying this mid lane's getting hard. It is getting devastating. 27-9 to the 19-3 of Ori. The CS just not feeling great for this Storm Spirit at all.
getting pretty difficult. He would definitely love somebody to die, maybe get a return kill in the side lane, refill his bottle. There is no bounty rune to be picked up on his side of the map. They do see that with the observer ward that they placed.
1,000 net worth lead already for IG with a very quiet game to start. And I'm not surprised that this game is quiet. We see this a lot with these deciding games where you want your lane to just be maybe a little quieter and just farm.
Nobody wants to risk it too much. Bobica.
That being said, Bobica's under the tower. Blood
Nova's
grenade. They've
here.
got X-Nova. They're looking for low. They're trying to get the kill into the Luna. They will. Bobica successful with that. TMing under the tower. Voodoo Festoration doing the damage to get the kill into Bobica. Now looking at JT.
It's a triple kill for Witch Doctor.
Oh, shield crash. You thought it might be, but right on top of TMing.
That would be funny. This hero is insane. If he had a little bit of extra help, you could potentially see him clean up there, but getting something in return always feels nice. Killing low, of course. First rotation from X-Nova, going through the twin gates, dropping the blood grenade, and also stealing the enemy bounty rune.
Ooh, haste for nothing to say. Or he's level 6. He does have that ball lightning. Not a lot of mana, though. He needs to be careful. TP over from TMing to refill the bottle. And they think about going for nothing to say. They've got the Vortex. They hit the hoof stomp. Even with the haste, the cask is there, and they get the kill. This is big for Ori. He desperately needed this.
Needed some kind of a comeback into the game. And we'll deal some chip damage to the tower, which is nice. Bobica being very annoying against low, soaking up some of the experience. They do see him with this deep observer ward that has been placed earlier on.
Well, activating the Watcher and Shikuchi. God, Bobica is such a pain in the ass and grabs that
14
CS.
gold.
That is so annoying. This Weaver. Oh no, having to loosen beam to make sure. I'm not giving anything more up to this damn bug.
Sharing the XP with him. He's going back.
Bugs being annoying like this is how Starship Troopers happened. Literally just like this. Bugs frustrating to deal with in this game. Nyx, Weaver, all these bugs. Bobica especially, when he's on either of those heroes. Look at where he's at.
Will need to find a place for himself. TPs to the XP rune. We'll push him towards the level 4. We'll get it. FY is the big winner. Level 5.5. Dark's here, making some stacks in the jungle for himself, so he took the lane.
Closing in on that 6. He's gotten the double bracer. He's got that mental fortitude where the intelligence can't be lower than either his strength or agility, so you get those bracers. And also, Darkseer gaining the attack speed from his int, so if it can't be lower than your strength or agility, your int gets high, your attack speed gets high, and you feel pretty good about yourself with your quick wit. Going into the mech. No surprise, a little sustainability for Azure Ray early on. Bottom lane TMing.
Another triple kill for Witch Doctor.
Yeah, Maledict is trying to survive, but won't be able to get that triple kill dream.
2k gold lead for G2IG. Things are looking pretty good for them. Nothing to say. Blink Dagger, Dragonlance queued up for him. Shard should be the next after he picks up that, just to have more control against the Storm Spirit.
They don't have Stampede, but they're looking to maybe go on Monet. They don't know that X-Nova and Bobica are sitting in the wings, ready to go. They do have level 6 on Bach. They've got the Maledict, the Death Ward, TMing, having that damage to blow up Monet, even with the supports right there and ready to jump. They're no help.
Damage has already been done as soon as they jump him. And now Centaur is level 6, so they have Stampede available. Tian Ming getting solo XP from that bottom kill. Getting level 6. Getting a kill on enemy carry. Bobica, he found Kobold. We'll scout things out.
That Cobalt giving prospecting aura. 20 gold per minute. So much gold. Feels like all the gold. Ball Lightning to get the Arcane Rune. Will be fed over a Mango as well. Nightmare onto FY. And he's got the Stampede. You got to be careful. Monet's also nearby with X-Nova. Kind of in no man's land for Zore. They didn't know what they wanted to go for, and Ori will continue to farm the lane. Ori behind about 1,000 gold on this Templar Assassin. Obviously nothing to say in the Templar Assassin. They have just this quick ability to farm with the Cyblades. And
yes, but not a lot of stacks going on, so nothing to fall back to. Azure, they've been stacking on their side of the map, mostly Darkseer for himself, 4 points in Ion Shell, so he can be the one. Look at Witch Doctor stacking with his Voodoo Festoration, doesn't even need to commit, doesn't even get hit by neutrals. That's how big the AoE is.
Has Pudge hit a hook yet?
That one on the start, that didn't count, and one on Bane.
Go for Bobica. They use the Stampede. They'll get this kill onto the Weaver. Nightmare on a TMing. Thinking about the Rolling Thunder. JT setting up, now going in. They'll even use the Fiend's Grip on this 4-position Centaur to get the kill. Another Say is blinking in for more. Maledict is down. Thinks about the Death Ward. They've got the wall to be placed down right on top of another Say who's in trouble in the meld. They go to the Eclipse. They have the damage to get the kill on another Say, but Low ends up getting killed off by Monet, and they'll take out Bach. It's a 4-for-2 in favor of IG. They want the full team wipe. They want Ori, and they found the Nightmare.
Oh, another shield
His
crash. He's
dreams
really low on mana. Has 9 sticks, but does have Arcane Rune. Might get him out of trouble. We'll get more distance from it. Pudge had no mana to get the hook there immediately. And I believe it was also on cooldown. But JT, that Rolling Thunder immediately, and then gets a connection. Fiend's Grip onto Centaur. Big damage from Templar Assassin and Pango. Pango is having a blast of a game. Orb of Corrosion to slow people down, and then Echo Saber, Power Treads. This is the new build, where you are playing more of your right-click damage rather than picking out the Fusel Blade ever since the changes in 7.36, where Swashbuckle got nerfed heavily.
They want this kill, and they will get it. Not getting that kill, getting a little bit of revenge on Monet. Got 2 on that flesh. Bobica digging up another Cobalt. Prospecting aura is such a game changer.
High impact, for sure. Very important to dig that Cobalt. Scouting. I mean, it can be used for stacking, it can be used for scouting.
FY getting surrounded on Stampede to try and leave, and he will escape.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Not able to get the damage out. They are up 2k. A lot of that is on JT, who I want to say has not been quiet. He's 4-0-4.
Yep, he did skip level 10 talent. Level 10 talent is not as good anymore. You're not going for the Swashbuckle slash range. Swashbuckle is not your main ability anymore. You're playing off your Shield Crash and Lucky Shot. Everything nowadays on Pango is physical, so you want to reduce as much armor as possible.
Uh-oh, TMing.
You will pick up the Lucky Shot armor reduction later on.
Double jump. Maledict. Festering. And dying.
JT had enough.
Seriously has, and this double jump is hurting.
A little bit of
It
extra
is
damage, extra shield for Pango.
FY. Hope Stomp TP. Able to escape. And this isn't going to be... Is it?
Is under attack.
Let's take a look. It's not immediate Greaves for Bach. He's gotten the Arcane Boots, he's gotten the mech, and now going into the Axe. So wanting to get that normal punch and getting that replica.
wants to scale. Like having illusions, more illusions from Luna as well, of course, with Manta style. Creating illusion out of Templar Assassin. Could be pretty big, nothing to say. Continues to farm up in the triangle, getting very close to his shard. Just 500 gold away, we'll have it in the next minute.
Bach meeting the rest of his team, or started to meet the rest of his team on the other side of the river. They're over here in the jungle. They're down about 3,000 net worth. They're trying to farm it back, but you've got two pretty quick farmers on the side of IG. Really, three.
Tower is under attack.
And they smoke up on IG. G2IG looking to make a move to find a couple of pickups here, and FY might be the target again. Ball Lightning from Mori onto the high ground to meet up with the rest of his team. They've got 4 heroes over here. The Rolling Thunder, the double jump. They've got themselves the Maledict. It's going to be on a Monet. They use the Stampede, but they hit the hook. They've got the Dismember for the Ball Lightning out. Monet, now what else can he do? Rolling Thunder lands on a TMing. They'll drop down the Eclipse. They get the kill there on a Bobica. They take the Weaver. They end up losing this Witch Doctor. The Fiend's Grip on the Bach. They'll take out a second, and G2IG grab 2.
Monet got the meat shield off. That's the old Flesh Heap ability. Basically the same ability, doing the same thing. Only costs slightly more mana in 7.36p version. So didn't receive the full damage, those instances, and also having safety bubble. So they only lose 1. And they do kill 2. Things are starting to look much better and better for G2IG. Until Lo decides to join. When Lu joins, when he goes full ham, even though he used Eclipse in the previous fight, he's still not fully ready to take the fight. This is Mask of Madness, Dragonlance into Manta style, a bit of a delayed Manta style, buying Dragonlance in between, but I guess he wants to keep the distance, upgrade his Dragonlance in this game, get to the Hurricane Pike. A lot of times you will see them skip it if it's not good game for it, but this time around it does feel good against Pango, push people out of trouble. Yourself most likely against Pudge. Get out of that big area. Oh, the hook.
Yeah,
Centaur will
hook
stop
hits.
them. I knew it.
Oh my. The Centaur helping out. Vacuum the wall even committed. They've got the Rolling Thunder. They get the kill into FY. Monet's got 1. JT. He'll bounce and he'll swashbuckle up onto the high ground. The Death Ward from the low ground, but it doesn't get who they want. The damage was on to X Nova.
Nothing to say is coming in. He does have that trap silence.
Oh boy, this is going to be TMing dead to rights. The rest of the team needing to leave. Ball Lightning and Ori on the run. Bach under the tier 1 tower. They've got a trap down. That'll silence him for a second. They want this chase. They'll blink. They will use that Meld Strike, but they have the Stampede to leave.
Top tower is under attack.
That Centaur was definitely dead Ori on my screen already. But Centaur decides to join. Decides to help out his brother FY.
They are up 5,000 net worth. IG, they are in a really great spot right now.
They could go Roche. Like, they know that they used wall. It's gonna come off cooldown, but they feel super strong. If they want to wait for Deso, they could do that, but I was thinking use this amplified damage and get Roshan. Their team fight looks pretty strong. There isn't really a spell that Pangolier is really afraid of when he rolls in, other than Witch Doctor or Death Ward, because they can't really lock him down. Later on, Luna might deal enough damage to kill him, but we were talking about post 40-45 minutes, where he can get one shot by Luna when she gets 5-6 slotted. They're deeping top. They scouted low.
Dire are scanning.
But is Luna gonna get there? Bobica, the swarm off the mark. He's going into the Manta. He's got the Mask of Madness. How much time does Low need to feel like this 1v5 hero?
Definitely needs more time. You would want to have BKB for the fight. There's a lot of minus armor on the enemy team.
They dropped the
Templar
wall
Assassin.
bottom. Fiend's Grip, Box dead.
TA with amplified damage. 30 seconds for Roche to come to the Radiant side. They have tier 1 tower available in the bottom lane still. So if you want to take the fight, and there's that Deso. So Meld, minus 8 armor for now,
Tower is under
without the talent. And then you have 6 from Desolator, minus 14. Added overtime, minus armor from the Swarm. Pango, right now, Lucky Shot is 9. This has been buffed in the previous version. And also having that level 10 talent plus 4, things can get pretty ridiculous. I don't think if you get hit by all these things, no matter how much armor you have, you will still have minus armor. And there's Roshan. As we expected, IG immediately going inside the pit. But just 2 heroes should have enough.
Do Azure make their way down here in time? They're close enough where it looks possible, but they're going to find these heroes on the back lines. They've got the Stampede. They have the Vortex with the Maledict. They get to the cask. They drop this shield crash, and JT alive for a moment longer, but that Maledict, and Bach's going to get that kill. The right click's coming in for nothing to say. They land the hook. They've got the Dismember. It's going to be through onto Ori, but Ori's still dead. Trying to get away. Monet followed him up with that blink. So Ori is out of the fight. They don't have the Storm. The trap lands on the TMing as well as Bach. They've got Low off to the side. He still has Eclipse ready to go. Not a lot of mana to work with, though. And this Roche, not
has been
dead.
protected for yet, but JT is going to respawn in 20 seconds. Rolling Thunder available.
Hook. Oi, the terrain there made it look like that hook was supposed to hit.
That's a hit in my book.
Put it on the board.
Grigri saved him there. He did consume Grigri earlier.
Early.
Yeah, early Grigri consume. It was like they needed to punch back. G2IG ready to go for Roche right now. Azure doesn't seem like they will contest it this time.
Giving up on this Roche. This build from JT. Blink. Harpoon.
That is the new tech build. You are universal hero, so getting a lot of stats from Harpoon. You are physical damage. Rolling Thunder is also dealing your percentage of your damage when you're rolling. And he's going in. Rolling Thunder
Fiend's
into
Grip,
Fiend's
he
Grip.
is
He's
very
dead.
dead.
Whew.
Where are you at? Bobica, blink, hook stop. All right, they blew him up, but they land the hook. They've got the Dismember. They go to the Stampede. That'll be stopped. Cask lands on a Monet, but FY in trouble. The Meld Strike, like you said, the minus armor. You get hit by it once, and you are just dead. Another right click. Nothing to say. He's got a double kill. This TA is 5-2-5, but will not be stopped.
Stormy time. Stormy's gonna die in 4 hits pretty much from Temporary Assassin. Bach used the wall. Trying to scout things out to see what's gonna happen. But not much out of it. This should be the free tower, unless they glyph. Try to buy a little bit more time. G2IG, let's see if they want to commit. They do hold the Aegis. Feeling themselves right now. Having all that minus armor. Damage definitely not gonna lack on their side.
Whoa, looking for the BKB. He's keeping up close to nothing to say, but the impact is by far night and day between the two. FY going Crimson Guard. He's okay for now. They had some other heroes coming through. Looking for Ags for this Pangolier. He still has Rolling Thunder available.
Radiant's top tower is under
Top
attack.
tower. Not long for this world, and it will be killed.
Radiant's
Monet
top tower is falling.
told him, I need the gold. Nothing to say. You are too farmed right now. If they kill you, you will feed away too much gold, so give me some. I want to balance it out. Needs his BKB on Pudge.
They
Usually-
saw TMing going through that twin gate with the trap. So he's got the Maledict. He'll Voodoo. He'll Fester. He'll Death Ward. The damage on a Bobica will not be enough.
Bobica, Yule Scepter, pops his magic wand, extra regeneration from Dragon Scale, even uses the Healing Lotus. JT's the big one, 8, 1, and 10, involved in 18 out of 19 kills. He is really cruising through this game.
They know where Ori had gone, but didn't know that he TP'd out.
Let's say Pangolier uses Rolling Thunder, Shield Crash, all of his abilities can proc Lucky Shot. It's 17% chance. So that's minus 13 armor. And then TA hits you with the meld, with Deso. That's 19, 25, 27 if I did the math correctly.
Check the math, chat, and then when you see that it's right, I don't want to hear you guys say NA math anymore.
And Luna also has Mask of Madness, reducing her own armor. She's the only
had
one. Everybody pretty much. If you get hit by that combo, that's basically one spell from Pango. If it procs, and then one hit from Templar Assassin with Meld. Minus 25, 28 armor immediately. Nobody has enough. You're in minus when you're below 0. And that's not where you want to be.
Sounds pretty cold to me. Below 0.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Bobica, nothing to say. The smoke, the blink, the hoof stomp again. It's going to be Bobica. When they end up killing, but can they get the rest? They've got themselves the normal punch. It's going to be through on nothing to say. Can they get the kill? They'll take the Aegis immediately with the Eclipse drop down. They've got this illusion. They dropped on the wall. The hook ends up missing. Monet's going to blink in. He goes to the dismember. It's on a low. The right click's coming up for nothing to say. Can they get the kill on a low? This is going to be... Oh, the feed script from X-Nova. The continued control on a low. They get the kill on this Luna. They hit the silence. It's on to Ori with the trap of the ball lightning away. FY is going to try and TP out. They have the harpoon, but it won't be enough, and they'll take out the Luna. They lose that Aegis.
They lose the Aegis. Bobica did buy back. Came back to a fight with the time lapse. Is trying to chase Yule Scepter onto Storm, but he can zip and TP out. The rest of the team is not there. Hooks are not hitting from Monet. He's not landing those hooks. Also playing a bit of a different game. Carry Pudge wants to be in the middle of a fight instead of waiting for a good hook opportunity. Pops the BKB, and they get to top of Luna. 2 BKBs committed. Heavy right clicks and Fiend's Grip for like good 2 seconds to keep him in place.
Full duration Fiend's Grip on to that Luna. Wants the Conda. I said it was close between Luna and the TA. Now 3,000 behind this TA, who is one-shotting creep waves. And is 2,100 gold from finishing off this Daedalus. So basically almost there.
Level 20 on Luna with Conda is the big timing. Those 2 Moonglaves fired on Lucent Beam makes things a lot more difficult to approach a fight. Bobica, this time, this is the game that gets you to TI. So not going for anything greedy. Instead, opted to go for Aghanim Scepter. This is the old build.
Top lane.
Ori's jumping in. JT
They've got the vacuum, the normal punch into the hoof stomp.
Perfect
that
execution.
was clean.
Very well executed gank. Good chunk of gold as well. That was the big streak as well on JT.
Win probability, by the way, if you take a look, is 66 to 34 in favor of IG. And you can see it just all come together on that death summary. It really was a perfect little 4-set combo. The Vortex into the normal punch, pushing into the hoof stomp.
Top tower is under attack.
Really clean. And it's buying Luna time to continue to farm. Picks up the Crystallis part of the Conda first.
Once more damage. But
Yeah.
looking at his item choice, neutral item, Craggy Coat, that gives you extra
More
20
armor.
armor if you use Toughen Up. Understands that this is how you die. They're itemizing another Craggy Coat on a Centaur plus a Crimson
With the
Guard.
Crimson Guard.
Yeah, that's why you want to have Solar Crest on Witch Doctor. Eventually, you'll probably try to get Butterfly, because all of that minus armor does hurt, or maybe somebody picks up AC. Lotus Orb, also really good game for it against Fiend's Grip, against Budge. But Bane
Both
is
teams
getting
smoked.
close. He's getting relatively close to his Aghanim Scepter, having shards so he can farm, and also holding the Philosopher's Stone. Big fight incoming. Here's Ray on high ground, ready to jump. 9-second
X-Nova
BKB.
Was going
On
Aether Lens, but
Storm.
held a lot of gold to get to that Ags. Ori, he's visible. They want to look to make that jump. FY also visible here. They'll have the vision. They've got the obs. And now can they make the jump? They'll look for the hook. The blink hook's going to be a miss from Monet. They'll find the Luna, though. They've got themselves the wall down, but the Dismember's going to be on a low. Can Low get anything off on this? Goes to the Eclipse with the BKB being popped. The Rolling Thunder's going around with the double jump. On the other side of the fight, they've got the Nightmare as well as the Fiend's Grip. It's on to TM Ming. Not really the primary target of what you really want with the Fiend's Grip. And is that going to be a problem for the side of IG going later in this fight? They're starting to retreat on the side of Azure Ray. They go to the Ball Lightning over on Bobica. They look to kill off the Weaver, but the time lapse. They've got Luna. They'll get the kill in a low. There's the Harpoon. Nightmare to stop the TP from FY. A 4-man hoof stomp in death. They will get 3 kills. They'll lose nothing. Ori with the TP. Or, well, really, the TP through the Twin Gate.
And Bobica might find him if he sticks around, doesn't have enough mana. Yeah, damage from Pudge in the previous fight. He was sticking on the target, double Dismember onto Luna. That was level 3 ulti, brings it down to 20 seconds. And Aegis plus Roshan's banner now available. Templar Assassin deals so much damage with Daedalus, level 20. It is not a Meld Dispels anymore, it is Refraction Dispels. That's the new level 20 talent. Wall was nice, and X-Noah, he used Fiend's Grip on Witch Doctor just so that he doesn't get a single spell off in a fight. Immediately, they're not going through the wall on the right side. They're fighting around their vision. They have high ground obs, and a trap silence slows them down a little bit, gets them another jump. Again, they're focusing Bobica. Bobica, I think, is pretty happy about who they're targeting in the fights.
Oh, for sure. And I think he's got this Ags.
He does have.
So now,
Radiant's bottom tower
if you don't focus Bobica, he's going to save whoever you do focus. And X-Nova at the same time is going to have his own Ags. This game is not looking winnable by more than 5% at the moment.
Luna will need
Azure.
Kanda, and then you need to start thinking about getting Divine Rapier. You will need to risk it in this type of a game. If you can delay long enough, but they will be going for the high ground.
X-Nova, by the way, I don't want to jinx it. I'm going to knock on some wood here, but he's 2-0-20 on a bait.
Yeah, he's having a blast of a game. Didn't die a single time. This guy has always been known for his great positioning. Pango did hit level 20, so has Shield Crash Radius and damage. Did go for level 15 Shield Crash Barrier per hero. Makes him extremely tanky, holding on to Craggy Coat. This guy doesn't die. Unless he's focused by some Death Ward, Eclipse, gets punched, gets another wall of Replica Illusion created.
Oh,
he's
low.
not gonna die. Uh-oh, he's in trouble.
Low.
Has BKB TP out, but X-Nova is here with the Fiend's Grip.
Yeah, he's by himself. Low. He's so low. Oh, no team around him. You've been found out. Such a massive kill. It's shutting down this Luna again and again and again. IG, 21,000 net worth above, and I mean, they're well on their way up this much. If they're able to pull this off, this game, they would do something pretty crazy in losing the first game in both the series against Team Turtle and Azure Ray and make the comebacks in both.
Ooh, hook in between. They are dodging those hooks. Monet doesn't land them, but still gets the job done with the blink. Dismember sitting in the middle of a fight with Rot. It's time to go. Glyph has been used 25 seconds without Luna. FY killing the courier and also trying to kill the creep wave here.
Mid-tier 3 is dead. And when Low is back alive, he'll have that Conda, but will it be enough? This mid-setter acts are gone. They take these buildings so quickly. FY wants a Lotus Orb. Ori wants a Lincoln's. Has that BKB, has that Meteor Hammer for the mana regen amp. I just don't see one singular item being enough at the moment for the side of Azure.
there's not that big item that's gonna be like, wow, this is it. This is the game changer. You know, some Storm Spirit Aghanim Scepter that is close, that's gonna pull them in, set things up for big vacuum wall. He might need to swap things around. This Fiend's Grip has been causing him a lot of issues. Same goes for Dismember, but might need to risk it more, especially in a situation like this. Your back pushed against the wall. You lost one side already of barracks. One set of barracks gone.
5-man smoke. This could be the final move. They're looking for the Rolling Thunder. They're trying to make the jump. They'll find themselves low. Low. Dismembered. Fiend's Grip. The Lotus Orb. Maybe it's enough to save him. He's so low and dies again. The vacuum wall in the 4, but nothing to say. He's got that Aegis. They'll take him out of the fight. They'll kill off X-Nova. Can they start to hold on the side of Azure Ray? Or is it G2 IG's time? BKB pop by nothing to say. And the side of IG, they don't want to risk it. They'll back away.
Observer Ward plays by X-Nova early in the lane, scouting things out. Low gets out of the base and gets scouted immediately. They get to jump on top of him, dies from 100 to 0. Very rough game for Low. Reminds me of the game yesterday when they played against Team Zero when he was playing Terrorblade. Had really trouble getting out of the map and getting the farm in a game 3.
This has just been such a struggle for Low. Having flashbacks of yesterday, like you said. On similar styled heroes, right?
Pretty similar, yeah, in terms of what they want to do. A little surprised that he didn't just use the illusion, but again, it's very easy for us to say.
We see
needs
everything.
to risk it. Yeah, we see everything, but he needs to risk it. He needs to get, at least try to get out of the map and get something done. Now, almost 30,000 gold lead for G2IG. 4,000 damage as well in the fight every single time he uses Rolling Thunder. Shield Crash.
Oh my god. 30,000 net worth lead. Monet, by the way, he's got the Shivas, the Eternal Shroud, BKB. It is insane what IG have going for them. And Roche, a minute and 30 away, but the 5 heroes on the side of Azure Ray are lingering down towards bottom. IG is already here and set. Low in the front once again. The hook misses. He's got the Lotus Orb, and now they hit the wall. It's going to be right on top of the Pudge. JT coming over with the BKB being popped. The Rolling Thunder. That lands on a Ori. Ball lightning away.
BKB has been used. That Lotus Orb keeping him alive. Crucial item for Azure. Monet tried to eat him in the end, but he did eat himself. The way you can do this is you get Lincoln Sphere, and then you jump him, and then the Lincoln's procs, and you're still going to be able to keep him in place. Not going to buy that on Pudge, but
IG are reading this really well.
Somebody might buy it.
I'll buy it. I got you. Like I said, I'll always be your hype man. Any build you say, I'll follow. You say we go, I say what time. I'll buy Vlad's. I got you. Lincoln's soon for Ori. We have not felt the presence of the Witch Doctor since the laning phase.
You know why?
He ate his Gree-Gree.
Early, exactly.
Yeah. Unfortunate. Roshan, 40 seconds. They'll have 20 seconds to kill it top before it goes bottom, but I think they're already bottom committing to the fact that they're gonna see this Roche bot. And Low, he's going Hurricane Pike after this Conda. There's just... Ooh, nope. He switched.
I think this needs to be Rapier. They're going to be playing against... They need to pop everything on top of him. Solar Crest, the Lotus Orb, Crimson Guard to try to protect him with the Stampede, and he needs to deal damage. Otherwise, you're not going to have enough. Sell this Dragonlance. Also, his neutral item is Trickster's Cloak. You can't sell your Power Treads. You're going to lose way too much move speed in the fight. It's exactly what you need to have as Luna. Let's go for Roshan on Dire's side.
Yeah, they want that Axe.
And it's the refresher available. They did not kill it on time.
Ooh.
That's much better. That's because they have 4 Aghanim Scepter upgrades already. Templar Assassin Aghanim Scepter is cool, but refresher is we want to end the game right now. Having double BKB, having double Rolling Thunder, seems like that's what they're going for. Rolling Thunder, multiple shield crashes, and getting close to 25. He's not playing that much of a Rolling Thunder, not having the level 15 talent. It's also the talent that got nerfed previously. Instead of 3-second duration, it is now 2 seconds. So sometimes you see Tango's up the shield crash barrier for hero instead.
So Satanic for the Luna. I would now. This is the time. Divine Rapier now.
Yes, buy Divine Rapier with 400 gold.
Well, yeah, not. He's almost there.
I don't know if
Not
they
at-
hold the punk.
Oh, they're gonna go for Bobica. They'll get the kill onto the Weaver to start. The Rolling Thunder comes out with the cast bouncing around, but FY is gonna be soloed out. They land the hook. They get the kill. It's unstoppable for nothing to say. 7-2 and 11. They get the pick on a Bobica. He's dead for 90. No buyback. He's the one holding double banner. They're a 30,000 net worth lead. FY will be back up soon. Low now has 1,400 gold. Definitely feels like Divine Rapier watch.
It must
I had
be.
to
I
guess.
don't see the other item that's gonna get you the amount of damage that you need. Heroes are way too tanky. Pango, 4,000 HP on him. He gets the shield crash, another shield crash in a fight. He just doesn't die. That's not enough.
How do you come back 30,000 net worth behind? Azure are looking for that answer. 5 refraction instances added. With the level 25 for nothing to say. Luna may be hoping to get that level 25 themselves.
Those refraction instances have been nerfed finally. Level 25 changed in the 7.36 from 7 to 5. Now the number feels okay-ish.
7 was a lot. Ooh, and Luna has the Hurricane Pike now. So
Feels like this is the fight where he needs to have all of his gold spent. Getting something here. Solar Crest. Iron Shell on top of him. Lotus Orb. Immediately thrown on him. Nothing to say. There is Lincoln available for Ori. Nothing to say. Damage. Has the pain. Has the ages. They need to do something about it. This slow siege killing the tower. Hook almost hits. That was player hook. That was hit.
Vortex pulling in the TA, but they're going to jump the other way with the Rolling Thunder. They're going after the Witch Doctor. That Rolling Thunder and the double jump was so much, but they get the first life out of the hands. Another to say, can they get the second kill onto this Templar Assassin? Rolling Thunder is still going on. FY's going to die. One more Melt Strike. Nothing to say, taking a lot of damage to vacuum back. Maybe it's enough for the Death Ward. They've got themselves a normal punch. Can they get the hold? Monet's going to get low here.
Refresher
the damage
on
coming
Pango.
in. But they've got Monet surviving for the moment. JT comes in with a Rolling Thunder. They'll get the kill, no worry. They'll take out low. IG, have they done it with no buybacks available? They'll get the kill on the FY. They'll take out Bach. And it will be a full team wipe here for the side of G2IG.
Yeah, JT completely owned that fight. 10,000 damage dealt by him. He was the one controlling it. And
there it
they're gonna
is.
tap out.
G2IG, they're going to TI. They were down a game after the first one, but they take the back two. And G2IG, you are bound for Denmark.
Well deserved in this series. JT super happy with the performance that he did on offlane Pango. Pango is back, baby. Not from the mid lane, not with the Diffusal Blade, but played differently with the Shield Crash. And G2IG getting a victory in this one. Low, unable to carry the team. They tried to put like everything in one basket, but the damage was just lacking. They did shut down Ori. Monet, they banged out Carry Pudge for him in this third elimination game. It's do or die, and they do it in the end.
Yeah, they got it done, and they did it with style. This series, they were the pressure in games 2 and 3 must have been immense, because you lose that first game, and you are pulling out all the stops coming into the second and third. Monet, not really here for the hooks, more here for the dismember and
Pretty
the
much.
lockdown.
That's one way to see it. If things were not working out one way, he also had a backup plan. Come in with the BKB. I'm really glad that they purchased these earlier BKBs on Templar Assassin. Sometimes you'll see them not going for it, risking it. But again, high stakes in this game. Pudge even picking it up before finishing off Eternal Shroud. And the way they targeted heroes, it was Boboka all the time. But Boboka did go for his own support build. He did not want to go greedy this time around, and it did pay off.
Yeah, having that Ags, having the Blink Dagger, buying that gem, making sure that they just had everything support-wise, not going into that typical greedy route that we've seen him go 1,000 times before. And even in these moments where nothing to say is getting bursted with the Aegis, it doesn't matter. Somehow even Monet survives with that clutch Nightmare coming through, and it means Monet just does not die. I mean, that is so good from X-Nova. The entire fight, JT is just bouncing around. It was pure perfection from IG.
It was his refresher that he got from Roshan, gets to roll up, gets another Rolling Thunder with the shield crash, literally gets unkillable in the middle of the fight. I was watching his shield, it went up to 700, so you have to go through basically 5,000 plus HP of the damage to kill off this Pangolier.
That's insane, and the standout player is going to be, of course, JT, as he had a perfect game with this Pangolier, always in the right spot, always hitting those Rolling Thunders. 12, 2, and 19. You can't ask for anything better than that from a Pangolier. The fact there, too, is this whole team had an amazing game. X-Nova, you're on a 5-position Bane. You died once. You died once on a Bane.
Insane performance from him. Just his positioning was stopped here. Exactly what you need to have when you're playing Bane. He kept the distance, did find Philosopher's Stone, did get the shard from Tormentor, and continues to farm up, gets the Aghanim Scepter, vision that he provided for the team, that one catch on Luna, Observer right in front of their base, catches him, get outside of the base, they catch him, and they kill him one more time.
All right, well, with that, we're going to have our interview now with JT, going to TI. Let's bring him in, and let's say hello. JT,
hello.
Congratulations. Hi. How you doing? How you feeling? What's going on over there?
Feeling good. This is my second time TI, so I'm kind of excited to play in TI again.
It's definitely going to be a fun TI with you guys involved. It was 6 games today, and both series you guys were down 1-0 to start. What was the mindset bringing both those series back? How'd you guys pull it off?
I think the first game that we lost, like all the series, like against Team Turtle and AR, our first game draft is kind of like a shit. So, I mean, we deserve this loss. After that, we try to figure out what's going on with our draft, and then we try to pick the hero that we're comfortable, and then we play against it. Yeah, and then we claim our victories.
Yeah, it looked really good. You guys pulled out all the stops. Who's making the call there in game number 3 to give Monet the safe lane Pudge?
It was Popoka. He thinks that Pudge is very good against Daxio, and yeah, so and Monet said that he can play Pudge, so he give him the Pudge. Our coach, our super, give him the fatty Pudge. So yeah, let's go.
Let's go. You guys did go. And what about Bobaca? Did you guys have a talk about him going super greedy with his itemization? Because in the last game, he went full support. He went, this Aghanim Scepter, Yule Scepter on Weaver. Did you guys ever talk to him about what he's going to build, or Bobaca cannot be influenced?
I'm kind of surprised that he buying you and Scepter on Weaver. Actually, I didn't expect that, to be honest.
Nobody
I didn't
did.
expect that, to be honest. Yeah, I mean, I didn't expect that. But he suddenly pop up, hey guys, I got Scepter, I can save you guys. Like, I'm like, what the hell? How this guy get a Scepter on a Weaver? Like, not buying Daedalus, Daezo. I mean, it's kind of weird, you know. I'm kind of surprised
man.
until now.
Yeah, really glad that he did tone it down a little bit, especially in a game where it did matter. You said that you kind of expected to come to your second TI. Is that what the rest of the team also felt? What was the talk like coming into the TI qualifiers, knowing that the opponents are going to be pretty difficult to defeat? There are some really strong teams in the Chinese region.
I mean, it's nothing much to talk about. I think we just need to do our best. I mean, that's it. That's it. Yeah.
Was there any point where you guys needed a little bit of a boost from your coach to bring the mental back up? Because you guys were in this lower bracket. You guys were down 1-0 in multiple series. What was the talks like? How do you guys stay focused and not really fall in on yourselves?
I mean, let me think about it. Maybe coach like figure us out. Like try to come down. Like maybe we need to be more focused and not to like worries, because we're still not the best team on China side, on China region. But I mean, we're not the worst. So just if we play our best, we're still able to win actually.
So I've got one more question for you. Yesterday we spoke to Ponlo. He didn't know where TI was. He doesn't know where Denmark is. But do you guys know where you're going for TI? Do you know where Denmark is?
Now I know. Now you just told me. Now I know.
now you know.
Yeah.
You guys are going to TI, and it's going to be a fun one. You have any shout-outs before we let you go?
I love you guys. Keep supporting IG. IG forever.
IG forever indeed. Congratulations again. We're going to let you go. Congratulations for going to TI. We'll talk to you another time.
See you.
See ya. Bye-bye.
Man, it's such a long day for them. I'm like, it's always when you see these teams qualify for TI, I feel proud, and like these guys must feel ecstatic. Like, I'm proud for these guys that they were able to get through a 6-game day where it's a long day. Being behind like that multiple times, the stress and everything must feel immense pressure, but they seem like they deal with it so well, right?
Yep, and also losing game 1 in both of these series, playing six games in a row, showing the strengths of a team. Coming into these qualifiers, there's probably been a lot of talk about who's going to make it. LGD, Azure Ray, Team Turtle as well, and in the end, we end up with Team Zero. I would say that's a big surprise. That's the big underdog story from these Chinese qualifiers. And G2IG, even though they did not have the best performance throughout the year, they've been hot and cold. They secured the spot at the TI, and well-deserved.
Yeah, very much well-deserved. And you take a look at the bracket, Team Zero making that clean upper bracket run, and they were the ones who knocked G2IG to the bottom, to the lower bracket, to beat Kev, Team Turtle, and Azure to get there and qualify for TI. I mean, this is a rough road through the TI qualifiers in China, and are never a joke every single year. And we take a look, their banner is added. They're there next to Team Zero. They're there with the likes of Spirit, Falcons, XG, Liquid, Gaming Gladiators, Bet Boom Team, and Nouns. So it's starting to shape up for TI.
Yeah, 9 out of 16 slots, 7 left to be filled. Eastern Europe only 1 slot, 3 for South America, 2 for South America, 2 for Southeast Asia, and 2, of course, for Western Europe. things are starting to shape up in the end to see who's going to play at the International 2024. Some big surprises, of course, coming out from the Chinese region. We expected it to be a bloodbath, and it really did, especially today, having these long games, having these 2-1 series, and G2IG making a lower bracket run, qualified for TI, just great stuff coming out from them.
Yeah, it was definitely a long and successful day for the sides of G2IG. I got one last question for you before we close the show. For Team Zero and G2IG, early predictions for them going into TI, where do you think they finish?
I would say for Team Zero, they are very experimental as a team. They're playing their own style of Dota, which I really like. You're going to be playing against these Bet Booms, against these Falcons. I would say them reaching top 12 would be good success for G2IG. I could see them, maybe reaching higher if all the pieces are working together, but not going to be an easy one for them. I could see them, maybe 10th place, for example, for G2IG and 12th place for Team Zero.
So we'll see where they end up being when we get to TI, but there are still 4 more regions to come in these next few days for their qualifications for TI. So we're going to send you guys out for the day, but come on back. We got the rest of the regions ready to go, and we'll see you guys soon.